Quiet. We'll see if that holds out. I want to welcome you all to the October 9th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm going to be serving as chair of tonight's meeting. Make a couple of introductions. We have Karen Jones, who's serving as vice chair. She is online with us. We are being joined by staff online, Byron Toy, he's lead planner in the Department of Planning and Urban Design, until Gunnar Hand, who is the director, shows up. He's currently at a standing committee meeting. We also are joined by Jeff Conway, Unified Government Legal Counsel. And we have the following commissioners present tonight here in the chambers with me. We have Commissioner Dwayne Beth to my left, and on my right, Commissioner Rose Isles. Online, we have Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Karen Jones, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner Mark Mueller, and Commissioner Joseph Strauss. So with that, I'm going to turn the meeting now over to Janet Parker, who's the Executive Assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. And she will read the opening statement, show you how, or basically explain to you how we're going to run tonight's meeting. Thank you.
We would like to welcome those participating by telephone, Zoom, or in the Commission chamber to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating remotely by Zoom or are present in the Commission chamber, and Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom, please make sure you have an appropriate background. Board members that are participating by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak. And after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in the Commission chamber, please state your name before speaking once the chairman recognizes you. For those members of the public attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. If you are present in the Commission chamber, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is called. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you are having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wyandotte.org and let Secretary Parker know. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of people who are in support or opposition that did not speak. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The staff will then make their recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, our first application is BOZA 2022-057, Cesar Acosta, for property at 5472 Muncie Drive. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Acosta, are you in the audience or are you online? Cesar Acosta, raise your hand if you're online.
Mr. Chairman, I do not see him online.
I do not. So why don't we go ahead and move to the end of the agenda and we'll go to the next case.
Okay, our next case is BOZA 2023-028. Victor Frank Martini II for property at 6019 Wood Inn Avenue and 6029 Oak Grove Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Martini, are you in the audience or are you online? Let's go. When they call your case, go ahead and make your way up to the front so we're ready to go. Go ahead, please give us your name and address and tell us what you want to do with your property.
I'm Katie Martini, and this is Vic Martini.
And your address.
6029 Oak
Mr.
Grove
Chairman, I
ma'am.
cannot hear her.
Okay, maybe move that. There you go.
Katie and Vic Martini, 6029 Oak Grove Road.
Okay, tell us what you want to do.
We are rezoning this parcel from residential to agricultural.
So you want to do a change of zone and a plat, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you've got an appeal for a variance for the maximum depth to width ratio and then a front yard setback, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, anything else you want to add? What's the reason you want to do it? Anything like that? That's good. If you're good, I'm good. All right, we'll see if any other questions come up. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please come forward. And if there's anyone online, raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you kind of described in the opening, there's two variances being applied for. The first one is for lot depth to width ratio, and that's variance number 1. Variance number 2 is for a minimum front yard setback. Staff does not have an issue with variance number 1 as they're combining two parcels together. And that's the whole reason for the variance. And then variance number 2 is for front yard setback for the barn. The barn is actually a self-imposed hardship, and so therefore staff will approve variance number 1, but has to recommend denial for variance number 2. The Board of Zoning Appeals is free to make a motion how they see fit, but since the barn was already built prior to obtaining this variance, staff has to recommend denial.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to the applicant for a moment. Did you all build the barn without a building permit?
We hired a builder during COVID. We hired a builder to build the barn, and we pretty much described what we wanted to do. He said that he would take care of everything. It was during COVID. We paid a builder to build the barn. We were looking into a tax dispute, and we were looking into the building, and there was an affidavit that we could fill out because we were using the barn for hay structure. We store hay in it. We store equipment in it. There was an affidavit that we could fill out for a tax break on the barn, but it needed a building permit. So when we looked into our building permit that was on our property report, it said to call office. We called down at planning and zoning, asking about the permit. They said that it had a permit on file, but they didn't have a report number for it, or they didn't have a building permit number for it. Couldn't understand why. We all agreed that it was during COVID time. So it was basically passed around, maybe sat on somebody's desk. They didn't know how it got there. It showed that I had a permit, but couldn't explain it. So that's kind of how it went. Like I said, we hired a builder, told the builder what we wanted to do. So it seemed like it's a little bit of fault on both parties, but.
So when was the barn built?
It was built in January of 2020.
All right, so that was technically before everybody went home and before COVID really kind of hit, though.
Well, I think that's when it showed for about, that's when he applied for the permit was January of 2020.
Okay, all right.
So,
All right, so Byron, what, do you have anything, going back to that question, do you have anything in your records with regard to this?
We do not have anything within our record. We're going back to January 2020. No.
Was there a permit, whether it was actually pulled, whether it was actually closed out? Was there a record of the permit?
I mean, I would have to look through to see if there was a permit closed out. But for a residential structure such as this, we actually wouldn't review, the planning staff wouldn't review for where that actually would be going through straight
But
through
the
building
issue is the
inspection for that.
The biggest issue is the location of the building. So the location of the building had never gone through planning and zoning.
Correct.
With the-
Location, yes, that's correct.
All right, other questions for Mr. Toy?
So.
Go ahead. We're going to go to Commissioner Jones first.
So my question, so Byron, just to be sure, this didn't come up in the deliberations, the dialogue that was held previously?
Can you clarify your question as far as previously with dialogue?
In terms of was staff aware of what the petitioner is saying now in terms of some sort of mix-up responsibility on both ends, or is this the first time you're hearing this?
This is the first time I'm hearing it. That being said, I'm sure that the planner who was assigned to the case, Mr. Mike Farley, yes, that has been in conversations with him. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to Commissioner Isles, then Commissioner Miller.
Actually, I have a question for Byron. Number 3 on page 6 talks about a conservation plan. Can you tell me where that stands?
So as part of keeping the livestock, we are not the experts in livestock itself. So we have the conservation district on our behalf review and establish conservation plan with applicants. And so as part of their change of zone that they're applying for, as kind of coinciding with this variance, they are to create a conservation plan with them, which they did do, and they actually worked with the surveyors, in this case Atlas Land Consulting, to do that. But that has been created and established.
So are you satisfied with what they've done with regard to the conservation plan?
We are, but we would allow that to be wholly vetted with conservation district because they are the experts in, for example, how many types of animals can be on the property at one time, given the fact if you're using hay or if you're using grain, other things, also manure, waste, making sure you have the proper rotation for moving animals around. We leave that to the conservation district to make the proper determination. But yes, we are
Okay, so
satisfied.
I have 2 questions then for the applicant. Do you understand that you still need to take that step?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and you'll make that happen. And then on page 25, on your meeting notes of the neighborhood meeting materials, it looked like you had some emails and phone calls. What were their general, was anybody concerned about you doing this?
No, there wasn't. They just was wondering what was going on just with the change of zone, why I was going from residential to agricultural, and stating basically that I was keeping just a handful of cattle on the place, just a hobby farm, and they were good with that. It's just mainly, it was just people wondering, just being nosy, just wondering
Okay.
what was going on.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
Byron, I got 2 questions. So I'm looking at the aerial map inside the staff report, and I don't understand the variance setback piece here, because it looks like that barn is far away. Are we not talking about the barn being the accessory structure we're talking about? Is there another structure there that?
Is that question number 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so the property you kind of can't see is a little bit off screen to the south in the aerial map. That is where we're dealing with the 3-to-1 lot, or sorry, 3-to-1 lot depth width ratio. The barn itself is just dealing with the front yard setback, which is where you kind of where you have the pin, or not the pin, but it's east of the pin in the aerial map itself. You can kind of see where the house sits, which is northeast of the barn itself. The barn is kind of the big yellow structure that's kind of sitting kind of in right in front of those 3 residential homes, or mainly really 1 residential home, but nonetheless those 3-4 homes that are abutting along Oak Grove.
Okay, so we're saying the setback is almost too close to the neighbors behind it?
Neighbors,
Not,
the neighbors are in front.
that's what I mean, but
Yes.
not the actual Oak Grove Road. 'Cause that's
Correct.
what I was looking at.
Correct.
And then
Sorry,
my
my
second
confusion.
question is, the way I kind of interpreted this from you, at least from your statements, it doesn't sound like any of those homeowners are against this barn. And I get the building permit piece being in limbo, but it didn't seem like there's much heartburn from planning staff if we approve this second one as opposed to making someone tear down a barn.
I mean, just per per the criteria we have to, recommend denial.
Okay, thank you. That gives me my answer.
Thank you. And are you aware of the fencing requirements that were in the conservation report? Has that been
Um,
taken care of?
We are aware, however, for variance number 2, we actually did some research of our own, and Jake, I kind of understand like what you're referencing here is section 27-608 is for district ag. And it states accessory buildings such as barns, silos, other exclusively agricultural structures, roadside stands, etc., provided that such structures are set back at least 50 feet from any street line. And we have been told that it's property line, but when I looked it up in the municipal code library, it's actually street line for agricultural buildings, which is what we've provided that we're doing with that building.
Byron, Gunnar, do you have any comment on that?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Plan and Urban Design. I'm walking right into this, so
We don't have the case called up. Byron, do you have the case that you can call it up on the?
Yes, it's BOZA 2023-028.
again, whether it's street or code, I think that I would make the point, Gunnar Hand, Director of Plan and Urban Design, whether it's street or frontage, I'd make the point that this is this was built without a building permit. If they had come in and given us a plot plan, we would have gone through all this with them. Again, I think that from staff's standpoint, because they are here asking for forgiveness and not permission, is why we are recommending denial.
All right. Other questions for staff? Seeing none, do we need 2 motions, Janet? Variance for.
No,
want-
you can include it all in one motion.
All right, we can include it all in one, or we can separate it out if there's a different decision. So I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Miller,
Move to approve BOZA 2023-28, variance 1 and variance 2, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
all right, motion made for approval by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Beth. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal for variance 1 and 2, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
All right, thank you. But next time, right? All right. Don't trust that builder. Come in and see him.
No, never again.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our next appeal, which is BOZA 2023-031, Nicholas Zinn, for property at 3914 North 67th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Zinn, are you in the audience or are you online? Raise your hand if you are. Okay, please go ahead and unmute yourself. Give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do with your property.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
I just filed for the variance to build a garage behind my house.
Sir,
Okay.
could you give your name and address for the
Yeah, name
record,
and
Oh,
address.
please?
sorry. Yep. Sorry about that. Nicholas Zinn, 3914 North 67th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66104.
All right, and you're wanting to build a building that's bigger than what's allowed, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, what's the size of the building you want to build?
30 by 40.
So it's 1,200 square feet?
Correct.
Our report says you're wanting to build a 2,400 square foot barn.
Yeah, I talked to Byron. I don't know why that was put in the original one. He said he had changed it. I told him I was only doing 30 by 40.
So you want to build a 1,200 square foot building, so it's a variance of 200 square feet.
Correct.
Okay, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition, raise your hand if you're online or come to the podium if you're in person. Okay, not seeing a rush, so we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have a variance in front of us for an accessory structure larger than the allowed 1,000 square feet. We noticed it at 2,400, and then in subsequent conversations with the applicant, it worked its way down to the 1,200 that they're asking. So yes, it is only a 1,200 square foot accessory structure on a 3-acre parcel that represents 1.01% of coverage. Again, it's a 1,000 square foot or 30% of coverage, whichever one is smaller. And so we go with the square footage of the house. Let's see, this is in the citywide area plan, comprehensive plan, North Leavenworth area. Staff has received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff recommends approval with conditions, including matching the materials of the accessory structure to the primary structure.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve the case number 2023-031, subject to staff stipulations and comments, including the matching of materials from the accessory structure to the main structure.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion?
I do have a question.
Yes,
For
go ahead,
Gunnar.
Commissioner Strauss.
Director Hand, on the matching of materials, is that part of our policy? Because like if we're building these steel buildings, I've seen that we put the matching materials in there, but I've also seen in our code that you can also use metal buildings, and that seems to be contrary to what we vote on sometimes. That's just my discussion there.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So there's two things. For parcels that are less than 3 acres, and this one's just under 3 acres, they do have to match the material of the primary structure. One of the allowed materials to match is an integrally painted metal material. So it's a metal building. It's just got to match. It can't be painted metal. It has to be
Dyed or precast.
Sorry, precast metal. I apologize. I'm forgetting the terminology. The color of the house. So we accept metal only if it is integrally not painted. Sorry, blanking on the terminology there. So it's both.
Okay, just clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our next application is BOZA 2023-039. Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries Incorporated for property at 2204 North 5th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Mr. Chairman, before the applicant makes their presentation, I received 2 communications today. One is from, excuse me, Miss Waters and Miss Dunn, and it says we are against granting the appeal and the special use permit. We have always had a very good neighborhood, and we would like to keep it that way. I have a communication from the Kansas Department of Corrections from the Assistant Director, NPR Community Mentoring Coordinator. Please be part of stopping our homelessness for our returning citizens in Wyandotte County through productive guarded services programs like Firm Foundations. Firm Foundations has been a leading organization collaborating with the Kansas Department of Corrections Mentoring for Success program since 2018. We are pleased to have such a vital partner in the Firm Foundations who aligns with the values of Mentoring for Success. As the Assistant Director of Mentoring for Success, I am pleased to report that we have been requesting for years to have programs like those offered by Firm Foundations available to our returning citizens. These programs provide housing, job, mentoring, community support, and religious studies, which are crucial for successful reintegration into society. Working together with the Kansas Department of Corrections Mentoring for Success program will give offenders and returning citizens access to supportive cognitive intervention, housing, community support, employment assistance, and religious support. The mentors with Firm Foundations are dedicated to working with men within the KDOC facilities in the community, and they offer a wealth of connections and resources to support the needs of their mentees and reduce the risk. We are privileged to have Firm Foundations as a part of our team and look forward to supporting their efforts to unite with various agencies, mentors, KDOC Prison and Parole, and other entities. In turn, we are confident that Firm Foundations will do the same for the Kansas Department of Corrections. Together, we can create a united pathway to success for returning citizens as they strive to thrive in the community and successfully complete their parole.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, sir. Give us your name and address and tell us about this project.
Matt Thomas, 12714 76th Street, Shawnee. I'm the executive director of Firm Foundations and the founder. I'm also a pastor with Freedom Initiative Churches. We literally exist to empower men and women to move from being in prison to empowered, not just incarcerated in prison, but also addictions, mental health issues that kept them homeless. Like, we literally exist to help people get a hand up in life. We're seeking a special use permit for our 2 properties, but also for the parking variance for 2204 North 5th Street. As you'll hear in more detail later this evening, there's a need for our programming, and the need is honestly great. There's a shortage of housing and resources for the justice involved in our community, and we happen to provide both. We currently are allowed 2 cars associated with our property, which is how many vehicles we have now, plus or minus 1 occasionally that our van breaks down, so there's that. But the parking variance requires that we have, approval for spaces for each guest room and additional staff, a total of 7. We have 2 in the garage in the back. And the reality is that we never have that many cars. Most of the gentlemen that come out of incarceration or come to us don't have a driver's license. And so they can't get to work. And so we help them find a job, but then we also help get them to work so that they're able to work and start becoming productive in society. So that usually leaves us with 1 or 2 people that will have their own personal car and 1 or 2 ministry vehicles, and then an occasional person that comes and gives them rides, or 2 of our staff members that come and will park there while they're working with the guys in the house. And so receiving the parking variance in accordance with this special use permit would be a great opportunity in the face of a lot of need. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Isles.
Actually, I have two questions. Who takes care of the grounds?
At the house,
Yes,
usually the guys that live in the house.
okay. And have you reached any kind of consensus with your neighbors? It looks like they're pretty opposed to it.
Yes, they are pretty opposed to it. And we tried, we had an online meeting that did not turn out very wonderfully. And so we've tried to reach out to various people to see if we can, and it's just not available. But in all honesty, we really never have that many cars there either. So
Well, from what I read of the meeting minutes, it didn't look like the cars were the issue.
no, that's not the issue.
But at this point, that's the only thing we're here to talk about it. We'll talk about the other ones later. Other questions from commission? Commissioner Jones.
How long do the residents typically stay?
So it could be anywhere from, if they complete the program, 6 to 9 months. Some of them had stayed more than a year. Other ones that don't make it or refuse to follow the rules, they usually don't make it past 1 or 2 months, and they're removed, and we help them find a different place to live.
So how often does that happen when there's
I
a
mean-
resident that,
I mean, it honestly, it happens a lot because we're dealing with criminogenic behaviors with a lot of our men. And so it's a mixed bag.
okay. And so when the ones that successfully stay in relationship to the parking, and I heard you say something about a lot of them use public transport and carpool, have other means. So from start to finish, normally, do the ones that perhaps don't have transportation in the beginning, do they have transportation in the end where they would require a parking space?
Sometimes yes, and sometimes no, because a lot of the times the wreckage of their past is catching up with them and they have to pay off a lot of fines. And so they not only rely on our transportation, but public transportation to help them get to the point where they're able to pay off those fines.
Okay, thank you. And I had, Chairman Carson, I had a question. I think Janet may be the person that may have the answer to this. The letters from the ladies, I think you said Ms. Waters and Ms. Dunn. Did I miss it, or what did you say? What was the nature of their opposition? Does it say specifically?
No, all it says is that we have always had a good neighborhood and we would like to keep it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Just a question for you on the group home that we're talking about. How long has it been in operation?
For 5 years.
It's been
since
in operation
2019.
5 years. Have you had any problems during that time?
The only two problems that we've had are, number one, I had to call the police, or a house leader called the police to remove somebody because we have a no violence policy. And then the second is there was a string of break-ins along the street. There was a shooting that was between two cars, which I was mistaken on the thing Monday night when we did our parking variance meeting. But I believe there was two cars involved in a shooting that ended, I think, 3 houses down from us, if I'm not mistaken.
But it wasn't involving
And that wasn't involved us.
your property, correct? All right, thank you. And do you have any code violations at the property right now?
I think we got those all taken care of, I think.
They've been
Yeah.
rectified? All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, please come forward, or if you're online, raise your hand. Okay, we'll do those that are in favor first. So if you're in favor, please come forward. If you're in opposition, go ahead and line up and then we'll take you immediately following. Okay.
My name is Doug Morris. I live at 2943 South 45th Terrace. And I'm here in support because of the good work that's done. And as Matt pointed out, there's not that many cars that park there. And the rule itself seems a little unfair when you don't require a parking space for each bedroom at a residential facility, just at a group home. And that just doesn't seem to be a legitimate thing. If you have to have a parking spot for each bedroom at a group home, why don't you have to have a parking spot for each bedroom at a residential dwelling.
That's above my pay grade, sir, but I get your point.
Okay,
I hear you. Sir, are you speaking in favor? All right, please go ahead.
My name is Max Alcantor. I live at 804 North Main, apartment 2D in Lansing, Kansas.
Go ahead and pull that microphone down a little closer to you. Thank you.
Do I need to repeat that?
No, you're good.
Okay. So I am the regional director of Firm Foundations. I started out as the first house lead for the property in question currently. I've been involved with Firm Foundations for most of my time out, to some extent or another. So I've experienced in multiple levels of Firm Foundations, and when I was a house lead, we never had guys, like we've never had a house full of cars. Like Matt Thomas said, you know, there's, they do carpooling. We have a ministry vehicle. The bus stop is literally within walking distance of the house. So a lot of guys utilize that, as well as other services like Lyft and Uber. And so like on when I can, I will actually also go down there for guys so that way they can go to the parole office, whether they need to go to the grocery store, we'll work that out as well. So that's it for, in my opinion, like there's never been a house full of gentlemen with driver's licenses, and 9 times out of 10 guys will move out and get a place of their own before they get transportation. But they'll also be conscious of, you know, where bus stops are and things like that, because as Matt said, sometimes guys do have quite a bit of money to pay for fines to get their license back.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to make a quick announcement for those of you that are here for the Planning Commission meeting that's supposed to start at 6:30. We're running a little bit behind with the Board of Zoning Appeals. So once we're finished with this agenda, we will take a 5-minute recess and we will convene that Planning Commission as soon as we can. So I appreciate your patience and we'll get to you as soon as we can. Yes, sir. Are you here to speak in favor of? Okay,
sir.
go ahead, please. Give us your name and address, please.
My name is Jerome Beecham. I stay at 2943 South 45th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas.
Yes, sir.
I'm in favor of Matt Thomas's house for several reasons. It's a real strict environment. I had stayed there when I was released, and you don't allow to smoke. You're not allowed to have drink. And they bring a lot of positive things to that neighborhood. Matt Thomas goes out of his way to make sure that the people in that neighborhood are living above what they should be living, so that the neighbors feel secure, the neighbors feel better about them being around. I've never encountered anybody in there bringing illegal things in that house. And
What about parking?
Parking, we had no problem when I was there. I was one of the few people that had a car, because I still assist people with Matt Thomas off and on, taking guys to church, taking them to Walmart so they don't have to bum clothes off of people. I help get them to the driver's license department so they can able to take care of themselves and pay taxes. The people stay at Matt Thomas's house. They're going to work. They're going to help pay your taxes. When they get there, they're going to be in line with the law, 99%. They may make a few mistakes, but Matt looks in on quite a bit, and he wants people stay there to be pretty squeaky. It may not be totally squeaky, but he checks in on it, and his wife and his family, they look in after. And I think Kansas City is pretty fortunate, very fortunate to have a person and his family so dedicated to give our city something better than what it would have been provided someplace else.
All right, thank you very much. Next. And if you all could kind of keep your comments to the parking variance, we're going to hear more about the group home at the Planning Commission meeting. But right now, we're really kind of talking about parking. So yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Name and address.
My name is Christy Pennington, and my address is 8932 Noland Road in Lenexa. And I run a similar program just like Matt's. I'm a program manager for GROW. And I've worked very closely with Matt, but I work with the women's side. So I have assisted their program. I work closely with Max Alcantara, who just spoke previously. I've assisted them with helping with rides for some of the gentlemen. And the parking was a little crazy whenever I was there. So I just drive by and go up there and pick them up and go. So that was just one of the situations we had. But all the guys are pretty good about helping each other out. We try to make it a community effort. They each hold each other accountable, and they have really great leaders that just have stepped into the role and just taken the initiative to make sure the guys are where they need to go at the right times. And I really like that they do have a strict structured environment, and it's faith-based. And I've never had any problems with any of the gentlemen there. So I just commend them for how they all work together, and they try to keep the house very clean whenever I've been there. So, and I don't know, I haven't had any issues with any of them. So I just wanted to
All right.
put that out there. So
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Anyone else want to speak in favor of this project? Okay, now we'll go to anybody opposed to the parking variance. Please come forward. Those that are opposed to the parking variance. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and, yes, sir.
I wasn't gonna say anything before. My name is John Bailey. I live in the neighborhood as opposed to all these other speakers, none of
Okay.
whom live in the neighborhood.
Give me your address, please.
2115 North Fifth Street.
Okay, go
about
ahead.
Half a block away.
Okay,
Everything that last gentleman said about him affecting people in the neighborhood is total crap, okay? Does not appeal to anybody in the neighborhood negatively, okay? And several people who live on that same block have more than one vehicle. So that's something you need to take into consideration before you grant one property ability to have 7 vehicles. Across the street from that property is Trinity Lutheran Church. And they have meetings on Sunday and other days of the week where they have multiple cars parked there. So there is the possibility for some conflict, and that's all I was gonna say about it.
okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close. Oh, ma'am, okay, go ahead. Your name and address also.
My name is Elnora Jefferson, and I'm at 419 Haskell Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, and good evening. I'm here to speak about this particular appeal. And there are a couple of things that I want to note. So my understanding that a variance is something that goes with the property. So that means in any case, should this entity decide that it no longer wants to be there, then that will always be that ability to have more than the required or the allotted 2 areas there. And then parking areas. And then also, as I read the documentation, it talks about some parking that's in the back. Well, in the back is up an incline, up an alley. And so during the weather and so forth, how can we be sure? Absolutely, that one would use that parking area in the back. And then third, and then my neighbor, Mr. Bailey, just spoke to it, the Trinity AME Church is across the street. It's a legacy church. And that church has many functions, conventions, maybe national conventions. I know regional conventions for sure. And so to provide that amount of parking right across from the church and adjacent to residents who themselves have holidays and visitors and so forth, is going to do nothing but cause additional consternation and conflict. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Leroy Williams, 6920 Georgia Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. Proud member of Trinity AME Church, pro tem. The parking facilities, as far as I'm concerned, are been there all these years. We never have had no problem with parking. We started having problem with parking when they so-called put this house in there. That's when all the problems started with us parking. We never have had no parking problems. People there with 2 and 3 cars never have. On Sundays, their mans there got to the point they was putting trash cans out in the streets blocking the parking spot so they have a parking spot when they come back. It's a public street and people can't park. We have people come from different churches all around. They park out there. We never had no problem with people parking. So yes, it is going to be a problem.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Is there anyone else that's going to speak? If you are, I need you to be lined up, ready to go. Otherwise, this will be our last speaker. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
How you doing? Anthony Adair,
And your address.
2212 North Fifth Street.
Thank you.
I live right next door.
Okay.
To the house. I have lived in that community all my life. Grandmother and father raised me, but they're both deceased. And it's always been a good neighborhood. And my thing is that the issue that I have is that I have another property that's on the corner, which is 2200 North Fifth Street, vacant lot. I come home from work. There's 5 or 6 trucks parked on my vacant lot that don't belong to me. And they have workers over at the house that's working on the house, that's doing construction. Didn't ask permission, have never asked me for permission. They just do what they want to do, you know. Yes, this is going to be an issue. It's going to be an issue. Churches, my church across the street has been there for years. I have never had any issues with the parking on Sundays. When they have special occasions, never had an issue. Everybody coexists, everyone gets along, no issues at all. This will be a problem if you guys approve this. Just
All right.
letting you guys know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Han and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This variance is being heard in conjunction with Special Use Permit 2023-041 for a group home later this evening by the City Planning Commission. Again, this is a parking variance. Currently, what is required as the current proposed use for the group home would be 7 parking spaces total, only 2 of which can be provided on site, which would waive the requirement for the other 5. So if approved, they only have to provide 2 parking spaces, which is what is required for a regular single-family home in this district. If they were denied, they would have to build all 7 parking spaces off-street on site or find some other agreement by which to meet that standard. This is in the Northeast Area Plan. Staff received before this evening no letters in support nor in opposition. Again, we got some letters late that Ms. Parker wrote in, and of course we had everybody here provide their testimony both in support and in opposition. There were some notices of violation related to the property for maintenance and structure, as well as a notice of violation for operating a group home without a special use permit. Again, that one is being addressed by the special use permit application, which will be heard by City Planning Commission later this evening. Excuse me. Staff recommends denial due to the impacts. There are conditions of approval if the Board of Zoning Appeals wants to move forward with a motion for approval. But I would just look closely at the site here. Can't really zoom out. But again, there's Greeley Avenue as the corner, which functions kind of like an alleyway. It's very narrow, slim street. But at the end of the day, you have a mid-block residential single-family home converted to a group home on a single-family block that we think would have impacts to the adjacent neighbors.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Isles?
Do they have 2 off-street spots? I didn't see where those would be.
They are dedicated, well, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design, they do have 2 off-street spots off the alleyway. They are unimproved and would require to be meet standards. Those are part of the conditions of approval.
So if it were approved, they would have to bring that up to your parking standards.
Yep.
All right. And there's just room for 2?
Currently, yes. It's a tight little, it's not a large lot.
All right. Thank you. Other questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, what was brought up about the variance is this probably more of a protocol question is why does the variance come before the special use permit, since the variance actually goes with the property forever, right?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. No one scenario can be fully addressed by a complete code of ordinances, but typically we do Board of Zoning Appeals first because a variance, whether approved or not approved, can have a direct impact on those other entitlements. In this case, there are other ways to design your way out of it. There are other variances. If denied, then we can't hear those cases at Planning Commission. So from a general standpoint, that's why BOZA goes before CPC.
Could work both ways, though. If this is approved and then if the other is denied, then the residents are stuck with the variance that goes with the property. That will be more lenient than their own property, right?
Again, there's a couple things here. So to use this as an example, if this was denied, they would have to provide or find 7 off-street parking spaces. If then the special use permit was denied, it would revert back to a single family home and the required parking would only be 2.
So if it reverts back to a single family home, then the variance is null.
That single family home owner would have to have 2 improved 2 parking spaces to standard included on the lot, but could potentially seek another group home that would come with it a variance where only 2 spaces would be required. So if they needed some land entitlement to do more than just be a single family home again, one, they'd have to come get that entitlement. But yes, they would come with an approved variance that says, I only need 2 parking spaces. Now, if they come and they say, well, this house has grown and now I have 6 instead of 5 units, that'd be a whole nother variance they'd have to get because this variance would only be held to 7 total.
But my point is that the regular people that live on that street, they're stuck with if they sold their house, they would have the parking regulations.
Again, if this house was sold, let's say this special use permit did.
If it was sold to an individual.
If this house.
And they wanted to just live there, would the variance of 7 parking spaces go with the house?
It would still require 2 parking spaces on site, which is the standard code requirement for the zone district.
So the variance doesn't stay with the property?
The variance stays with this property in the sense that it's tied to a special use permit for a use that goes above and beyond what is required, what is allowed in the zone. The only reason they need a variance for 7 as opposed to 2 is because they're asking for a group home. No group home.
Right.
They're required to have 2, I think this is R2B, right? R1B. Let me double check.
It was just my
RP5,
understanding.
so R1 district. So yes, it's required to have 2 off-street parking spaces.
Okay, it was just my understanding that the variance goes with the property.
It
And when
does, but.
when it's sold, the variance goes with the property to the new
But
seller.
Gunner Hand Director Planning and Design, it does, Commissioner, but what I'm trying to say is that the variance for parking is tied to a requirement that goes above and beyond the zone district, which requires in and of itself another land entitlement, i.e. a special use permit. And special use permits do not transfer with new ownership. So let's say the group home passes this evening. Let's say they also approve this variance. If the variance is approved, the group home is approved, and down the line, this closes and they sell it, they do not sell that special use permit. It just is a home that they are selling that now has 2 required parking spaces.
That's
So
my understanding, that the special use permit goes with the person getting the special use permit, but the variance goes with the land.
I don't think we're saying different things. What I'm saying is if you lose the special use permit, the variance is moot.
Okay. Other questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones.
Frank Carson, I feel compelled to say real quick that while the cause for even the parking variance and what it's tied to is noble and necessary, I think based on the report and what I've heard in testimony, it's not in the right location. So therefore, I am going to make a motion, also based on staff's recommendation to deny BOZA case number 2023-039, based on the variance does not fulfill multiple statutory requirements, specifically 1, 2, and 5, and it's exacerbated by public opposition related to parking.
Thank you. Motion for denial made by Commissioner Jones for reasons stated by the maker. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Discussion is on the motion for denial. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
No.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal for the reasons outlined in the staff report passes 6 in favor, 1 opposed.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for your testimony.
Our next application is BOZA 2023-040. Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting for property at 2321 South 63rd Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No. Yes, are you representing?
I'm Linda Gerber. I live at 2321 South 63rd Street.
Okay, so you're going to present your case? Okay.
Actually, online should be Andrea or Austin.
Okay, we got Andrea Wishop with Atlas Land Title. All right, I've got you queued up to speak, Andrea. Who's going to present?
This is Andrea. Austin's out of the office today, so.
Going to need you to speak up, Andrea. We cannot hear you.
This is Andrea Wishop, 14500 Parallel Road.
Okay, talk as much more clear and louder if you can, because we're still struggling to hear you.
I will do my best.
All right.
That's it all. The property, the purpose of this is what we're doing is we're trying to split off the east 30 acres from the west half of this property. In order to do that, we're going to need some variances, one of which being a width to depth ratio variance on a lot 1. As staff comments show, this lot could be reconfigured in order to reduce this variance. But either way, there's going to be a variance, whether it's reduced or the way we show it currently. I would implore the planning commission and planning staff to look at the rest of the neighborhood and the aesthetic of the neighborhood, where all of the other properties end on that quarter section line. So we're just basically trying to keep in with that aesthetic by doing that. Another reason we want to do that is because when this was originally bought by the Gerber's parents, that was the original configuration. The east half was split on that quarter section line. So we're simply trying to go back to that. The other 2 variances that we're asking for have to do with side yard setbacks and just building setbacks in general. Those variances that we're asking for involve buildings on the north line of the property. This north line was configured this way back in '95 by staff's predecessors, and we're not changing that. We're keeping everything the same. So we're basically asking to do nothing different there than what's already done.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, please come forward. Did you want to add anything?
No.
I'm assuming you're in
Questions for
favor.
me.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. All right.
It's been a lot of work.
Okay, I've got one person, Karen Goodson. Karen, I've got you queued up to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
I'm actually here with Richard Goodson and well, we're over in Missouri, but it's regarding our property on Gibbs and 63rd. And I guess we're totally confused as to what changes they're going to do and if it's going to landlock our property.
Okay, we'll get you an answer to that. Anything else you want to ask?
Anything else? Not at this time.
Okay, we'll get you an answer to that, okay? So stay tuned. Anyone else want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come forward. I'm going to go back to Ms. Wishop. Can you speak to the neighbor's concern about being landlocked?
Yes, I believe what she's referring to is the right-of-way vacation on the south side of our property. We are only vacating half of that, which would be the north half of that right-of-way, which would not landlock your piece. It would be impossible for us to landlock your parcel.
It would be impossible to landlock their parcel?
Yes, that is correct. For us to do that to them.
All right.
And I might add to that, that for many years.
Go, give me your name and address.
Linda, oh, sorry, Linda Gerber, 2321 South 63rd Street. They have been utilizing our driveway to access that land, and we wouldn't change that on, but they don't do anything on it. They just visit it once in a while.
Sure,
I
but
mean,
they
it's
have
up to
access to it, and
review.
that's not going to change.
No, and there's still gonna be 25 foot of easement, but they can't even use the easement because of the woods. It's so thick because it's not maintained over there.
Okay. Ms. Goodson, did that answer your question?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else to speak, we'll go ahead and go to Director Hand, get his comment on this case.
Can you confirm the address of the person who just spoke?
Ms. Goodson, could you give us your address, please, one more time for the record?
Where we live?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. What's the address of the parcel you own next to this one?
What's the address of the parcel, Richard? Hold on. 2321 South 63rd Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
What's the house number or the parcel number again?
Parcel number.
I mean, what's the house number again? 30 what?
Well, on the paper that was sent to us, it's 2321 South 63rd Street.
Okay, that's their property.
That's their property. It's a parcel.
2425 63rd is what their parcel is listed as.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
2425. Okay, we've got it.
All right. All right. Sorry about that. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with Plat 2023-028, which will be considered by the City Planning Commission later this evening. This variance is for a depth to width ratio as well as 2 side yard setbacks, both of which are legal non-conforming existing, just going through the paperwork to get those through. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in that sort of Turner/Morris area. We received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. So let me, here, I think this is probably the best way to, so the property that was just noted by the neighbor is this parcel here. They are effectively proposing to cut this large parcel right down this line and then vacate the rest of this public right of way as they do it. So half of everything to the north, half of this right of way to the north will go into this property. The other southern half will go into each of these other properties.
Are you moving a cursor around because I can't see anything?
Is it not showing?
No.
Okay, so when you
There you are.
vacate this,
There you are. All right. Okay.
the northern half goes to this property. The southern half of each of that right of way goes to each of these individual property owners.
Okay.
Without a access agreement to this property, then it would be marooned,
It would be what?
landlocked. So
Gunnar, we're not imploring to vacate the entire right of way, just the north half.
that's not what I thought I just heard. Okay. Start that over. So if their plat is only to vacate the top half, that leaves half of a public right of way to access this property, which is not a lot of right of way to get access to that property. I would still recommend a cross-access agreement for this driveway, which as I understand it, is the applicant's driveway potentially being used throughout this. So that is the only point I was trying to make there. The second thing that I would quickly note is, again, they're essentially just cutting it in half right there on what would seem a pretty logical place to cut it. Staff is recommending denial because they could draw it in a different way to not have a variance, but to Ms. Wishop's point, then it would create another variance for the proposal, the parcel they're trying to create from a lots to width depth ratio potentially. The other issue is you can't really see it in this picture. Let me see it if there's another one. Zoomed in. Okay, so you can kind of see the property line. Staff hasn't been provided a plan that doesn't show that this accessory structure is on that property line. If you go back in time, it looks like an addition was added to this accessory structure, perhaps unbeknownst to the property owner that they were building on their property line, especially since they operate off of multiple shared driveways between the two properties. So this is probably a small oversight. But again, I think one of the reasons why we would recommend denial of that variance is simply because it is rectifying a pre-existing issue when this parcel was originally created, but then they built a structure on top of that line.
Can I speak to this one, please?
So one of the issues that I think we would have here as a condition of approval is to figure out how we either redraw this line as a part of this plat, which is impacting these variances, so it doesn't split through this property, or we get some demonstration that it is not, in fact, sitting on a property line, or that whatever this addition was that occurred sometime between 2006 and now is removed as a condition of approval for these variances. Generally speaking, I think staff has been supportive of things that are at lot to depth ratio. Again, we're looking at a parcel that has a if this is the width of the property line and this is the depth, it's got a pretty significant lot to depth ratio. Cutting it off reduces that variance. It could potentially be eliminated if you were to draw it a different way. Again, there's 1,000 ways to Sunday to cut this up, but they want to divide it simply here. So there are multiple options. We wanted to express the two concerns that we have, but namely it's around this existing structure that sits on the existing property line. Two of our conditions of approval are to address that issue and then to do a cross-access agreement. We thought we would only need one between the existing parcel and the parcel to the north, which share a driveway. But I think we would want to amend that condition to extend to this cross-access agreement for the other property owners, for this property specifically. Oh, sorry. For this property specifically. Again, because I believe it's the driveway on the north half that they use to access that property.
Is that the end of your comments?
Yep, that'll do it.
Okay, I want to go back. Ms. Wishop, did you have a comment about?
Yes, I did. And thank you, Gunnar. Andrea Wishop, Atlas Land Consulting. The structure that you guys are seeing there is a possible addition. I could certainly understand why you would think that it is a possible addition. It's actually just a connex box, for lack of better terms. And it's not a permanent structure. It's just sitting next to that. And we do have a site plan, and I apologize, Gunnar, if your guys' staff did not get that. I'm looking at a site plan right now that shows that the buildings are, all the buildings are on the correct properties. What I'm trying to say is buildings are not overlapping property lines. And we're certainly, happy to make that a condition of approval to produce that site plan to you guys.
What did you call that building again?
It's like a connex box, basically just like a,
It's like a mini storage container.
correct.
All right. Thank you.
So if I may, if the Board of Zoning Appeals were to approve, we would then amend condition number 1 to say demolish or remove the portion of the northwestmost accessory building that is encroaching on the adjacent property. So instead of demolishing it, sounds like they could move it out of the way.
It sounds like it may have been moved.
Or has been moved, yep. And then I would also amend number 2 to have a cross-access agreement between the two properties as well as with, and I would just add 2425 South 63rd Street onto that.
All right. Questions for Director Hand? Everybody too confused to ask the question?
Yeah, this is Linda, 2321 South 63rd, Linda Gerber. On the driveway adjacent, there is still plenty of room for them to access to the south of our driveway. And just kind of going way back, that house was built in 1891. And the property lines are just really off out there. And, you know, my father built that driveway and he had approval from the city, but it seems like there's just a lot of things that got lost over the years. And so I'm not really, if that transferred to another owner in that property, that doesn't seem like a very safe thing for us. I mean, we are allowing them now, we don't stop it. They can come and use it and walk down there, but I think that's a lot to just say you're gonna open up your driveway that you've spent good money on and for cement and everything to just allow anybody to use it. We're just trying to get our driveway on our property because the line is so walkie jaw right there. And I don't know when it changed, how it changed over the years, but some of those buildings that are too close have been there since 1891. So how that happened, I don't know. And so we're just trying to fix things and get it right.
Gotcha.
And that's my brother next door. And that was his container, not ours. And so that driveway was put in primarily because my mom's in a wheelchair and we take care of my mom. And she utilizes it to go back and forth. It's a
Well, I think
family.
what you're trying to do is what we're trying to do as well, but I want to go back to Director Hand. So if they've had use of the properties just through a gentleman's agreement all these years, do they have to continue that, or is it their property to do with what they want in the absence of any agreement or anything like that? Or can they landlock a property? Or can a subsequent owner that buys their property then say, you know what, I don't care what happened before, we're not doing it in the absence of that agreement?
So,
I mean, she makes a valid point. If they've got a concrete driveway and then somebody that wants access to it drives a cement truck over it and breaks it all up.
right, so there is effectively a circle drive that goes through two parcels. It starts in the public right of way, goes into the subject property, continues up into the other property and out. And this is the circulation to get onto both sites, both parcels. So how it's used functionally is somewhat irrelevant because it's two family members, but what it is on the land is a driveway that connects the two properties across one another. So there is no cross-access agreement, which means there's only one way in and out for both properties, which is fine, except for.
Which are those two, but what about the ones behind it?
And I'm getting
Okay.
there. Except for that, the one that would then access the southern property is currently in the public right of way. And I don't doubt that the city allowed a driveway to get built in that public right of way, but at the end of the day, it is also still our public right of way as of right now. And so to give half of that away and not allow a property to the south that is basically needs that access to be a valid lot, you can't build two driveways abutting one another down a public right of way to have two driveways down this thing. So one, there's a warrant issue, and a warrant issue meaning that there's standards by which you can have driveway widths and the intervals at which you can have driveways. And so to put two driveways abutting one another like this, I think would be inappropriate and would be also a little bit wasteful. But I understand the concern from the applicant, but I think staff's recommendation for our public right of way is if we are going to give it, then we would want to make sure that that maroon property maintains the current access it does have today, which happens to be off the applicant's private driveway in a public right of way.
You answered it when you said it's our right of way to do with what we want to do. All right. Other questions for Director Hand?
Sorry, it's
Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, sorry.
So Gunnar, is then your recommendation, because I know our staff report, with that, the recommendation was denial of all three variances. But then if we approved it, do you think now, based on what's been discussed, that if conditions number 1 and number 2 were amended, that from your vantage point, your recommendation, then that's the optimum kind of solution?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I would say based on this conversation, we've addressed the variance as it relates, our recommendation for denial as it relates to the side yard interior, because it's not a structure. It's something that has or can be moved out of the way. And so that was one of the reasons we recommended denial. I believe that was the second variance. Yes, that's correct. And then the first one, the first variance request was also addressed when we talked about you could design it to meet the code, but it would still require then the variance for lot to width potentially for the other, the new parcel, right? So it's kind of neither here nor there for our other denials. So to your point, yes, I think staff would recommend if the Board of Zoning Appeals, wants to move forward with a recommendation that we make those 2 amendments and proceed.
Any other questions? Not, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
The other option is they could redraw it if we felt that way. I'll be honest, I was under the assumption that they were vacating all of the right of way, not just half of it. I would recommend they vacate all the right of way.
Well, we're kind of done with all that. And we're getting tired of it too. So I think these people are too. So you think this is, is that additional recommendation, or should it be held over to get this worked out?
And I think in staff's opinion, I think the cleanest thing we would want to confirm if the connex was removed. So that would be one thing that we are taking at face value that we would want to confirm before we make a final decision by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And 2, I think we should vacate the entire alleyway, the entire right of way, and then clean up these conditions of approval.
So is your recommendation?
Hold over.
All right. Any additional questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Strauss first.
I just, when they do that, I'd like to get, and I'll do my own research as well. When they say a public right of way that we own that driveway, and I'm really confused if that's something that they put in, that they maintain, that they pay for into city property, and it just happens to be there. So I'm just really confused at that, because it doesn't look like it's part of actual Gibbs Road, which would continue through. And so you keep saying it's a public right of way, but it's their private driveway. So I'm really confused on that. So,
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design, UG does this quite a bit. There are a lot of platted roads, public rights of way, that are and probably will never get built. And this is one of them where we had dedicated right of way for Gibbs Road to go through. And at some point, the UG allowed them to build their private driveway on public property. It is still on public property, but we basically gave them the ability to use that as access onto their property for one reason or another. So they're asking to vacate that public right of way only on the northern half to allow their private driveway to now be on their private property. The issue that I think staff has is that private driveway is the only way for that one property that does not have access other than on Gibbs Road's right of way to access that property in the future.
So if they vacate that area, do we become responsible for now maintaining that because now they vacated it, so it becomes a public property for maintenance and it becomes a road anyway?
Now, the agreement, and again, I don't have agreement to look for, but the agreement they would have signed would have been that they told the property owner, you can build your private driveway on our public right of way, but you have to pay for it and you have to maintain it. And so all they're asking for is to now take ownership of that land. So vacating it means it's no longer a public right of way.
Okay.
The issue I think that I have is if it's only half of it, that severely constrains how we access the property to the south, even with an access agreement. It also leaves half of a public right of way that'll never get built, and that's just kind of a waste of a plat, quite frankly.
Commissioner Jones?
So it sounds to me, just a quick comment, and then I think I'm ready for a motion. The quick comment is that it sounds kind of like, and I'm playing off of what Commissioner Straw said, we've in essence kind of sort of created our own conundrum. I mean, we're mixing stuff that could come back to haunt us. And so I'm not comfortable at this point with what I've heard. I feel like, we do need a holdover. And so I'd like to make a motion if you're ready for it for holdover.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to hold over BOZA case number 2023-040, holdover for 30 days.
Motion made for holdover by Commissioner Jones for 30 days. It was seconded by Commissioner Isles. Any discussion on the motion for holdover? Seeing none, roll call, please.
I do have a question. Are we all clear why we're holding this over?
Yes, we're holding it over for Gunner to get with the surveyor to talk about the easement and to get it worked out.
Okay. Beth?
Aye.
Isles?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Moeller?
Aye.
Straws?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold this application over until the November 13th meeting passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Just have Andrea reach out to staff tomorrow. And we'll see you in 30 days and hopefully we won't have to go through all this. We'll get it something that works out for everybody. All right. Thank you.
Question, does that also delay the plat that's being heard later this afternoon or later this evening?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So so the applicant won't need to stay.
They can if they want, but I think we would just go straight to recommendation of held over 30 days to match the BOZA.
Okay. I just don't want him to stay here and wait needlessly. Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we need to go back to the one application that we skipped over. A BOZA 2022-057 Caesar Acosta for property at 5472 Muncie Drive.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Acosta, are you in the audience? Caesar Acosta, are you online or in the audience? I still do not see him. So how do you want to proceed?
I can proceed with
All right,
the
go ahead.
presentation. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is being heard as it relates to a notice of violation for code enforcement related to front yard paving. Now, unlike some of the front yard paving variances we've seen in the past related to stormwater management, this is just the way the site was designed and the large parking lot in the gentleman's front yard. We've had this application for over a year. This applicant has never had a neighborhood meeting, so even if we wanted to recommend approval, we could not do that today, but we can recommend denial. They have been unresponsive. Staff recommends denial of this case. If denied, we would then have to follow through with zoning enforcement to address the violation in the front yard.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Jones?
No question, just ready to make a motion.
Okay, I'm just going to open up for public comment for anybody who might have showed up. Is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak to this case? Please raise your hand or come to the microphone. I am seeing none. We've already heard from Director Hand. If there's not any other questions for him, I will accept that motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to deny BOZA case number 2022-057, based on staff's recommendation, what's in the report, lack of responsiveness and compliance with the process by the applicant.
Thank you. Motion made for denial by Commissioner Jones for the reasons stated by the maker. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Isles. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal for the reasons outlined in the staff report passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. That will conclude the agenda for the Board of Zoning Appeals. I'm sorry, but we will take a 5-minute recess and we will convene the City Planning Commission. We'll get this show back on the road. Thank you all for your patience.
Street, when she said that, I was like, that's on us, we missed that. No, it just got away from us. Sorry, my files. Just rip it over. Okay. And, no, you're gonna take it right now, right? Yep. Right back.
Janet, are you ready?
You want me to answer that question?
Okay, how about this? We're gonna go.
Okay, let me pull up the script here. We'll be ready to.
Just tell me when you're ready.
Miss-
I'll go ahead and make the announcement.
Okay, let's go.
All right. I want to welcome everybody to the October 9th City Planning Commission that was scheduled to have started an hour ago. Thank you for your patience as we get started tonight. My name is Jeff Carson. I'll be serving as chair of tonight's meeting. We'll make a couple of introductions. We'll get things started. Online with us tonight is Karen Jones. She serves as vice chair for the Planning Commission. We have Gunnar Hand, who's the director of planning and urban design. We also have our lead planner, Byron Toy, with us online tonight. Janet Parker serves as executive assistant to the Department of Planning and Urban Design. You'll be hearing from her a lot tonight. We also have Jeff Conway, which will be at my far left. He is the Unified Government Legal Counsel. And we have the following Board of Commissioners present tonight. Commissioner Dwayne Beth to my left, Commissioner Rose Isles to my right. Online, we have Commissioner James Ernst, Vice Chair Karen Jones, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner Mark Moeller, and Commissioner Joseph Strauss. So with that, I will now turn the meeting over to Janet Parker, who will read the opening statement and tell you how we're going to run tonight's meeting.
We would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. The members are participating remotely by Zoom or in person in the commission chamber. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom, please make sure you have an appropriate background. Planning Commission members attending by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in person in the commission chamber, when Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name before speaking. For those members of the public in attendance via Zoom or telephone, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when I begin to call the application, and the chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, October 26, 2023. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final, and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of those persons in support and in opposition that do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wykckk.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. If you are in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and the item you want to remove from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision on Thursday, October 26, 2023 at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the September 11, 2023 Planning Commission minutes. Special Use Permit SP 2023-070, Sarah Catherine Bellardi. Renewal of a special use permit SP 2022-068, which expired on October 6, 2023, to operate a short-term rental at 3008 South 9th Street. Special use permit SP 2023-073, Oscar Flores. Renewal of a special use permit SP 2021-066, which expires December 9, 2023, to operate a dog kennel at 4001 North 74th Street. Plan review application PR 2023-023, Aaron Morris. Final plan review to construct a 17-unit apartment building at 4403 Rainbow Boulevard. And plan review application PR 2023-026, Marcela Zamora. Final plan review to approve revisions to the previously approved Pardo's automotive plan at 4639 Parallel Parkway. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publications in the Echo for the special use permits, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Janet. Does anyone on the commission, would they like to have anything removed from the consent agenda for special consideration? Gunnar, did you have something you were going to remove? You're not? All right. All right, seeing none. Anyone in the audience, would you like to have anything removed from the consent agenda? Please raise your hand if you're online or come to the mic if you're not, if you're in the chambers. Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented. That's you, commissioners.
My hand's up.
Up, where? There we go. Sorry, didn't see it.
That's okay. Motion
There
to
you go.
approve the,
Commissioner Jones, thank you.
you're welcome. Motion to approve the consent agenda as read and noted in our agenda.
Thank you. Motion for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you both. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the items on the consent agenda, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Only the special use permits will be going to the Board of Commissioners.
That is correct.
All right. Special use permits will go to the Board of Commissioners on October 26th at 7 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, that completes the consent agenda. We will now move on to the non-consent agenda. We have 3 items that we're going to hear together. These items were held over from last month's meeting for the staff and the applicant to address the conditions of approval that were discussed at the meeting. Master Plan Amendment MPL 2023-007. Whittier School Lofts LP. Master Plan Amendment from Low Density Residential to High Density Residential Citywide Comprehensive Plan to convert a school into apartments at 290 South 10th Street. Change of zone application COZ 2023-012. Change of zone from CPO Plan Non-Retail Business District to RP5 Planned Apartment District to convert a school into apartments at the same address, and plat application, plat 2023-017, preliminary plat of Whittier Heights to split the parcel into 2 lots at 290 South 10th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo for the change of zone and master plan applications, the notices to property owners, and the testimony at the Board of Zoning Appeals hearing and City Planning Commission hearing last month. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and then bring us up to date on what's happened in the last 30 days. We've heard the case, so we know where we're at, kind of where we locked heads, and what did we get resolved.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
I'm Christine Brewood, 7520 Washington Street, Kansas City, Missouri. Yes, so you are familiar with the project, and I will just briefly reiterate the proposed use of apartments is a good fit for the neighborhood, offering housing for individuals, young professionals, young families. The residents will join a community of neighboring residents and the community of the neighboring school. The building has come into disrepair over the years, and as a building on the National Historic Register, it will be restored to its former beauty, which is exciting for Wyandotte County and the Kansas City, Kansas area. Since last month's City Planning Commission meeting, we have met with city staff, and it was decided the front yard will be on Gilmore Avenue. The 1 foot or lower existing retaining wall that is west of the building will remain in place until a development plan is created for the west lot, Lot 1. The stairs at Gilmore will be restored. A gate will be at the top of the stairs and a pathway will lead to the east entrances. We would like to make requests pertaining to 4 of the conditions of the staff recommendation. We would like item number 5 pertaining to the stepping of retaining walls be removed. And we mentioned this last time because of they are historic and will not be altered to a stepped configuration. Item number 13 pertains to bike racks, and we request bike racks not be provided. The residents who own bikes will store them in their apartments. For item number 15, that pertains to downspouts. I think we also spoke about that last time. We proposed this condition be amended to have downspouts be in historical locations and be a finish approved by the State Historic Preservation Office. So the intent is for them to be a pre-finished copper metal. And then item number 18 pertains to street trees. And we suggest no street trees be planted at the existing, there's a very low hanging communication line that runs above the 10th Street sidewalk. Figure 8 and figure 9 that are in the city report show the utility line, so you can get a visual of that. The concern is that the trees would create a hazard in that particular location. So those are the items. We thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, come to the microphone or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This change of zone is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2023-007 and Plat 2023-017. It was held over from last month. If you recall, last month we did hear the BOZA 2023-019, which approved a variance to the parking design standards, but not the side yard setback, as the applicant's representative noted. They changed the direction of it and therefore changed the setback requirements, so that got negated. This is in the central area plan right off 10th Street in Gilmore. We received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation related to the property, which would get addressed through its redevelopment. Staff recommends approval with conditions. The short of it is, I think we met and we figured it all out. I do have some comments on these existing, the conditions noted by the applicant's representative here, but what we are looking for, or to highlight our conditions of approval, is they will have to come back for a final development plan. Again, essentially what's going to happen is, although the property will be split through the historic site of the school and therefore the retaining wall, the agreement is, as noted, the retaining wall will stay. And that was kind of the core of the point that the staff was trying to make anyway. So we're good with that. I will note that we did review this with SHPO, and they noticed that the site plan that they reviewed for their state law review was a different site plan. And since the second parking lot off 10th Street was added, that would trigger a new state law review. However, since the unified government now has an agreement with the State Historic Preservation Office, that state law review will happen in-house. And because it is not a local landmark, but a state and federal landmark, it won't have to go through the Landmarks Commission. We'll just do that in-house. So that's just we can deal with that at building permit. I just wanted to make sure there was a lot of confusion about what was a C of A and not at the last conversation. I think we worked through all those issues as well. As it relates specifically to the conditions, and again, I do apologize. You did note all of these conditions previously, and we had said we would make changes to them, and we didn't make those changes. So to the conditions.
You're in agreement with the condition or the
I'm going to go through them real quick, if I may.
Quick being the operative word.
Yep. Condition number 5, I would recommend we keep and carve out an exception for the historic retaining wall. If in the future there are retaining walls, we certainly want to make sure that they meet our standards. We don't know what those are yet because we don't know what the design is in the future. So again, I think we can write that to say exempt historic retaining walls. In regards to number 13, ultimately we defer to the wisdom of the Planning Commission, but staff would recommend we keep the requirement to have bike racks somewhere on the site for public and or visitor and or resident use. Regarding number 15, again, we talked about this last time. We can amend that to keep it, but make sure there is the exception built out for the historic structure and the historic copper downspouts in general. So I think we can rewrite that one accordingly. That will not interfere with the design, but also make sure that we have that covered if some new construction were to come through. And we did want to make sure that those downspouts were adjusted. And then maintain existing trees throughout the site. I'll be honest, I wasn't really tracking what the concern was on that one. If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So along 10th Street, there's immediately above the sidewalk, there was a request there to have street line trees. And there is a very low hanging utility line.
Oh.
So if trees were to be planted immediately below it, I think it would cause issues and a hazard, and given the existing condition.
Again, I think this one is written that we can find a tree species that doesn't interfere with that site. I mean, these are standard conflicts, but I defer to the wisdom of the Planning Commission. I think we can. Staff thinks we should have street trees, but we defer to you all.
All right.
On
Questions
number,
for
that's number 18, right?
Yes.
questions for staff? Commissioner Isles.
I drove by the other day and it looked like there'd been a fire in the building. Can you tell me if that will affect any of what we do here?
That's a question for Gunnar.
Director of Planning and Urban Design. If there was a fire, again, I think that it would just it depends on how badly damaged it was. I was unaware of that.
But that would be
so-
addressed in codes or with building inspections.
Well, I would assume it would just get rolled into part of the redevelopment project and would have to be remediated again to state and federal historic preservation standards. It kind of depends on where that fire was, what the damage was. Like if it was in a room, a school room that they were going to convert into a unit, that would be one thing. If it was the auditorium, that would be a totally different one, right? They'd have to restore that auditorium or restore those historic hallways. Stairways is another one they usually try to maintain in those common areas of these types of buildings.
Other questions for staff? Did that take care of it, Commissioner House? Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when you all ready.
And again, if I may, we're looking to amend number 5 and 15, and to whoever makes the motion, either keep or remove number 18.
And 13. 13 and 18.
Oh, yeah, I will, yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I want to remind you, we're taking the master plan first.
I'm sorry, yes, I will need 3 motions from the master plan, change of zone, and plat. So this would be on the master plan amendment.
For the, yes, for the exceptions. I make a motion to approve Master Plan 2023-007, subject to staff stipulations. And that would include for condition number 5, it'd be amended with exceptions. Condition number 13 on the bike racks be kept. Condition number 15 on the downspouts be amended. And then condition number 18, keeping the trees for aesthetic purposes and good environment neighborhood.
All right. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Deleting condition number 5 and was it amending 5 and amending 15?
Mhm.
Yes, and
Yeah.
then leaving 13 and 18 will be negotiated with staff as far as the type of tree. Okay. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Janet, you clear?
Yes, I'm clear.
All right, thank you. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller, Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan amendment subject to the revised conditions passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain one for the change of zone. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve change of zone case number 2023-012, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller, Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the revised conditions passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And finally, the plat, Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve plat number 2023-017, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Okay, motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Isles. Any discussion? Roll call.
1 second. Jones,
Aye.
Miller, Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat subject to the conditions, the revised conditions passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And only the change of zone will go before the Board of Commissioners? Or
And the master plan amendment.
Master plan amendment and change of zone will both go before the Board of Commissioners on October 26th, 7 p.m. Thank you.
We have 2 applications we'll hear together. Change of zone application COZ 2023-015, Ryan Terry. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agriculture District for agricultural farming at 3850 North 55th Street and special use permit application SP 2023-024, Brian Terry, special use permit for grading of the property for hay fields at 3850 North 55th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and give us your full name and your address, please.
Brian Terry, 3850 North 55th Street.
And tell us what you'd like to do.
Just wanting to get my farm back to farm ground. It was rezoned some time ago to what I guess R1. Still like to go back to farming. I need to regrade the site. It's overgrown. It's not used for my hay fields. I'm wanting to grade the ground back down and basically go back to farming.
Okay. Sounds simple enough. We'll see if we can complicate it for you. You've seen what we do here, right?
It's been well done.
Yeah, you've seen what we do. So in a couple of hours, we'll let you know. Okay.
This year.
Any questions for this applicant by the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Not seeing anyone, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with Special Use Permit 2023-024. So what we have is a change of zone from R1 to AG for the hayfields and then the SUP for the grading to bring the site back to agricultural use. Again, lots of grading, grubbing, and other stuff needs to occur from the overgrowth accordingly as related to the applicant's comments. This is in the citywide comp plan, North Leavenworth area. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some notices of violation. This came to us from the grading activity without a special use permit, again, which is being addressed through this request tonight. Staff recommends approval of the change of zone and approval for 2 years with conditions for the special use permit, including a hauling permit from Public Works for the grading, if needed, restriction of hours of operation and other erosion controls related to the grading, as well as an improved driveway apron. And as North 55th is all asphalt, no concrete curb, we just need asphalt back to the property line for the driveway apron. It's currently gravel right now. Okay. But the driveway, if and when rezoned agriculture, the driveway behind that can be gravel.
All right. Thank you. And you're aware of those restrictions, sir?
I wasn't aware of the asphalt driveway going all the way up from the street.
To the property line, correct, Gunnar?
Right. That's that's almost an 80-foot easement up to the property line.
There is, let me show you a picture. So we're looking at this right here. Your property line basically starts right here. This is all currently public right away.
Okay.
So this driveway apron,
Okay.
not anything really past that. And then you can see it in a, that's not very good here, but if I were to, here, let me try this. So if you zoom in on your property, basically here's your driveway into your, into the farm. I only need the section up to that property line to the actual road.
Okay.
As asphalt. Basically, we don't want the gravel to track into the road.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay, any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. And then we'll need two, one for the change of zone first and then the special use permit, Janet? Yep.
That's correct,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve,
Change of zone.
change of zone. I lost my place. I'm looking at something else. Change of zone 2023-015, subject to staff stipulations and comments, including the stated condition on the asphalt driveway.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Commissioner Strauss got the second.
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the conditions and the staff report passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And now I need one for the special use permit. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the related special use permit, case 2023-024, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval made on the special use permit made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Strauss. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the special use permit subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This is going to be heard once again, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners on October 26th. Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications we're going to hear together. Change of zone application COZ 2023-017, Victor Frank Martini II. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agriculture District to keep farm animals at 6019 Wooded Avenue and 6029 Oak Grove Road. And the corresponding plat application, plat 2023-027, preliminary plat to combine 2 residential lots into 1 lot. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners, and the testimony at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. Once again, need your name and address, and we got you a barn. Now you're going to fill it with animals, right?
Yes, we are. Hello
right.
again, Victor and Katie Martini, 6029 Oak Grove Road.
Okay. And what are all you wanting to do?
Just intent with, we've purchased a property several years ago with wanting to put livestock on it. Just a very few livestock. It's just a hobby farm. Nothing fair. Just, I've done it all my life. Just always had cattle. It's kind of my way to relax. And that's just our intent of what we're gonna do with this property.
Okay. Got a different way of relaxing than I do, that's for sure. Okay. Anyone want to, what type, how many cattle are you going to keep, do you think?
What I do is I've got property in other counties. So what I do is I keep my replacement heifers. I always keep around 10 on 50 acres. That doesn't really affect the property anyway. So I just hold back a few heifers to keep for rebreeding and just future purposes.
Okay. So it's just going to be cattle.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition, come to the microphone or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. And this case is being heard in conjunction with Plat 2023-027, which will combine 2 lots and vacate a platted public right of way between the 2 parcels. This was also associated with BOZA 2023-028, which was approved earlier this evening by the Board of Zoning Appeals. Again, we have an R1 to AG on 2 different parcels. This whole case was prompted by an unpermitted barn, which again was discussed previously. This is in the citywide comp plan area in the Turner Morris neighborhood. We received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. Again, there's a NOV as it relates to the barn, which has been addressed through the BOZA and is potentially going to be addressed through this land entitlement as well. Staff recommends approval with conditions, including receiving a retroactive building permit for that barn. To note that there is a blue line stream to this property, so there's some stream buffering that we've asked them to do as conditions of approval, and obviously there's the Conservation District comments.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? If not, I'll stand for a motion when ready. First one will be on change of zone. Mr. Strauss,
I move that we approve the COZ 2023-017 according to staff stipulations.
thank you. Motion made for approval of change of zone request made by Commissioner Strauss. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And now I'll entertain one for the plat. Commissioner Strauss,
I move that we approve plat 2023-027 according to staff stipulations.
thank you. Motion made to approve the plat by Commissioner Strauss. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat, subject to the conditions and the staff report, passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. Your change of zone will go before the Board of Commissioners on October 26th at 7 p.m. So you want to be there for that one as well. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 applications we're going to hear together. Master Plan Amendment MPL 2023-010, Jackson Taylor. Master Plan Amendment from Low Density Residential Citywide Comprehensive Plan to High Density Residential Citywide Comprehensive Plan to construct an apartment complex at 745 North 78th Street. And change of zone application COZ 2023-020. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP5 Planned Apartment District to construct an apartment complex. And plat application plat 2023-022. Preliminary plat to combine 3 lots into 1 lot. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, is this yours? Great, thank you. Name and address, please.
Kirk Peterson, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri. Here on behalf of the applicant, which is TWG Development, is the developer. Quick note on TWG, just so you have context for who your developer is. This is a group that's based in Indianapolis, founded approximately 15 years ago. They specialize in all types of housing developments across the country. They've completed to date just about $2 billion worth of developments. They're known for very high quality projects. And we're thrilled that they've made it to Wyandotte County to make their almost $30 million investment here as we get through the land use approvals. First, Mr. Hand, if you would mind, there you go. Thank you. Starting always with the site. The site, as you can see on the screen, is outlined in yellow. It's approximately 25 acres. It's bounded on the west side as it touches 78th Street. Then Taromie there to the south. The church there just to the southwest, right there on 78th. We have a cursor, thanks, Gunnar, right there. A senior living, that's just to the north. As you can see there, yep. And then residential just to the northwest over on 78th that we'll talk about, right? Yep, and down, yep, on our side of the street. Then to the south, there's some residential, and finally to the east, just to walk you around this 25-acre site that we're working with. The access to this site will be in two places. As you can see, it touches 78th Street to the west there. That'll be a right in, right out. And then full access down at Taromie, the south side. So the project itself, as we look at the site plan, will be a multifamily project. There's 5 buildings you can count there as you kind of walk around the site. There's also a clubhouse as well, in addition to the 5 residential buildings. The clubhouse there is what you see on the entrance there at 78th. These are 3-story buildings with pitched roofs. There's a total across those 5 buildings of 152 units. There's a number of amenities. I'll highlight a few to give you a sense. There's the clubhouse that I already called out. There's 2 playground areas, one by the clubhouse, and then one over by a building further to the east that you can see there. There are community gardens by the clubhouse. There are bike racks. There's a walking path around the detention pond that you see in the northeast corner of the project, and more, but that gives you at least a sense of the amenities. The architecture is solid. It's masonry brick and then also fiber cement siding. Now, quick aside on the target demographics for this multifamily community, so that you can see how we think, at least how perfectly situated this project is on this acreage at this location. So this is a low income housing tax credit project. The reason I say that, that's not overly relevant to what we're doing here, but I do say it because there are a lot of conjured up, oftentimes inaccurate thoughts about that. Maybe not no one on this commission, but I'll just make a note. What that means is the developer does receive federal tax credits to help defray the cost of what is a very expensive, market rate sort of style project, in exchange for capping out rents at certain levels to make the rentals more affordable for certain demographics. They say more attainable for who? Who's our target? Are these people that don't have jobs? Absolutely underscore 5 exclamation points. No, you couldn't pay the rents here if you didn't have a job and really have a good job. We're still talking about rents in the approximately, and I could break this down, but it's not really the purview of this body, but $800 to $1,600 range per month, which, believe it or not, nowadays is considered attainable. So this quality project will target the following. Again, you heard they have a lot of experience with this. They're targeting police officers. They're targeting teachers. They're targeting UG employees, to be honest with you, nurses, et cetera. And I said that this site is especially well situated for this very project because, among other reasons, 11 of the UG's top 25 employers are within 15 minutes of the site, some just down the street. We're talking about Providence, the junior college, Village West, Amazon, Urban Outfitters. I could go deeper into that list, but it's compelling. A lot of people, a lot of jobs, and we need a lot of professionals like this. Cities across the metro are begging for this kind of project, both on the Kansas side and the Missouri side. We need more attainable housing. Tonight, we have one before us from a highly, highly respected developer on a perfectly situated site with staff's recommendation for approval. But, Chairman, I couldn't come before you without at least talking about, in this case, 2 stipulations.
Only 2.
And I say it with a smile, but also I turn very serious. These of the 35 stipulations, that is conditions of approval that staff has offered, there are only two that the developer would like to talk about. And with that, we'll dive right into the first of 2. The first is condition number 2, or stipulation number 2. We would ask that you grant a deviation to this particular stipulation. Here's the topic. It's whether you have a retaining wall that's straight up and down or whether it's stepped or terraced. And you can see on the screen, this is the language that's actually in the staff report. I'll actually get cut off because of the Zoom window, but I'll paraphrase and just say for a wall that is that's over 6 feet tall in height, you have to step 4 feet every 8 feet, I think is what it says. So what we're asking you to do is provide a deviation for our 2 walls so that we can not terrace it. And here's the support for that. So there's 2 locations. We can go to the next screen. The first location is, please take your eyes down to the south where the pink dots are. That is indicating where one of our 2 walls will be. And this particular wall will be, as we call it, internal to the site. So only our residents will see it. Saying it one other way to make it abundantly clear, that's the church there to the south. If you don't mind, Gunnar, just make sure I really appreciate it right there. That's also one of our sellers of land. They're selling the back half of their land to us. They know all about our plan and are supportive. But if I was standing in the parking lot of the church and looking towards that closest residential building, I would not see a wall. The wall is internalized. That is, as you go downhill, right, you come to the edge. We have all sorts of landscaping we're putting where the pink dots are. You would then see a decorative railing. And then if you went over and you looked over the side, you would see there's a wall downhill from you. So in other words, we call that internalized. The folks at the church wouldn't be able to see it. The second is kind of in the northwest there, the other pink line. So this particular wall is, I'm gonna start differently so we can really visualize it. There'll be, and I'm gonna point out the house too, Gunnar, thank you for helping again. There's an outlot building, that's the southern building. If you go north of that, you come to the residence a little farther up to the north and to the right there, that's the actual residence for that property. So you get a sense for how it fits in with our site. So we've carefully designed this wall in our screening because we're near somebody, you know, that has a residence there. And here's how we've done it. So from the west going east, from that property to ours, we'll start with a 6-foot tall privacy fence with masonry columns every 32 feet. You'll recognize with residential properties, it's very expensive and nice to do the masonry columns every 32 feet. We said, we get it. We're facing a residence, we're gonna do that. And not only that, we're doing it where you see the pink lines there. And we're also, when you turn the corner and go west out to 78, so go down south to, yep, I'm sorry, Gunnar. So as you're framing out that person's property, they have a southern property line that also will have this same high-end private wood privacy fence with pilasters made of brick. So very, very nice. Okay, we're working our way west to east with your eyes, right? We'll then have an 8-foot space for landscaping. This will be a mix. Right now we have on our landscaping packet, landscaping plan in your packet. We will have both deciduous and evergreen trees. I'm literally looking you all in the eyes right now and saying, if you see that tonight, you want to ask questions about it, you want to try to fit more evergreen in there, you want to do all evergreen, not deciduous, we'll work with staff. We're serious about doing whatever it takes to make that a nice, lush landscaping behind that fence as you go towards our property. Then next will be the retaining wall, which will run again along north-south where you see the pink line. It will be started a 1/2 foot on each end, north and south. It will work up to the very highest at 19 feet, and again, back down to 1/2 foot. The wall, the final decorative piece we worked on is the wall will not just be, you know, poured concrete. We'll have some sort of decorative stone finish on it. Have you seen many types of these with projects that come through? We have not designed it. We'll work with staff and it'll look very nice. So for the one neighboring home at issue here, that again, that we've looked at on the screen, the recap, and this is that important to us, which is why I'm doing it quickly, as you visualize really sitting and, you know, walking out the backyard there and looking back to the east, you'll have large native trees that are there today on the neighboring property. You can see all the canopy there. You'll have the 6-foot privacy fence with masonry columns. You'll have significant landscaping with trees, as much evergreen or whatever as we need. And you'll have a wall with a decorative stone-like finish. So why are we asking you for approval of this deviation to allow these 2 walls without stair step? That's probably in your mind, at the front of your mind. It's a site layout and engineering issue, big time. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste your time and I wouldn't waste our time to walk through all this. We tried and ran into serious dimension issues with the site, as the UG engineers can attest. On the north wall, the last one we just talked about, moving that wall, for example, just to get you a sense without taking 10 minutes on this, moving the wall would move that first building to the east of that wall, right? Would have to move that to the east, which then moves the next building to the east, farther to the east. And we're right at the point where that detention pond, which exists today, you know, that's Herculean to try to move an existing pond. We run into that pond. You can't do that with that building. So I am, because the chairman likes it when I do this, I can go into more detail on these, but we've worked with UG engineering staff and I'm willing to answer as many questions you have on that. But suffice it to say, it is not a small issue. And we're not asking this in a vacuum, because many people ask you, I know they start to watch the commissioners on this planning commission and tendencies. This is not just an ask, hey, there's this rule. This is an ask with lots of articulation and ideas and buffering and screening and trying to get to the heart of why the rule is there. That's why I spent this much time on that issue, to explain that. We know it's a rule. We hope you'll see, hopefully agree that it's compelling here as to why we need to handle it a different way. So in short, we'd ask for your help, your support, that is, as we go to the full commission with a deviation. The second is not as long. It's number 17. We would ask that this be deleted. Here's the issue. It states that an open space easement will be established for the rest of the site that we're not developing. Remember, this is a very large site, 25 acres. And if Gunnar goes to the next slide, you'll see the white that you see there is what we're developing. The green is the rest of this 25-acre site. And so the stipulation would suggest that there would be an easement put on the green so it can never be developed. And here's what we'd ask. We'd ask that you delete the deviation, but here's why. Delete the stipulation, I should say, and here's why. The current project, telling you what you know, because many of you at least have been here a long time, the current project can only go and disturb once it's approved what you see in white there. It can't go do things to the green because that's not part of the plans that are being approved. So if the developer desires to come back and do an additional phase, let's say, or someone else in the future, another developer, right, wants to come do something, they have to come back through the entire process. That is the entire process to get that approved. And somebody would be standing here like I'm doing right now, and you'd be considering it, go to the full commission, staff would give their opinion and all of that. So we don't have plans for another phase today. Could we do another phase? Could another developer? Maybe. What might they propose? Not sure, but it's 14 acres of good ground in the unified government. So we would ask this in very, very short on this. This is why we'd ask that you delete it. Please leave the decision about developing that other 14 acres to a specific project proposal that will follow all the UG procedures like tonight, and don't make that decision in a vacuum that never should be developed. That is a large piece of land that possibly, maybe someday, something you all would decide to recommend to the UG Commission for a given project. So thank you. We respectfully request tonight that you support this project along with the 2 deviation requests. Appreciate it, Chairman.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant on this project? Okay, not seeing any, so we will go to the audience now. Anyone want to speak to this case for or against, please come forward. If you're in the chambers, if not, raise your hand if you're online. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody here in the chamber, so we'll go to Arlene online. Arlene, please unmute yourself, give us your name and address.
Arlene Harris, 728 North 75th Terrace.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, we have met with this developer probably once or twice, and my concern is I received various notice about 200 feet from my property. The property that he's stating in the green that would be on the east side, I believe, that they're not going to do anything to, and it's unified government. First of all, that belongs to homeowners associations of Timber Crest. So I don't understand why you're identifying it to unified government. Another thing is, far as that entryway on Tarami, the 78th Street, I understand that it only goes one way. If I understand correctly, they informed us they were only going to build 3, and maybe within the next 2 years, build the other 2. So I want to know, what is the building process? And is it a stage over 2 years, that the 5 of them were going to be done?
Okay, I'm sorry, Arlene, what's your last name, please, for the record?
Harris. Arlene Harris.
Okay, and then so you have a
720.
question about Tarami entrance, how many buildings are going to be built and over what time period, right?
Correct.
And
And
then you want
green
clarification
part.
on the ownership, and I'm sorry, you want clarification of the ownership of the other parcel that they're not going to disturb that backs up to Timbercrest, correct?
Correct.
All right, we'll get you some answers. Thank you. Now I've got Kate Stewart. Kate Stewart, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, Gary and Kate Stewart, 7522 Orient Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have a couple of issues. I'll start. We're very concerned about the egress onto Tarami Avenue. When we talked with engineers representing the developer, they acknowledged that it was likely that 55% of the residents would use Tarami Avenue to enter and exit the property, since exit on 78th Street could only go north. And presumably a significant amount of people would want to go south to reach I-70. We have lived in this area for a number of years, And we recognize that Toroni is not equipped to handle a significant amount of additional traffic. There's a bend in the road there. I think it would be extremely dangerous to put that amount of traffic onto Toroni Avenue. In addition, we have concerns about the requested deviation for the easement. That easement, that green area that they're talking about, is the buffer between this very large development and a very stable, long established single-family residential area. And I can tell you that, if they develop on that property, they could potentially be putting apartment buildings within 100 yards of our home. And that would substantially change the character of a neighborhood that has been here since the 1980s.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Stewart?
Well, I'm Gary Stewart.
Go ahead.
7522 Orion Avenue. In support, additional support of why we oppose this project, looking just at the factors that can be considered, which was the form used by the staff, planning staff. It's talking about, like on item number 2, the zoning and uses of properties and proposed uses of expected compatibility with them. And specifically in that paragraph, it's showing that the proposed use is not necessarily compatible with the surrounding properties to the south, east, and west, as these areas are established single-family residences. The second access that is one of our primary concerns about the project. The second access, which is the driveway that would be exiting through single-family parcels, exiting onto the local street, which is Toroni Avenue. That's a high-density development, and according to most planning ideas, that should be an exit and driveway that would be an intersection, that would be along an intersection or along a transit corridor. Certainly, Toroni is not one of those. It's a quiet, very, it's just a street that is not a main thoroughfare, such as the Armstrong Avenue, which bringing attention to, again, the staff comments. One of the questions that apparently the staff had is that the reasoning that the second access drive what is the reasoning that cannot be accessed off Armstrong Avenue, which is a street that functions as a collector rather than a local street such as Elizabeth or Toroni Avenue. These are all single-family residences along those other areas. And I'm looking additionally to the fact that part of the answer to the staff's question to that is, the answer is basically comes down to the fact that it would cost the developer more money. Our issue about that is that our response is on a daily long-term cost. Our cost would be for the existing nearby property owners would be in the form of our quality of life would be diminished, our marketability would be diminished, the property values would be diminished, and the stability of the entire single-family area adjacent to this project would be affected. That's on a long-term basis, whereas the property owner is saying they can't develop the area north up on Armstrong because of cost. Well, that's a one-time factor for the developer, whereas we would be experiencing this for a generational term period. So that's our opposition for this project. I don't have anything else to add at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. I'm sorry, I've got your name down here. I've got it called up on the screen. Mr. Stewart, thank you both. Anyone else want to speak in favor or in opposition? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. Mr. Peterson, do you want to come back up, please? Can we address a couple of the neighbors' comments regarding the property that backs up to the Timbercrest development? Is that owned by your client, or is that owned by the Timbercrest HOA?
So.
Can we get the
Two-
plat
yeah,
pulled
I
back?
was just gonna say it's both. Can we point to parcels? It'll be easier, I think.
There you go, that's fine.
So if you go, you can see the UG icon. That would be the farthest east, the property we're purchasing will be, and then go to the next rectangle over to the east. Sorry, keep going east. Right there,
Mhm.
that's owned by the person that owns the home down on Taromie right there where the hand is. Okay, so
Okay.
that's not us and has nothing to do with the project.
So there's a buffer strip through there?
That's right. And then
Okay.
go to the east, the big piece right over right there. That's the piece I believe the woman that was speaking is referring to. I know when I clicked on it, it says UG, but I'm not in charge of.
Okay, but that's,
dot maps.
that looks like that's part of the Timbercrest area, correct, Gunnar?
Correct. It currently says it's a part of the land bank.
Okay, so it could be.
Correct.
All right, that's fine. All right. And then how many buildings are you going to build? Because there's some question, I guess at the meeting, are you going to build everything at once, or is this a phased in project?
I think it was a miscommunication, which I apologize how that happened. but
Can
there
you go
was-
ahead and clarify what the,
Absolutely. So there's 5 buildings plus the clubhouse that will be built in one continuous construction project that takes 18 months. I imagine what somebody heard, as many of you know, with multifamily, you move from building to building, and one building does finish before another and might even be occupied if we get a permit. That might have been the idea of delivery and phasing, but it's one construction project anticipated at 18 months.
okay, and can you go back to the discussion regarding Taromie Avenue? So you're going to have access off of 78th will be, which was a right turn only.
Right in, right out, exactly.
When you say right in, right out, what direction is that going? Is
So
that
there's a
going?
median, so I don't know if we want to zoom in, but there's a median. In other words, so if I was coming out of the site, I must take a right. And if I'm coming into the site, I must be coming from the south. to
Okay,
Take a right
so
in.
you're going to be heading towards State Avenue when you pull out, and you're going to be coming towards State Avenue when you pull in.
Correct.
All right, so that's the only way to get in and out. There's no
On
way to go
78th.
south off of 78.
Right. So Taromie, if we want to move to that next, you can see we've gone through and we've taken the road we're trying to minimize any interaction with adjacent properties. That's not the landscape plan, but you can imagine we have strong landscaping associated with that and screening. And then when you get there, there's not a median. So you could take, it's full access. You could go any direction. One thing again, because I try to be short and only bring things up when they're relevant, I did not bring up that there was a full traffic study completed that was then reviewed by the unified government. There's no issues that I know of at all. Certainly no improvements, no issues flagged by the professionals. So I wanted to put that in the record.
Do you know where the number 55% of the traffic exiting the structure will come out on Taromie Avenue?
I didn't memorize the exact distribution, but I wouldn't dispute that sounds right because again, that's the full access. So, but also remember, sorry,
Taromie is a full access.
that's the full access. So that's right. So that wouldn't surprise me. I just don't have it right in front of me if that was
Okay,
the
no,
distribution.
that's fine.
But the key is that we're talking very low volumes and I'd ask the professional staff to speak to that with 152 units spread out over time when people come and go. As far as projects in the world, it's very low intensity.
Connor, can you go back to the plat and can you call up where the properties are over on Orient Drive? So Orient Drive comes back and buffers up to the strip that's owned by the property owner in between, correct? Correct. All right, and so the access road is just, it's going to be down there, so it's 2 strips away? Is that right, or is it just 1? That's where the access out is going to be, right there at the curve? So the development will not directly back up to the Orient Drive properties. There is a buffer.
Correct, that's for sure.
So it will come out on that property. All right. So they'll have access to go down to Taromie or take that, what is the curve road down to the other side of the Quick Trip? Because Wendy's is straight down, correct?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Taromie turns into Elizabeth at a signalized intersection on 78th. Taromie sort of dog legs off of that turn and hits 78th Street, and it is also a right turn in
Because there's a light there.
No,
There's
at
not?
this location at Tarome, there's a median.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, I think that's, unless anybody else has any follow-up questions based on public testimony to the developer, I'm going to go ahead and go to Director Hand. Commissioner Isles?
I noticed in the original neighborhood meeting notes, it said you were going to have another neighborhood meeting on August 9th. Did that happen? And if so, are there minutes from that meeting?
So there was, I didn't attend that meeting, but I know there was a second meeting. I looked for nods. That is the right date. I'm getting nod from the team. So yes, ma'am. Were there minutes? I didn't see those in the packet, but I'm getting nods that there were minutes so we can make sure. I don't know, Mr. Hannah. I didn't see it in the staff packet. I'm like you, but I know we had the meeting and I'm getting nods. There were minutes.
Any follow-up? All right.
Do you know what the overall gist of the second meeting was? Was it pretty much the same?
Yes,
like-
it was good that we had it to communicate. We talked about what we were doing, but I don't think there was.
Is there, in the first
substantially
meeting
new
minutes,
issues.
there was a lot of opposition.
Yeah, it was mainly just being that much clearer as time had passed and we're refining our plan, what we're doing. But I think people that liked the project probably still liked it, and people that were struggling with it probably still struggled, to be totally honest with you.
Any other questions for the applicant before I ask them to take a seat? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This change of zone is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2023-010 and Plat 2023-022. Again, this is a 152 unit apartment complex. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Midtown neighborhood, right off 78th Street. Before this evening, we had received no letters in support. We did note opposition at the neighborhood meeting. There were no notices of violation on these properties. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, including a final development plan, a final plat, an emphasis on pedestrian connectivity, and the multifamily design guidelines. I will reiterate, as it was raised and also addressed by the applicant's representative, that there was a traffic study completed for this project. It was reviewed by the county traffic engineer, and no public improvements were required.
Can you comment on the stipulations that they're asking to be removed?
Yes, I'm sorry. Regarding number 2, again, because those are internalized, this is not unprecedented. You have granted this deviation in the past. I defer to the wisdom of the Planning Commission. And in regards to number 17, we typically try to take all the undeveloped part of a parcel and preserve it for open space. In this case, and in most of those other cases, we do that to act as a buffer. So if you wanted to eliminate this condition, we would request that we redefine it in some way, shape, or form that were to preserve buffering. I think we only included this piece, and this back half piece of the driveway extension. I think we would ask that some level, especially best as well as based on testimony this evening, that we retain some buffer to the adjacent residential parcels around it. Again, we're not going to get what it sounds like for the retaining wall up against these single family homes on 78th, but we could have it on the north, the west, and the eastern and southern legs. We have a property, just as an example, where we're doing this in the same buffer to provide screening and buffering from adjacent uses. That was 100 feet. So I think staff would recommend that we think through that with the applicant and maybe develop a different type of open space easement that is less, that would not prevent potential future development. But I think our original intent was to maintain it as open space to buffer the multifamily to the adjacent uses. The one thing I would note is Clubhouse on 78th, sort of from a typology standpoint, hits the rhythm of churches and single family homes on 78th. That's why everything's sort of back in the parcel. And then it's the length of the driveway from Tarome, again, kind of sits a little higher in the elevation, but the distance from, we think, will act as a buffer in and of itself as well. And so
Could that not be tree lined or something that?
Well, the landscape plan does have buffering along Tarome and along the west property line as that road kind of gets really close to the abutting single family neighborhood. So we wanted it to be as far away from this weird intersection where Tarome beams off of Elizabeth. And so that's why it was kind of pushed to the farthest point that direction. Again, a potential open space buffer would kind of cover some of that, but we're happy with the landscape plan. Again, the only other consideration is if you're okay with not stepping, the applicant's representative noted some, nice stone press stamp for that retaining wall if you didn't want it just to be sheer concrete. So I would recommend if you can remove the requirement for stepped, but you might want to replace it with something that says that retaining wall will be quote unquote nice.
Okay. But going back to 17, requiring the buffer, I mean, if it's not developed, I mean, if it is developed later, we would go back through this entire process again, right? So I'm not sure I understand, and I know we've done it before, but I guess since it's being called to question, I'm not understanding our reasoning.
So this one's a little different because it is such a large leftover area of undeveloped land. Typically, it's a patch of tree stand here or there. So if buffering is not an issue and you think that we can develop it later, the reason we try to get those agreements in place now is because we don't know who the planning director, staff, code of ordinances, plan commissioner, board of commissioners is going to be whenever this gets developed in the future. So we try to make all those statements now so that it's understood what the issues were if and when a future development comes in and that staff looks at this staff report and sees those issues discussed. Otherwise, they could come in without that knowledge and not save that buffering if it was an issue today.
Okay. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Jones.
So Gunnar, on the difference between the buffering and the open space, I just hear, the buffering is there proactively, but in a more minimal way than leaving the open space easement requirement. Is that right?
There is a screening requirement between multifamily and single family zoning districts. And so that is met and that would be met at these different locations. But again, I think the size and scope of the project parcel and the fact that so much of it was left as undeveloped. Again, we just assume, well, if you're not going to develop it, then we can save that for open space in perpetuity, continues to buffer this use, kind of embedded in a more, it's not suburban, it's really kind of leftover rural area in between two more suburban areas that have developed on either side of it. But I think that we would still potentially, we would recommend that you look at a different type of open space easement along that property line. Again, to address the screening and buffering requirements and maybe go a little above and beyond those requirements.
So we can call it an amendment of the open space easement as opposed to deleting it and saying buffering?
Again, that one is, I mean, the truth is I don't know if we should be getting into the nuances of what that condition of approval should say, because I believe it requires a conversation with the applicant. I could throw out a number like 100 feet around the entire perimeter of the property, but I don't know if a blanket statement like that on such a large property would encounter some issues down the line. So I'm not necessarily comfortable with making an edit to it. I think you could direct us to have a conversation and amend it before the Board of Commissioner hearing if you wanted us to do it that way, as opposed to simply eliminating it. And again, I think number two, if you're comfortable with them simply saying that it'll be a nice retaining wall, that's one thing. But if you want to hold them to it, you got to have that condition of approval in there.
But he even said they could make it look like a stone application to it or something like that.
Right, and so I would recommend that you
Add
put that
that
in
in.
as a condition, otherwise that's not a code requirement, and it could come to, you know how these things are, get passed from the developer to the
Right.
builder to his subs, and the subs aren't the ones who are responsible for those final inspections.
Gotcha.
But on
Thank you.
17, we could leave it to where you could work something out between now and the Board of Commissioners to get
If you felt that was important, yes.
feeling like it is. Other questions for Director Hand? And for those of you that have cell phones, would you please, for some reason, tonight has been a night of, I've heard every ringtone imaginable. I'd like to not hear another one. So could you please silent your phones? I don't know why tonight's, we never have this problem. So thank you. I'd appreciate that. Any other questions for Director Hand? I will look for a motion when ready. I will need three. First one will be on the master plan amendment. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve master plan amendment case number 2023-010, subject to staff stipulations and comments. And then with regard to condition number 2, will allow for an amendment that the petitioner needs to work out with staff. And then on number 17, with regard to the open space easement, again, will allow for an amendment as opposed to a deletion of that condition.
Does that work for you, Mr. Hand?
I can make that work.
All right. Janet, you got it?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
It is, if I could acknowledge how much we love Mrs. Jones being here to make those kind of motions.
Thank you. I think you guys all sit around and wait for her to make them because there's a long pause sometimes.
Absolutely.
Don't think I'm not noticing. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded for approval of the master plan by Commissioner Jones and seconded by Commissioner Ernst with the amendment language inserted. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye, and you missed my hand on one of those, Chairman, so I was ready.
Oh,
Aye.
sorry about that.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan amendment subject to the revised conditions passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
And now the change of zone. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve change of zone case number 2023-020, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval of the change of zone made by Commissioner Jones and seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the revised conditions passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And now the plat. Commissioner Jones.
Moving right along, motion to approve plat number 2023-022, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve the plat made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat subject to the revised conditions passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
And it's just the change of zone on this one.
And the master plan amendment.
Master plan and change of zone will go before the Board of Commissioners on October 26th. In the meantime, you guys work it out. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications we'll hear together. Master plan amendment MPL 2023-013, Landon Figler with Atlas Land Consultants Master Plan Amendment from Low Density Residential Citywide Comprehensive Plan to Medium Density Residential Citywide Comprehensive Plan at 3009 North 57th Street and change of zone application COZ 2023-025. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to R2 Two Family District to bring an existing duplex into compliance at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No,
No.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Flieger, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Would you go ahead and give us your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Landon Fligger. I work with Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Baser, Kansas, 66007. We're looking to change the zoning from an R1, which is single family, to an R2 from an existing duplex that is currently on the site. The address is 3009 North 57th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. And then the MPL 2023-013 is changing from a low density to a medium density.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant on this project? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, come to the mic or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Han and get his comment on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This change of zone is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2023-013. Again, this is a legal non-conforming duplex on a street with multiple duplexes in the citywide comprehensive plan, Leavenworth Road area. Staff received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation associated with the property. All have since been rectified. A couple of police reports on this block as well. Staff does recommend approval with conditions. And if I could show the picture here, yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. So 57th Street, we think is one of those streets that was probably a gravel road that one day got paved over with a little bit of asphalt. The right-of-way extends all the way up essentially to this walkway up to the front door. So this gravel here, if you will, is the public right-of-way. It is where you're supposed to be parking perpendicular, like on the curb, right? Parallel to the curb. These perpendicular parking spaces, one, are unimproved and not a violation as per code, but two, are also unnecessary. There is a driveway to the rear, two parking spaces underneath this, two garage spaces underneath this unit, as well as quite a bit of parking area over there. So we're asking them to restore this as open space. They can park on this gravel, which is technically the right of way, or in the driveway. So they have plenty of parking in the driveway for their code, and if they have excess parking, they can park in front of their street, very similar to how this car is doing it right over here. You can see that there is a utility cabinet with multiple meters. We did a little bit of investigation, sleuthing, couldn't find any building reports, or excuse me, building permits associated with this, but we were unable to confirm if there are more than 2 units. And so what we did is we also added a condition of approval that says if you were to add a 3rd unit, that would trigger another change of zone. So this change of zone and the underlying master plan amendment, and again, I'll go to the street here, but these are all duplexes up here. I believe this is also a duplex and this is a duplex. So there's a single family home in this block. It's mostly duplexes. It's just sort of, it's been there for a long time, and this is bringing it into conformance, so we don't have too many issues with it. But that R2 zone and that R2 zone is only for duplexes. A 3rd unit would be okay with the land use underneath, but would trigger a change of zone, and so we just put that in there to cover our bases.
And so do you receive notifications from utility company or something if they try to add another meter or something like that? Are we working on the honor system?
We're working on the honor system.
We know how that works. All right, we're always cleaning up the
Technically,
honor
they're
system.
supposed to get a building permit to make that type of conversion. It looks like they did that in someone, not necessarily this particular applicant, but somewhere down the line, probably did it without a building permit. They're supposed to do it. So yes, we expect people to follow the law.
Okay. If they did, we wouldn't need police officers, would we? Okay. All right, so questions. No offense to my bodyguard. I need you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. I'm sorry, we need master plan first. Commissioner Straws.
I move that we accept MPL 2023-013 according to staff stipulations.
Well done. Motion made to approve the master plan by Commissioner Straws. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on that master plan approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan amendment subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And now I'll need one for the change of zone. Commissioner Straws.
And I make a motion that we approve change of zone 2023-025 according to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Straws. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval of the change of zone? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Both of these cases will be heard once again on October 26th before the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that completes the change of zones, and we'll now move on to the special use permits. First one is SP 2023-019, Redeemed Christian Church of God. Special use permit for the temporary use of land to keep a shipping container in the parking lot of a church at 8155 Parallel Parkway. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind the commission that this application was heard last month and it was held over for the staff and the applicant to discuss the conditions of approval.
Thank you. Mr. Keough, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project. And tell us what has transpired in the last month.
Thank you very much. My name is Timothy Okiowo, address 8155 Parallel Parkway, Kansas City, Kansas 66112. I have been in contact with the city, and we have worked out the items on the staff notes, and 4 items have been identified. There has been an email back and forth, and we have agreed and I have approved our conversation. So yes, based on those 4 items, that that the staff had written out in an email that I have approved. Yes, we will go forward based on those 4 items that we had both agreed upon.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicants? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? Raise your hand or come to the microphone. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was held over from the previous month. This is an SUP for a storage container. Again, a temporary use of land SUP has a maximum approval of 2 years. There are no renewals. So the expectation is you have 2 years to figure out a permanent solution for the storage elsewhere, either inside in the property or offsite as needed. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Midtown neighborhood. We received no letters of support. There was one person in opposition at the previous city planning commission hearing, but that was more about the operations and the parking than it was about the storage container. There are notices of violation on this property. Staff recommends approval for 2 years max with conditions, including rectifying all of their notices of violations, removing the illegal pole sign, getting a sign permit for all unpermitted signs on the property, additional landscaping on the western edge of the property to further screen when we ask them to move the container from this northwest corner down to the southwest corner, which staff believes will be the not fully screened, but the most screened location for those up to 2 years. That concludes staff comments.
All right, thank you. And the applicant did mention only 4 conditions, but there are quite a few, more than 4. So
This is the email that he was referring to. It highlights the 5 conditions that really require him to take action. Everything else is standard conditions.
gotcha. All right, thank you. Any questions for staff?
You asked my question, Chairman, so I'm good.
Thank you. Okay, seeing none, we'll stand for a motion. Mr. Ernst.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2023-019. And a special thank you to Gunnar for walking this through.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Ernst. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Nay.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you, sir. This will be heard once again on October 26th before the Board of County Commissioners, 7 p.m. Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-025, Mr. Cassim. Renewal of a special use permit SP 2020-102 expired August 5, 2023 for an auto body repair shop at 744 Kansas Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind the commission that this application was heard in July and held over for 90 days.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Cassim, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project.
Kaiser Cassim, 744 Kansas Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66105.
Mr. Chairman, I can barely hear him.
Okay, go ahead and pull that a little closer to you. Thank you.
Kaiser Cassim, 716 Kansas Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66105.
And tell us what you want to do here.
Most everything that we have, you guys have requested, we have taken care of. We've acquired everything that's been asked for. The only thing that we have left is on the sidewalk getting to the entrance from Kansas Avenue to the property. That needs to be redone, and we have communicated with construction concrete company to come in and do that, and they are in the process of doing that within the next 2-3 weeks. And that's the last thing that we have left. Everything else has been addressed.
Okay, so that's going to be done by the end of
If we
November.
Yes,
Okay.
if we can get an extension of 30 days, it should be done then.
Okay. All right, questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? Come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is an SUP renewal. It would be their 4th renewal for an auto repair shop. As the applicant mentioned, they have met all of their conditions of approval except for the one to complete this flat work. This was held over for 90 days to do that flat work. This is in the, Armourdale area plan. We've received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation germane to this case. Staff supports a holdover for 30 days until the work is complete.
All right, thank you.
Just to note, that would take us to the 120-day maximum that code allows for holdovers. So this is the last 30 days. And again, as per protocol for special use permits moving forward with this planning commission, any SUP that has not met all of their conditions of approval will automatically receive a recommendation of denial by staff. So this 30 days is the last day before to complete that condition of approval.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Isles.
I'd like to make a motion to hold SP 2020-101. No, sorry, SP 2023-025 over for 30 days to allow the applicant to complete the last condition of approval.
All right, thank you. Motion made for a holdover by Commissioner Isles for 30 days to allow the applicant time to finish his remaining requirement. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir. With the thank you to Gunnar that I gave him on the last for walking it through.
Discussion on the motion for holdover. Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application until the November 13th, 2023 meeting to allow the applicant to complete his last condition of approval passes 7 in favor, none opposed.
All right, thank you. We'll see you in 30 days and we'll get you taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-036. Gunnar Hand with the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Special use permit for an event space with live entertainment and alcohol sales at 600 North 7th Street, which is Memorial Hall. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, The application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Hand?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is one of several proactive land entitlements you've seen this department bring forward somewhat retroactively. This is a special use permit for Memorial Hall that since its construction has hosted live events, live entertainment, and sold alcohol at their concession stands. This is a small part, also a part of getting Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas ready for the World Cup. This facility was given $1 million in the last budget to make improvements to make this a World Cup watching space, as well as preparing for more events in the future. I think it's been a focus of this CAO and this Board of Commissioners and Mayor to bring back Memorial Hall to be as active as it once was. And so this is all a part of that. This is in the downtown area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on Memorial Hall. Staff recommends approval of the indefinite special use permit. There are conditions of approval associated with this, including a termination of live entertainment, not necessarily the events, but all live entertainment at midnight.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Miller?
So are you saying we've needed this the whole time and we haven't had it?
Yes.
Okay, just because I want to mess with you right now, I'm going to say, so you're asking for forgiveness instead of permission?
That would be the.
Well done, sir. Well done.
I have nothing further.
Yes, yes, I am. The truth is I think Memorial Hall's been in operation since before the code established this requirement, but we are doing our homework and making sure we're all up to speed.
I just give the jab when I.
Thank you. Commissioner Strauss?
I have one question and comment. According to that plat, it looks like Memorial Hall and all of the parking behind it is all in one thing. And I'm trying to figure out if that parking is going to be available to all of the events now, because that place has 0 parking and that parking lot's always closed off.
Yes, that is all. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Yes, that is on one parcel, and I think we had it right here. So yes, you are available. These are all the different parking locations that people park typically for Memorial Hall events. So I've actually never had to drive to Memorial Hall events, so I'm not sure if lot 1 and 2 behind it are typically closed for events.
They are never open for events.
Again, related but somewhat unrelated to this, I believe the UG is trying to get out of the business of managing this facility and putting that off onto a third-party person who could not only book more events and create more revenue from the use, but properly manage things like parking.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Director Hand? Okay, we'll go to the audience. Anyone want to speak to this case, come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Megan Duma.
I just have to say I'm in support. I love this idea. I think it's great for Kansas City, Kansas. And as a person that was born and raised in Kansas City, Kansas, I'm very much in support. But I'm here for something else, but just very much in support.
Great, thank you.
Pleasant
Megan.
surprise. Pleasant surprise.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we've already heard from Director Hand, so unless you want to change your position on this case, okay, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Isles?
I'd like to make a motion to approve special use permit SP 2023-036.
Motion made for approval by Commissioner Isles. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller? Commissioner Miller?
Oh, I thought I heard.
Second. All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit indefinitely, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on October 26th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-041, Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries Incorporated. Special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 2204 North 5th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No. Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Thomas. Go ahead and give us your name once again and address.
Matt Thomas, Shawnee, Kansas. Director of Firm Foundations, pastor with Freedom Initiative. I really, before I even start getting into this, I really just wanted to apologize. Like, our intention was never to just come into somebody's community and hurt the community, nor was it ever our intention to upset the neighbor or upset the church across the street. And I would venture to say that if the trash cans was a big deal, I guarantee that if they spoke with somebody at the house, they probably wouldn't have a problem moving those. And so I apologize for that all the way around the board. That being said, I don't really think, if I'm honest, I really don't think it's a problem of what we do. I think it's the people that we serve. And I think the issue really comes into play with the fact that we work with men that have been incarcerated, men that have been addicted to drugs, and men that have been convicted of murder, of robbery, of any type of sexual anything. And even though we haven't had any problems, that seems to be the stickler in it. And I need to say this, like if there's any hope for a community to change, especially when it comes to homelessness or crime or anything, it takes people that have been down that road and change to help that change. And I'm a product of that, right? Like I did my prison time in Arizona. I planted churches inside prison, outside prison. I walk with these men and women through what it takes to be successful in communities. And that being said, like in Kansas City, Kansas, we did some research, and in Kansas City, Kansas area, formerly incarcerated are 10 times more likely to be unhoused than general population. And then in addition to that, there's also exclusionary policies that focus on types of convictions, but conviction types don't predict subsequent criminal behavior. Prison Fellowship and a lot of other people did a big study on criminogenic behaviors and things that cause people to reoffend. And most of the people that we've served have a tie to addiction, or even if they have a sexual offense on the record, it's not a predatory prey type situation. Like, we're not putting predators inside the house that are looking for, like, that's not reality. The reality is these men have made mistakes way in their past and have changed their lives. And we work directly with the Department of Corrections and probation, federal probation, local entities. We have good relationships with people that work in the community, including Village Initiative, and we work together to help these men and women be successful upon reentry. Because the truth is there's such a gap that there's like 11,000 people that go in and out of the correctional facility just from Wyandotte County. That's in and out of jails, that's in and out of prison. And that being said, like 95% are coming out. And so I did a couple of things. Number one, I did a 1 mile radius check with the KBI website around 2204 North 5th Street. And there are 31 registered sex offenders.
There are 19 registered drug offenders. There are 14 registered violent offenders. And I'm not going to put the house online, but there is a house a couple doors down from us that also has a registered offender living there. And the problem is this wasn't a problem until we had the thing out, until we put the sign out and said, hey, this is what we are doing here. I apologize for not getting the special use permit when we started. We have houses in Wichita, in Topeka. We had one in Leavenworth. Never once did I ever have to apply for a special use permit to do this in anywhere else, including Leavenworth. And it was actually the mayor, Jermaine, who said, hey, I can't do this anymore. Could you take over for me? So this was not a problem until here. And so when we started getting code violations, we tried to take care of them. Hey, you can't have a couch, you can't have weights outside. I mean, it was just like we were getting dinged. It was like, hey, we will do whatever we can to make this work, including hiring a lawyer, filing for the special use permits, trying to do everything the right way. But then it was like an uproar because it was like we were perceived as trying to destroy the community. And in all actuality, we're just trying to help people successfully have a home. They're homeless. And so that's literally what we do. You know, there's incarceration rate in Wyandotte County alone has increased 175% in the past few decades. Like, this is a problem. There are people that get out of prison. Let's not even talk about prison, because we take men that aren't from prison, right? We take men that are from shelters. We take men that are from other agencies in the Wyandotte County area. We take them from Heartland Radak. We take them from Mirrors. We work to give them a place to start life that nobody else will give them a chance to start at. And that's the thing that really bothers me is we speak about these men like they are nothing but their past. And to me, like, if I was going to be judged by my past, then I shouldn't be standing up here. I'm a 5-time felon. And by all accounts, I shouldn't be here. But by the grace of God, I get the opportunity to love these men and love these women and treat them with the decency and respect that they deserve, because they did their time and they've approved themselves to be productive in society. And so I just ask that I understand the parking variance. I understand all that. We literally don't have more than 2 cars in front of that house, maybe 3, 4 if we got everybody there doing a study or we're eating dinner. We have great relationships with different companies, with Tyson. A lot of our guys work at Tyson. A lot of our guys work at Zephyr inside prison and actually get out of prison and still work at the same place, which is beautiful. Like we are trying to housing, employment, transportation, community. And then to me, the biggest part is these are all tools and this is all a program, but we wrap around them with a body of believers that have almost all of us have been in trouble. And so all of us walk it out with them to show them that they can be successful. And so not only are these guys like out of prison and succeeding, man, they're working, they're becoming dads, they are becoming what they were to begin with before drugs and all the other stuff took over. And so it's not just packing a bunch of felons into a house to destroy a neighborhood. It is literally trying to bring some type of hope to a community that's broken, of these men and women that don't have hope, that they're eating across the street at Avenue of Life and homeless under the bridge, or staying overnight in Shelter KC because they have no place else to go. And I think that's where my heart hurts is absolutely we are not perfect. Absolutely, yeah, we take people from other counties. We give people opportunities that normal people wouldn't give, but we do that with rules. We do that with UAs, with breathalyzers. We do that with monitoring. And absolutely, anybody with a background that's filled with crime and pain and abuse and trauma, they are going to still make mistakes. So to say that everybody that comes through our program is perfect, and that's not true. And I don't know any program in across this whole country that if they are brutally honest is hitting even 80% of what they're doing. I can focus it and say, hey, here's the deal. For guys that have spent 1 year in the program, we have a 98% success rate, but that's not an honest success rate. Our success rate is literally 65 to 70% of men that have come through the program, done the whole program, are now out, have not reoffended, have not been in any other trouble, have not picked up new charges, and are actually working in the communities and not getting in trouble And so this is why we're coming today, to get this special use permit and to put it in context. Like, we're only asking for 5 additional people. Like, we can operate with 5 and under. In total, with our 2 places, we're only asking for 7 more people. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to pack 1 million people into one property. I'm just trying to say, like, this is how we operate. We are not funded through grants from governments or any, like, I literally started this in Wichita with a man that was drinking coffee on the steps of the library because he was homeless. And because I was like, man, this dude needs a place to live. And that was my story. And so that's what I tried to do. And we started and we got it moving. And then back in 2016, I moved up to Kansas City. I owned property on Barnes Drive. And so I was Kansas City, Kansas resident. There was no housing for anybody that came out of incarceration. And so I'm working in Lansing prison, like mentoring and leading these guys, and they're just getting out and failing because they don't have a place to start. And so we started it, and besides the neighbor, we never had problems with anybody. And I apologize repeatedly. We parked trucks on his land work, and I thought it was an empty lot. I didn't know it was his. I apologized. Like, nothing we've done has been malicious or arrogant, or and we've apologized. We've tried to work. I've tried to work with planning and urban design as much as we can to make sure that we got all this stuff taken care of. They asked for us to get inspections. We got inspections done. We are literally spending thousands of dollars to get all the work done on these places so that they are up to your guys' standard so that we can operate. And so that's just honesty, and that's my heart for you guys. We're not trying to come in and just pack a bunch of houses with guys. Like, our guys literally work. They pay program fees, which pays for the bills of the house, which pays a little bit extra to be able to have some staff so we could have some oversight of these men. And that's it. Like, we are 60% funded by the program fees that come from the men that work. And so we don't get paid per capita per head. Like, if we had 500 people in here, man, if they're not working, we're completely in the red. And so it's not like that. This is literally trying to be a grassroots movement to be able to build in communities where men and women feel like they have no hope because of their past. And so that's what we do.
All right. Question for you. How many people will be living in the house?
So there would be 10 living in that house, and it's a giant 5-bedroom house. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5-bedroom house.
And that includes the 1 staff person?
Yep, that includes the 1 staff person who has their own room. So there's a small 1-bedroom. There's 2 people in a room. There's a giant room that fits 3, and really we rarely ever have that 3rd filled. It's kind of an emergency bed. And then we have another room with 2 where the beds are to the side, and then a room downstairs with 2 beds. And then there's 2.5 full bathrooms. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Jones.
Did I hear, was it 10 men that would be in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then so I think I heard 1 staff member. Is that a normal resident to staff ratio?
So it'd be, I think it would. So it really depends on the house. So we don't so we have some houses that can only house 5 people. We have some that can only, and so with a bigger house, we have the 1 resident staff, and then we usually have an assistant that works with him to make sure that other things are being taken care of, like the chore chart and stuff like that.
So I hear you saying usually, but almost like a daycare with children, there's a set ratio that you have to follow. So I'm hearing this is a bigger house, but it may be on the 2nd staff person.
What I'm saying is, when it comes to the bigger houses, we have the house leader and we have an assistant. Or sometimes we have 2 house leaders that actually work together.
But no hard and fast requirement on the ratio of resident to staff.
No.
Okay. And so I'm thinking we're going to hear some testimony because of the previous Boza case. And I know even though that was different and I'm parking, it's a related case. So I just have to make these comments. I do think that the work that you do is important, and there absolutely is a need for it. The however part, and this is where life and figuring out these decisions just gets to be tricky. I believe people are redeemable if they choose to be. And we certainly need something to help with recidivism rates because they're high. And I think you might not have mentioned that word, but I know that was part of your comments. But my concern is that, one, I'm very familiar with this area. And so I have a question here first. Did you have any other location options? Or is this, when I hear you say you've been in other communities, was this the only, other than Quindaro, this one on Quindaro and Fifth Street, were there some other location options?
So we looked at a couple houses down, I think one was down Greeley, and then one was maybe down on Fourth. And really, we just found it. I just honestly found the house driving through the neighborhood and was like, okay, God, show me where could be a good house that we could do something like this. And that's literally how I found the house. Nobody
Okay.
pointed it out, nobody nothing. It was like that. It was a good sized house that looked like it was in decent condition, and we bought the house.
Okay. And I can appreciate that, but because I am familiar and heard the testimony, and again, we'll wait for anybody that wants to speak to this case, this particular location is challenged with, it's just challenged. There's, Trinity, I know from the previous testimony, the church across the street has concerns. There's a church down the street in close proximity, another church to it. Then there's a school within walking distance, and that school probably has the most marginalized students, unfortunately. And I don't say that disrespectfully, that's just a reality within walking distance of where this is. So that's a concern. The staff report has a lot of key concerns here that I'm concerned about too. And the 40% lack of success. The 60% success rate is good, but I think that's what the community is concerned about. And then just Quindaro. The neighborhood of Quindaro is an area that has its share of challenges. I'll just say that. And so there's a real concern with even though what you're trying to do is commendable, with what this particular location is. So that's my comment, and I'll wait for any testimony.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Any other questions for the applicant before we go to public testimony? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Anybody want to speak in favor of this case, please come forward. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Jeff Phillips, 1723 North Quindaro Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas, 66104. I come before you. I am the intake coordinator with Firm Foundations, which means my primary job for them is to screen the applications that we receive for guys wanting to come into the house. And I know that one of the primary concerns from those opposed to the special use permit is the guys who are housed in the location. So I want to speak and briefly kind of run through exactly the application and screening process that we use so that you can see this is not that we accept everybody who comes to us. There's a 12-page application that asks for their family background, their family history, their education history. We ask them to list their criminal history for us. We ask them to list any of their history of offenses or what are called disciplinary reports from when they've been incarcerated. We also ask for them to share their job history, any training and programs they participated while they've been incarcerated. We also ask them to write short paragraphs about what their plans are for when they're released in regards to employment, family, church, hobbies and leisure time, and then just general feature. So we're wanting them to show us that they've thought about what their life is going to be once they're released and where they're trying to go and how they want to get there. We also ask them to share with us their medical history, including mental health history, as well as their treatment history. Once I receive this application, one of the first things I do is I pull up Casper. Casper is the online public access website maintained by the Kansas Department of Corrections. That allows me to look at their incarceration history, look at their offenses that they've been convicted for, as well as it gives a detailed listing of any programs they participated while incarcerated in a state penitentiary, and also lists any disciplinary reports they've received. We look at that to see if they've been honest with us on their application. That's the first thing we're checking. We also look at that to see what type, if they have begun to make a change while they're inside, if they have maybe had some issues when they first were incarcerated, but they've showed a change. Primarily, our applicants are referred to us from reentry programs inside the prison, such as Brothers in Blue, located at Lansing, Mentoring for Success, which is run by the Kansas Department of Corrections. So this is a lengthy application they fill out. We do look at their, whether they are beginning to make a change, whether they participated in programming to help them deal with cognitive thinking, whether they've taken anger management, whether they participated in any type of job training or educational programs while they're inside. We also communicate with the unit teams at each prison of the applicant, asking for their sort of overview of how they are handling themselves inside, whether they are trying to make a change and begin to turn, not get involved in fighting and negative instances inside the prison. And so we look at all of this, and then I make a summary of that. And then with each city lead in each location, Wichita, Topeka, and Kansas City has a city lead who oversees the entire location. And we review those together and determine whether we think this person might be a good fit for the program. So it's not like we're taking just anybody that comes to us. These are guys who have been screened, guys who are showing that they're making a conscious effort to address their behaviors, take advantage of the things they have inside during their incarceration to help them begin to make those positive changes and have a thought out plan for how they're going to implement those changes once they're released. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
My name is Max Alcanner. My address is 804 North Main Street, Apartment 2D, Lansing, Kansas. I gave you guys my testimony last time and how I'm doing in life, so I'll spare you of that. But I came up here to say that I am tired. And I don't mean because this meeting has gone on for hours. I mean, because we've been fighting for this for going on 5 months now, and we are trying to do everything we can to make sure that we are still able to operate. And I personally get offended when I hear somebody say, you don't live in the community, because I lived in that house for a year and a half. And in that year and a half, I had mentors. I stayed close with my parole officer, and I was expected, I did above and beyond the things that parole had expected me to do, and it wouldn't have been for that house. And so I understand that this particular location is complicated. But the reality of the situation is we don't have a multi-million-dollar church backing us to where we can just build apartments. We bought the house when the bank foreclosed on it. Right? We don't have a lot of funding behind us. As Matt Thomas had mentioned, we pay everything through program fees and through small grants that we apply for. For the last 4 years that I've worked in firm foundations, I've came to the conclusion that there is no money to be made in non-for-profit. And that's the truth. We are doing the best we can with the funding that we have. And I am heartbroken that we have to fight this hard to continue to operate how we are. I am heartbroken that the community has such a problem with us and feels so much hate towards us because we provide housing for sex offenders included. That is not what God stands for, and that is not what unity stands for, and that is not what love stands for.
Thank you. Yes,
ma'am. My name's Adria Medlin. My address is 6005 Horton Place, St. Louis, Missouri. I'm the operations director for Firm Foundations Ministries, providing administrative support and program development. I work closely with our guys that are kind of in the field to manage the ministry across Kansas. I personally have lived in and worked in under-resourced communities for 17 years, doing community outreach, church planting, youth mentoring, jail and prison ministry, a whole lot of different things. And I've worked with Firm Foundations now for almost 3 years. In 17 years, I have watched so many individuals and families be stuck in cycles of harm because of poverty and abuse and trauma. And I've watched individuals and families really fight to break out of those cycles without success. And I've also seen people who have found healing and been able to thrive. These are complicated issues that we're talking about tonight. I get that, but I know one thing to be true after 17 years of this work, and we won't say how many years of life, is that nobody breaks unhealthy patterns alone. It takes a community of support and a community of people who believe that change is possible and that no person is unworthy of investment. Let's be real. We at Firm Foundations Ministries offer services in all of our houses across Kansas to men who, as much of the pushback in these meetings have revealed, that many people don't think are worthy of help, or maybe worthy of help somewhere else, but not here. But these men are the brothers and uncles and sons and fathers and grandfathers and friends of our communities. They are our community and we are theirs. Men coming into our programming, as you've heard, have gone through an application process where we assess to the best of our ability that the ones coming into our program are looking to break cycles that for some of them have been repeating for decades. That takes so much hard work. And I am constantly in awe of the tenacity and the humility of so many of the men in our program in the face of a lot of negative feedback. Some of these men have gone from program participants in our program to my colleagues in this work to my personal friends. And when we talk about needing communities that support and value people, these men embody that. Whether or not that was always true in their life, it is now. They bring compassion and grit. And I've never met a group of people who are more resourceful and resilient, nor more willing to go the extra mile for you or give you the shirt off their back. Is there a 100% success rate in our program? No, neither is there in life. But I continue to learn what it means to have grace for others and to show up for them in some of the hardest and darkest places from these men. And that's how change happens. We at Firm Foundations Ministries aren't going anywhere. The need is too great and the stakes are too high. Here in Wyandotte County, you have heard how great the need is and how few options there really are. We're going to continue to be part of the solution. What we're asking tonight is that you stand with us to serve as many men as possible in this community. We're asking you to stand with us to do the most good with the resources that we have. If we turn our backs on these men, we turn our backs on our brothers and uncles and sons and fathers and grandfathers and friends. This is not a them issue for someone else's neighborhood. This is an all of us issue. And we as a community with the goal for the greater good can either believe that change is possible and stand together and do the really hard work that it takes to do that, or we can choose to turn our backs on part of ourselves and just hope for the best. But I think we know that's not how positive change happens. We want to support not just the minimum amount of men that we can in our program, which is 5. We want to be a community where change is possible for the most people possible. And I hope you do too.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bo Pennington, and I live at 8932 Nolan Road, Lenexa, Kansas, 66215. I started out in the military. I retired out of the military. I dealt with PTSD the wrong way, got into drugs, made some mistakes, ended up going to jail, caught 3 felonies, lost everything I ever had. And Firm Foundations picked me up as soon as I got out. And without the foundation that they laid out for me, the path they laid out for me, I wouldn't be going to college right now. I wouldn't be working a full-time job and serving in ministry and being a successful member of society. That's all I have.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Fields, 2204 North Fifth Street. I just did 18 months for a crime I did commit. It was wrestling with my wife over the phone. aggravated assault. I had a fleeing and looting from 10 years ago. They put them together. And rather than fight it, I went ahead and did it because I got a son that's studying to be a dentist. I worked 10 years at the same job, was never late. I would have started at Kellogg today, but my physical didn't go through, so I got to wait till February. I worked hard all my life. And when I got out, I didn't have nothing. I didn't have nothing. My son had my baseball collection, my cards and everything, and my bass guitar, which my father was a preacher. He preached with Johnny Taylor's father in Battle Creek, Michigan. I've been just sitting and wondering, I hear the church music and hear church over there, but it's the first church where I was like, what is going on, you know? And then a neighbor says, hey, they think everybody's in there pedophiles. I'm like, what? You know more than I do, because I don't even ask the guys what they done. They're free. They have the right to live and to develop. Has nobody got hurt by nobody there at the house since I've been there? I don't know. It's like, you know, let's pick on somebody, you know, instead of helping somebody and praying for them, you know, it's like, let's pick on them. And ain't nobody in here that doesn't have a drug addict or somebody that's been in prison or somebody that's did a crime, and can't nobody throw no stones because we all have sinned. The house has helped me because I didn't have nothing. No, we all go to work. We all try and do better. I got 3 grandkids that I go broke for every week. My son works 4 jobs. 4 jobs. Too much COVID. I had 1 grandson, came back out. I got 2 now, 3 now. So, I mean, I don't understand where, if you feel like there's a threat, then you're making up a threat that hasn't even happened. All these guys are good guys. And like I said, I've never asked nobody in the house what they're there for, because they're free. They're making it, we all go to work. We go to work in the morning, we come back. I've never seen no trash cans in front of the house. I mean, I just don't understand why it seems like the house is being picked on, the people are being picked on, but nobody comes to the door and says, hey, you know, this is what's going on, or, you know, this is what's happening. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of pedophiles. I'm not no pedophile, you know? And it wouldn't matter if I was, you know, I'm free. But it doesn't matter what these guys do or what nobody else does. They're free. And everybody has problems in their family. So when you point your finger, point it at the mirror. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Frank Penchik, and I live at 1723 Quindaro. I spent 50 years in the prison system here, 50 years. And I have no family left because they all died off during that time. If it wasn't for firm foundations, I would still be there for the rest of my life because I'd have no place to go, no relatives. The big thing is that when I got there, I had 10 years of having a crying time. Just so unhappy that I'm there. I wasted 10 years of my life. But the last 40 years, I've taken every class you can think of, every opportunity, spoken to other brothers, Christian brothers. I've been a Christian leader in the community for 40 years almost. And I've done everything I can do to make a change in my life so that I would never be a threat to anybody and myself. I've worked hard. People have seen the change. Parole board gave me a second chance. God has given me a second. And I'm taking every advantage of it. I'm doing everything by the book, being the person I should be. I'm still growing. I thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Matthew Sove. I live at 2204 North 4th Street. I've been there since December 22nd or the 23rd. I'm currently the house leader, and for literally the last 15 years of my life, I have done nothing that would be considered worthwhile. And I've been on corrections since 2015, and I got off parole in June. Like, that's the biggest stint of time that I've gone without getting in trouble in probably my whole life. And it's really just because they gave me a place and support. So cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Cool.
My name is Jack Kimlin, 61 Doe Path Lane, Lynn Valley, Kansas. I'm a pastor at Freedom Initiative Church, a church planting ministry that is directly connected with Firm Foundation Ministries. Many of the men that reside at these addresses in question attend and or serve at the church that I pastor at. I also have been a resident in Wyandotte County for most of my life. It was just 10 weeks ago that I moved out of the county. So I have a love for this county, just like a lot of you. As I've thought and prayed about what to say up here this evening, I felt led to keep it simple and to the point. Is what is happening at these properties good, or is it bad? And without hesitation and 100% confidence, I can say it's good. Over the years, I've had the pleasure of getting to know countless men after they were released and accepted into the Firm Foundations program. I have watched countless men come into the program, complete the program, and become productive members of society. These are men that I've come to love and men that I trust with my own children. If this matter was to be denied, then it would be that many less men with a place to live post-incarceration. It would be that many men without a chance to succeed post-release. It would be that many men with their chances of going back to prison increased because they lack structure, accountability, and community, all things that Firm Foundation provides for these men. Not one of these men are predators looking for prey. They're not even criminals in my eyes. They are humans who made a mistake. They are men looking for a chance, looking to feel wanted and loved, something that we have all needed in our lives. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name's Robert Lowe. I'm a house leader in Wichita, Kansas, at 1442 North Baxter Avenue. I've done 25 and a half years. You remember the world 25 years ago? I walked out, I got a damn phone I don't even know how to use. I like to throw
I
it
got
away,
one
but
I don't know how
can't.
to use.
The Matt Thomas and Firm Foundation accepted me. I got out in October. I had triple bypass in November. They didn't have to accept me back, but they did. They didn't have the facility for it, but they took it anyway. I hear a lot about, well, about predators, the murderers, the rapers, the burglars. It's not all about us. It's not all about me. It's about Matt Thomas and the Firm Foundation organization doing what they can do for us to give us the foundation and the tools to become the citizens, the productive citizens in the communities, and not going back to prison reoffending. I've been at the house now for a year. I've been a house leader for maybe 6 months. I've seen 4 guys get put out, not because of the parole, but violating Matt's rules, regulations. You do UAs, we breath analyze. There's programs that we take, there's recovery programs, mental health deals. He's doing a good job. He's doing a good thing. And it all starts with one person at a time. And if you shut it, excuse me, you shut this man down, you're not doing it justice. You're doing a community an injustice. Because you know where these people are at while they're in his houses. If they're not there, where are they at? They on the street? They next door? What are they doing? You don't know. But as long as they're there, you know what they're doing. And they're accountable, and they're held accountable, trust me. I hope I did more good than bad. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Abraham Orr, with 2044 North 32nd Street here in Wyandotte. I'm actually the pastor of 1723 Quindurl. So a lot of men that actually go live in the house on Fifth Street actually go to our church, are members of our church. I have to say that I watch a lot. I watch people, I watch their dispositions, how they look, how they move. And it's heartbreaking because when you see the opposition, it's in their disposition, the way they look, and when men speak their hearts and they have this negative connotation about themselves, like they're disgusted. It's heartbreaking because this is about life, about giving man a chance or opportunity to succeed in life. It's about even more than that, because for our church, I just have to really reckon with myself and our ministry team that we actually are a prison church. It's like with men who got out of prison, right? They come to our church. And I do have grandchildren, nephews from the age 4 months to 12 years old who actually go to our church. I'm extremely comfortable with these men that come to our church. The same men who also help with our food pantry that we do for our church once every first and third Monday of the month, right? I heard someone talk about recidivism. And so recidivism is really the likelihood someone would reoffend. Would you happen to know that in a controlled environment with stipulations, programs, that recidivism rate, them increasing, the going back to prison actually decreases in a controlled environment. And not only that, it even decreases even more if a person in prison, they actually involved in groups such as Reaching Up Within, Brothers in Blue, some form of mental health counseling, all these things where they screen men before they even come into the house. You have to take all that into account. Truly enough, he may not know the rate it is, the number that is, but that also take into consideration. That goes to recidivism, the very thing that she asked about, right? And so the steps that have been taken, the steps that they continue to go forth, I believe that, I say we, because once again, I am the pastor of the church. And the men that I serve with, they truly are honorable, and I truly depend on them. And so that's not taken lightly. This is serious stuff. This is life and death for me. This is real serious. And so I'm hoping that like the hope that I see, not only in them, because when I see them, I see me. And so I'm hoping that when you see them, that you see a portion of yourself. Because this isn't really just about us. It's about other people that they may affect positively in their lives, right? But it all starts with giving some one person a chance, the opportunity to succeed in life. If it starts with a home, a bed, a job, guess what? That propels them to another level to be successful, to get out, to be more productive, get their own house, be more stable, and all these things. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Ashley Thomas. My address is 12714 West 76th Street, Shawnee, Kansas. I, like most people in here, I'm born and raised Wyandotte County. I recently just moved out of the county as well, due to our parsonage home that we have. I met Matt Thomas when I was the director at Avenue of Life. I used to house homeless families for the McKinney-Vento program through the Kansas City, Kansas School District. I am familiar with this area. I grew up down here on Strawberry Hill, and my first home here is 15 North Mill Street. So my heart is for all of these people in Wyandotte County. I used to work actually with Trina Crawford, if you guys know her. I used to work with her at the Quindaro Community Center when it was a preschool. I was the district health advisor for the KCK Public School District, and I actually was a disease investigator over here for Wyandotte County through the COVID pandemic. So my heart is with all of these people, but I also love all of these people also. So, and that's why I decided to marry Matt Thomas, because of his heart that he has for all these people. I'm not a felon. I have a speeding ticket. That's literally all I have on my record. So I also am going to speak on the behalf of KDOC and Heartland Radak, because I do run an at-risk program inside a Lansing Correctional Facility right now. I teach the guys cognitive behavioral therapy in there before they come out. So I get to see them walk through this whole process. Like, they literally come to my office every day and they're like, will you please pray for me? And they know what I do. I'm basically the first lady of Firm Foundations right now. So I'm going to speak for all of these people that don't have a voice. No one will ever advocate for them except for these people, right? So it's like somebody has to speak for them. And that's why I decided to speak. I also like to just sit back and observe, right? But I feel like if I don't, I'm like the only person. I'm going to hear about it when I get home. But so I just want to speak on that, because I watch these guys in their addiction. There's drugs in prison. They make the choice to do those, right? So behavior is a choice. We all have a choice. But they also decide to grow and accept God as their savior. And I get to watch their beautiful testimonies. Matt and I have 9 children together. 5 of them are at home, but I trust these men with my children. I trust them with my garage code. They come into our house and let our dog out. You know what I mean? So it's like, who are we to judge anything that anybody has ever done, or the cards that they have been dealt and how they've played those cards? I'm working on my doctorate in trauma right now, and I'm writing my dissertation on faith-based programming in prison, because I have seen what it is capable of doing. And that's what my husband does. He literally teaches leadership inside of prison and walks these men outside of prison so they can be successful. So I understand, like, our housing isn't going away. I mean, you can try to shut all of this down, but it's not ever going to wait. My calling is never going away. I've literally have helped people my entire career in Wyandotte County, in Leavenworth County, all over the state of Kansas and Missouri. I just can't think of doing anything else. So I'm going to always speak for these people, no matter what crime they have committed or what trauma they are still dealing with and how they go to sleep at night. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Because otherwise you're going to be our last. You got one more? Okay, go ahead and get up here, and then you'll be our last one. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Charles Allen, and I live at 4034 Southwest Granite Lane, Lee Summit, Missouri. And like young lady said, I'm not an ex-felon. I've retired from the military, and I've been doing prison ministry for probably about 15, 16 years. I've been in Colorado State Prison. I've been in Illinois, and I've seen changes in guys that had programs. What I have seen is that if there's nothing, there's a huge recidivism rate. Guys return to, I was up in Fort Leavenworth for about 10 years. And the guys that were in the program there, it was an 18-month program where they were taught and they were shown how to re-enter life, both from a spiritual and from a practical way. They changed. I stay in touch with these people. I have friends in Maryland. I have friends in Kentucky. I have friends in here in Kansas City. The one thing that was pretty shocking to me was that in Kansas, they don't have a, what is that called? Halfway house. So if the individuals do not make provisions or don't have family to make provisions, they're coming out anyway. They're going to come out and they'll be homeless. They'll end up going to places like City Union and things like that. But with training, people have changed. I can list at least 10, 15 guys that I stay in touch with constantly that have written books, that have had families, that reunited with their families, that have started businesses. All right, and they're all felons. They're murderers, they're bank robbers, they're rapists. You know, I didn't know it, but no matter where you live, these people come out and they live around you. And if you want them to come out and re-offend, then you let them come out and be untrained. You let them come out and not have any covering whatsoever. The recidivism rate in the federal system was somewhere around 75 to 80% after 5 years of release. And they go back to wherever they committed their crime. That's what the federal system does. And the state system, again, I just realized from I've mentored at least 8 people here in Kansas up in Lansing. And I just found out because all the other guys had provisions. The guy I'm mentoring right now, his concern was, I need to find a place to go or I'll be homeless. And I said, why don't you just go to the halfway house? Start there like everybody. You know, and he says they don't have that system here. I've been not just following firm foundations for about 4 or 5 years. I've been supporting firm foundations financially for about 4 or 5. No, it's been about 6 or 7 years. All right. My son actually lived in Wichita, worked in Wichita, and he was the first one to work with one of the homes down there in Wichita with Matt. And that got me involved in it. And I've been following them. And I also work with them now. And I see the difference that he's making. It's not perfect. I mean, you sir know that there are a lot of people come back and you can see the imperfections, right? Yeah. We all have faults. None of us have been perfect. None of us. What does surprise me is, and I'm not trying to be cold about that, but the church, even if it is across the street, should be the biggest supporter of that. We should not be arguing over whether or not there's parking spots with the church. That's like arguing about my favorite seat in church when somebody unsaved comes in. Get out of my favorite seat. You know, but what I have found, and I've looked on the website, and I found that people who commit crimes come out all the time and they live everywhere. They're living around us. I personally have my own cousin who had spent 30 years and he just, because of the early release program, he came out. He committed murder. I would hate to think that he had no place to go, no place like Firm Foundations, no place that anybody wanted to receive him. These are men, these are women that have made mistakes, that are wanting to change. We need to help them. We need to help them. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jamie Arnell. My address is 1506 East Crest Hill in Derby, Kansas. I'm here this evening and I took the time to drive 3 hours up here because I feel like the ministry of Firm Foundations is actually extremely important. I myself am a former law enforcement officer, spent 8 years as a first responder doing law enforcement, fire, and EMS. And to be 100% honest, back then, my attitude 100% was, I really don't want to deal with guys like that. And I can see Ms. Jones made the point of pointing out the 40% failure rate over the 60% success rate. And that may be true, and that is scary when you look at that number. But I applaud Matt for being honest with what the actual success rate is, not trying to sugarcoat it to make himself look better. Here in a little bit, it's the way this is structured. There's going to be folks like Mr. Adair who are going to get up here with his whole pile of paperwork with all the different registered offenders, and they're going to use scary words like sexual predator and things like that that maybe aren't even being used correctly. At the end of the day, after I left being a first responder, I'm now a chaplain and I work with first responders. Up until about 4 months ago, that's what I did. Matt Thomas approached me about 4 months ago to come help lead the city of Wichita for Firm Foundations. We have 3 houses down there and we house the same group of people that you guys were talking about this evening. Commissioner Jones, something you brought up, or was that, Ms. Jones, that there's 10 guys and 1 leader. We have a house in Wichita that has 12 guys and a leader with an assistant. And there's always the oversight of the people above them as well, if that is a concern. Honestly, as I was sitting here tonight, my talking points that I had, they kind of changed. I didn't realize that there was a church across the street. And when I went to look at their beliefs, honestly, I want to thank the AME Church because I don't think I could say it any better than their motto, that God our Father, Christ our Redeemer, the Holy Spirit our Comforter, and humankind our family. The gentlemen who come into these houses are human beings. They have a heart, they have a soul, and they have a past that, as checkered as it may be, is a past. If we don't believe in them, if we don't pour into them, I have a group of law enforcement officers. I run a peer support ministry for first responders in South Central Kansas. And I have guys from that ministry who very much had the attitude that I had before in law enforcement, that I don't want to deal with these dirty guys. I don't want to deal with these guys. And I have guys now who are wanting to mentor guys in this program because of what they are watching Firm Foundations do for these guys. I have people who are correctional officers at El Dorado Correctional Facility who I run a peer support group with, who asked if they could mentor some of the guys because they see what is possible if they invest in these guys. So I just ask kindly this evening that whenever the next group comes up and they make their very loud, raucous argument of why this shouldn't happen and why it should be denied, I ask that you take into consideration all of the people that spoke before me. The guys that maybe wouldn't have gotten a second chance without this house. And yeah, they could serve 5 people without this. But that's not good enough. That's not who we are called as human beings to help each other. That's not helping each other. I feel like we need to do the most we can for the people that we serve. These are our brothers, as Adria said, these are our brothers, these are family members to other people, and they're gonna be in the community no matter what. I'd much rather have them in a place where we can love on them, help them to grow and succeed, than out on the street contributing to contributing to fentanyl overdoses and the other things that are plaguing our nation right now. So I just ask for your kind consideration when this does come up after the loud noises that are about to come, that you guys can remember the soft, quiet voices that came before. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now hear from those that are opposed to this project. You would please go ahead and line up and we'll take those that are opposed to this project. Yes, sir.
My name is John Bailey and I was up before.
Go ahead and give me your address again, please.
2115 North 5th Street.
Thank you.
And I'm going to try and speak something more softly so I won't be loud and raucous like, you know. Yeah. Anyhow, I've heard a very moving presentation tonight. Very moving. And it was very interesting. And all of a sudden I was made to feel like I was against an organization, against a movement, against reducing recidivism. I've heard people from across the state, from Wichita, from Kansas City, Missouri, from Johnson County, all giving this positive presentation for the movement. And I'm not against the movement. They touted a 65% success rate. And I think that's wonderful. You know, I like to hear about success stories, and all the people that have benefited. That's fantastic. But I wasn't talking about the people from Missouri or the people from across Kansas or the people living in Johnson County. I didn't need to hear about anybody that didn't live at 2204 North Fifth Street, because I was here in a concern for my neighborhood and talking about my neighborhood and talking to my neighbors. When you have a 65% success rate with people, that's wonderful. And I'm sure they have an equal success rate for choosing their places to operate. But when you have a 65% success rate, you got to have a 35% failure rate. And this particular place is part of that 35% failure rate in selecting a place. They picked the wrong place and it didn't work. And the neighbors are concerned. And having another preacher up here judging this church for their attitude, well, you can take religion the way you want it, but I didn't take that right, okay? So all I'm here to say is I wish them well. I feel good about the success of their movement. I feel great about the dedication of their mission. That's fantastic, but this particular placement didn't work, doesn't work for us. And I hope they don't get the whatever they need to get to keep it there. They operated it without letting the neighbors know. They talk about being there for 5 years. Took some of us years to find out what was going on. And we got kids that walk by there all the time. So that's all I have to say.
Can I just
And I
ask you,
wish
can
them
I ask
good.
you one question?
Sure.
Are you aware of any problems that have occurred during the 5 years that they were in operation?
I
that
don't
you-
know
that you- maybe you
specific
bore
cases.
witness.
I don't know any specific cases. No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
How you guys doing again?
Good, thank you. Your name again?
Anthony Adair,
Thank you. And your
2212.
address? There you go.
2212 North Fifth Street. 2204 North Fifth Street used to be family property. My grandmother developed dementia. She ended up having reverse mortgage come out. They swindled her out of the house. She ended up losing it with the dementia. It sat for a while empty. And then eventually Matt Thomas and his firm was the people that purchased it. On my doorstep of my home, when I started noticing people move in, Matt talked to myself and my wife. And we're like, so what kind of place is this? I see a lot of men. Well, it's for drug and rehab. I said, okay. I said, so drug and rehab? He said, yeah. I said, so we're not gonna have any, he said, they're coming fresh out of prison. I said, okay. I said, so are we having any sex offenders, rapists, or anything like that going on? Anyone that's committed murder? Oh, no, we're not having, those people won't be here. To my face and my wife, we won't have people like that here. None. That's what he told us to our face. So, you know, my wife and I were like, okay, well, if it's just drug and rehab, I'm cool with that. I mean, yeah, a little bit, maybe, no. But then if you go to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and you pull it up, aggravated indecencies with a minor, 13-year-old. Child molestation. Eight-year-old. Sexual exploitation of a child, of a minor. Sexual battery of a minor. All these guys have lived in this house next door. and/or maybe still living. We got aggravated battery, unknown. Intent to great bodily harm. We got child indecent, aggravated indecent liberties with a child, 15 years old. Another sexual exploitation of a child. My issue is that you have to be forthcoming with all the information when you make a decision that you're going to put something next door to someone's house. I have a daughter that is 12. My daughter has not been outside to play in our yard since this house has been there. My daughter has to spend majority of her time in the house because she's very well developed as a 12-year-old. And when she's out on the porch, she likes to dance, like most little girls like to dance and tumble and twirl and things like that. And when I have guys sitting on the porch on the sofa gawking at my daughter, and I have to say something, that's an issue with me.
Sir, excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. I just, no. I hope that you guys can feel the hurt that's in my heart. I'm all for people changing their lives. I'm all for, again, the success rate that they're having. But one thing that I won't forget is when we had the last meeting, our house isn't making your neighborhood any worse. Our house is not going to make it any worse than what it is. That's what came out of his mouth the last meeting we had up here. Our house is not going to make your neighborhood any worse than what it is. That's a slap in the face. And I'll remember that the rest of my life. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good evening again. It's Eleanor Jefferson at 419 Haskell Avenue. I'm going to speak on a little different vent on this. I've heard a lot about the human being, the need for healing and forgiveness and so forth, and I'm all for that. But what I've not heard is the same type of thing for the neighborhood in which this house is located. This particular area is an example of what is left after redlining and urban renewal. And then the buzzword these days is gentrification. But gentrification is just another name for displacement. So after the seniors and the mature seniors, the frail and the elderly, who are still living there because they would not go away. After the urban renewal and the redlining came the raised schools that were good schools, but they were raised schools. And then we started with busing. So people left. Then we came up with a model landfill, which in 1980 was done, and it's still decomposing underground. People left. Then we came up with the drug culture. The war on drugs was a failure. We had drug trafficking when churches were in office. That was a failure. People left. And we had stalled residential developments because of lawsuits and so forth and so on, and people left, and nobody wants to live where people live on. They'd rather go out west where there are resources and so forth and so on, where there's people and there's a quality of life. So the question, as I was thinking of making this statement, is that the census tract in which this house is located, in which I live, is labeled as an economically distressed census tract. And what that means is that the income and the poverty level reaches a certain percentage. And census tract 409, which is where this is, qualifies for that particular thing. If we follow the CHIP, and the CHIP is a program that a lot of money's been spent for the health department to put in the things that are needed in order to look at the social determinants of health. The things that's needed in census tract 409 and sister census tracts like that would be something to raise the income, something that erases the poverty, something that raises the education, things that build social capital, neighbors, and so forth and so on. So the question that I have is this particular special use permit one that is going to build the density in the neighborhood? Is this special use permit going to increase the quality of life for all of the people that I mentioned, including the children who are walking to school using that walking school bus? Since I've been involved in community development or activism or whatever you call it in the Northeast area, I want to estimate, and someone here could probably tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I bet you I'm very close. But there has been a $500,000 of investment made on behalf of Northeast Kansas City, Kansas, Census Tract 409. And I'm looking for the return on that investment. Will that return on that investment be the best that it can be if we just look at social needs that are needed? I'm not saying they're not needed, but for this particular census tract, is there someplace else that's better suited? Is there a more advantageous census tract where the work can be done? But not in my census tract, I beg you. We've already undergone and lived and withstood and begged and waited. I beg you to think about that, because we too have needs. We too want to be healed. We too enjoy the finer things of life. We want to have fun and we want to laugh. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Roy Fowler, reside at 8600 Northeastern Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a member of Trinity, a long-term member, as well as an officer in the church. I want to start with Mr. Adair. Mr. Adair, who you can reach from his front porch and touch 2204 North 5th Street. And his concerns not being important to the developers of the firm foundation. They were focused on how they could reap the benefit of a foreclosure in the neighborhood, not on the quality of the site that they were selecting for their ministry. Because they would not have selected that site with it being in arm reach of a resident that they talked to and did not recognize and honor the concerns that Mr. Adair made to them. That tells me that they need to expand their ministry. That also their application for a zoning change came well after they had purchased the property. They didn't follow your procedures, which I don't think allows people to set up this kind of a facility in a neighborhood that doesn't feel it's appropriate at this time to put it there. And when you look at the houses in that neighborhood, they are very closely built together. And when I've seen some of those guys out on the street fiddling with their cars and so forth, noise as far as radio, we weren't complaining about that. That's normal neighborhood stuff. But it does not create a plus for the neighborhood. So I appeal to you to reject their application for a zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And good evening, Leroy Williams, 6920 Georgia Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I came here tonight not to attack these men's at that house. I didn't come here to do that. They are men's, and I respect men until you give me something different. I don't care what you've done. You don't disrespect me, I'm not gonna disrespect you. And what I come here for was to talk about this ministry, since this church here has no scruples, I guess, to say we're gonna be raising noise and carrying on with the so-called preacher, whatever he was making. You know, I didn't come here asking about what they was doing 2204. What happened in 2204 came to our church door and came in our church house and sat down in our church house and prayed with us. If we were so much against them, we wouldn't even open the door for them if it felt like that. But you had members that was here tonight that came in and visited with us and was welcome. Some came 3 or 4 times. We had one guy, he was there quite regularly. Another one was there quite regularly. Matter of fact, he was here earlier. He had left, you know. I didn't come here to talk about what they've done. True, yes, some of it don't need to be in our neighborhood. 76 years old, born, bred, and raised right here in Wyandotte County. Been in that church when I was little. I was baptized a few blocks away. I only lived so many blocks over, but born and raised right there. The house is not made for bringing people together. You got to have space. That's not no space there. The main thing is that I'm here for is because the way they went by to do it. 5 years later, you're gonna come to me and ask me about a parking spot. Parking spot for what? Well, I own the house across the streets. Now, all of a sudden, they want to zone this for this here. And I'm quite sure in Wyandotte County, they got rules that you're supposed to go through to open up anything. If you want to open up a doghouse, you got to come to Wyandotte County unified government and get a permit or something, don't you? I thought you did. Everything since I've been here, that's what had to happen. This didn't happen. This didn't come to 2201 North 5th Street. It says, the Reverend in, can I talk to him? We bringing a ministry, we want to bring a ministry in your neighborhood. No, we didn't get none of that. When we know something about it, it was there, been there. Somehow or another, I got a little glimpse in the paper. Some big old fish over town in trouble. He was over there, living over there. They brought that. That's how I found out about it. And then pretty soon, different things started happening, started talking. These men here, I have nothing against them. Not a thing. Don't know them. Speak to them when they walk down the streets, and I'm quite sure you'll see me out there from the church. But don't come in here and tell us that we're disrespectful about the Lord, because you can't tell me nothing about the Lord. I come live by the Lord.
Sir, excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
Yes, ma'am. I thank you, because you didn't tell nobody over on that side how much time they had left when they been up here. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but they stood up here longer than I have. No, I have to go along with Mr. Fowler. We don't want it in the neighborhood. If they want to be like that, as the Bible says, what goes on in the dark will come to the light. Mr. Thomas is at the light now. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Verna Basie. My address is 6844 Garfield Avenue. I've been a member of Trinity since 1961. And it's just disrespectful. That's the way it was done. I'm not against the house itself and what it's doing, but the whole thing was disrespectful. Sat over there for 3 years, and I go there almost every Sunday. I said, what's going on over there? Nobody knew nothing. So I then asked Reverend Cousin, did you get a letter? Did they contact you? I lived in a neighborhood at one time before they put a house in. They contacted the neighborhood, the persons in the neighbor. They met with us, discussed it with us, and we had a chance to voice our opinion. That was not done at the house presently on 5th Street. Just act like we were dirt. Just come in there and do what you want to do. Don't ask us nothing. How many is in your neighborhood? When they come to your neighborhood, they ask you, they come and have a meeting. We deserve the same thing. We live in Wyandotte County. We pay taxes like everybody else. And it's not right. That is my concern. Now you do what you want to do, but the next time, come to us. We are people too. We live here. We have lived here. That school is an elementary school, less than 5 blocks from that house. Children walk by there, live there. We should have been contacted. We are important, just like you and everybody else.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody else that's going to speak? Can I get it? Can you show your hands just so I know how many people are going to come up and speak? Are you the last one, sir?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead. Give us your name and address.
My name is Leonard Madison, 6225 Jerome, Kansas.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Leonard Madison,
Thank you.
6225 Jerome, Kansas, Kansas. I want these guys to know Trinity is a loving church. We have nothing against you guys, and the picture that's been painted.
Sir, I'm sorry, I do need you to talk to me though.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, they can hear you
Okay.
though. You
The
talk to
pictures
me.
that been painted towards Trinity and my church, I think is unfair. Now, we all have issues, and being, I would say, unchristian-like is not one of the issues that Trinity have. And the pictures been painted, I think it's very unfair. I do believe that anytime any of these guys or ladies want to walk into Trinity and ask for anything, I'm pretty sure our doors open and we're willing to give it to them. But the thing that gets me is the fact of it is, I was born and raised in this neighborhood, in Wyandotte County. And I remember a time to where we didn't even have a pool to swim in. And you talking about hard times. I didn't see some hard times. I'm a disabled veteran. I got shot up in Vietnam. And I feel that Trinity AME Church has helped me along a long way and brought me through some things when I felt like I didn't even want to think about living again. Now, for them to think that we're so cold-hearted, I think that's unfair, very unfair. Now, they could have took their halfway house a lot of places in Wyandotte County, but I think in that area is one of the areas that is trying to grow and trying to change the image. But the image that is betrayed by having a halfway house there doesn't help us very much. Now, I'm not against the halfway house. I mean, you know, I just think there's another area they could have put the halfway house in outside in front of a church. You wouldn't want somebody putting a liquor store in front of your church or a halfway house. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Are you gonna speak too? All right. Are you my last one? No, you want to speak? You want to go first? All right. All right. Was it age before beauty or beauty before age? How are we gonna do this?
Both cases.
Okay, okay. All
My
right.
name is Richard.
You okay with that? Okay.
My name is Richard Wilson. I reside at 730 Nebraska Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101. Okay. Again, the reputation of my church is important to me. My neighborhood is important to me. The people in my neighborhood are important to me. Again, my biggest complaint was the way I found out about the house. Now, I don't know the group that's in there now, but when I found out, we had a young man that I was actually trying to help that stayed there. He came and he joined our church while he was staying over there. There were men in that place that I talked to that I had never seen before, that I gave rides to. So, you know, so again, we have been a part of the neighborhood all this time. They have come there when they needed things. And for them to say that we were not caring and we didn't, you know, we're looking down on them, that is not the case. That is not the case. Like I said, I had one of them stay with me because he didn't like staying at the house. He thought he was being discriminated against. So I took him in. He went back and now he's out on his own, but he's doing well. But my thing is, while he was there and all this stuff about us not caring, there were several guys in there that I would go over and take to the store, that I would take out into the community. We have asked them millions of times, you're not doing anything on Sunday? The doors of the church are open, come on over. We haven't pushed them away. We have not pushed them away. We have invited them in because we don't like the way they came into the community, but they are a part of the community. So, you know, that's just what
I just have a question for you.
Yes.
Did you ever witness any problems?
Did I ever witness any problems? No, because I'm receiving all this information. And the person that I'm talking about, like I said, he wasn't the only one saying that there were things going on that he didn't like over there, that he didn't appreciate. But like I said, I'm not there, you know, I'm not there to judge.
I understand.
I'm not there. I wasn't there for that. I was there to try to help.
I can see that about you.
Thank
All
you
right,
very
thank
much.
you. Now we'll go to the good-looking gentleman.
My name is Stephen A. Cousin Sr. I live at 9900 Wayne Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64131. I'm the pastor of Trinity African Methodist Episcopal Church, and I've been there, I'm in my 9th year. I take offense at anyone saying we aren't loving. That's the first thing. The second thing is, it was not done the right way. We were caught unaware, and that has negatively affected my congregation. And so what affects my congregation also affects me. You know, so I'm certainly not in favor of it. And we've spent too much time in here tonight. I'm sitting down.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah. We'll get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2023-039 by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening, which was denied. This is a special use permit for a group home, which is any 6 or more individuals unrelated living in a single dwelling unit. Staff received both support. This is in the Northeast Area Plan. Staff received both support and opposition for this case. We've mentioned previous notices of violation, some which seek to be rectified by this agenda item currently. Previously, staff had expressed concerns related to the single family dwelling unit on the interior of the block in a residential local street. Staff recommends denial based on the context and the added impacts from parking. We do have conditions of approval if the board, the City Planning Commission wants to recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Isles?
Mr. Hand, so if they have 6 or fewer people living there, they don't need this, is that correct?
6 or more. 6 or more unrelated people requires a special use permit for a group home.
So if they had 5, they'd be okay.
5 or fewer does not require a special use permit. It would still have to meet the parking standards.
Other questions? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Mr. Strauss?
This is not a motion. I'm sorry. I couldn't get to the raise my hand function to ask
That's all right. Go ahead.
a quick question.
Question?
This is, man, this is, first of all, a statement. And there's a lot of emotion in that room down there and online. And first and foremost, we understand there's work that needs to be done. And I don't want the UG or this commission to be painted as unsympathetic to that work. I think that there's been some things said that I don't think were completely accurate. That's a statement. But my question to Gunter Hand is, I believe we had a situation similar to this with Avery House on 57th and Leavenworth Road, where they were requesting to have juveniles that were being housed there, and they wanted a certain number, and then we granted them a permit for a lesser number for a period of time as they could prove themselves without having any issues, because at that time, I believe that particular neighborhood expressed a lot of the same concerns with just what the quality of life was going to be and what that particular element was going to bring to the neighborhood. And I don't know that if that's an option in this case as a path forward so that they can continue doing the work that they're doing, but on a scale that we can manage, that would meet the parking variances and that would allow them to continue, maybe not at the capacity that they're going now, but for us to relook at this issue and for them to make some good faith efforts in the neighborhood to kind of clean up what the trust that's been broken.
Gunter Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This commission can add any condition of approval to a special use permit they think is necessary to mitigate any unforeseen or seen issues. So if you wanted to limit this, you could add that condition accordingly based on, if you wanted to limit the number of people in the house, you could do that as a part of the special use permit.
That's your question, Commissioner?
Yes, because right now I believe that's really kind of the only way forward I see from a motion perspective. And I just got to figure out how to be like Ms. Jones and word that to see if I can get a vote on it, because
She is good, and that is the standard we have tonight. Commissioner Jones?
While Commissioner Strauss is contemplating a motion, just want to be sure that we're straight with the record. A comment first that I have as a part of the discussion is what's transpired here tonight is it highlights some serious issues that are challenging to resolve. And then within that, there's some emotion, of course, that's tied to that. But now when we talk about, I think the previous record, Commissioner Strauss, with Avery House, I think part of the challenge here is that when you do something and then you have to, as was noted earlier, even with the UG, you seek forgiveness later, that's where the trust was broken, because then people start thinking, okay, maybe this happened because my neighborhood is not as important as another neighborhood because I heard something to that effect multiple times. But when we talk about the Avery House, I think what I remember is that the Leavenworth Association came out in full force, and it was beforehand. They were still trying to get ready to have it, but I don't remember them, the young men that they were trying to help already being on the property, living there, and not just living there, but for the period of time that we have in this case. We have years versus there was some advance notification, even though the neighborhood association came out in full force. So I think once you've broken trust, and sorry, just to be candid, but that's what I've heard from the testimony from the neighborhood, the trust was broken. And then the gentleman in particular, who's real passionate, understandably so, because he's right next door. The houses are close. He has the 12-year-old daughter. And I'm listening to him say what he would never forget. Well, that's what I'm talking about, these challenges that are highlighted. So how do we resolve this issue? I'm gonna see if Commissioner Strauss has perhaps come up with some language to, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it sounded like maybe you were thinking about something. That's just what's on my mind in terms of discussion.
I'm really at a loss. It's 11 o'clock, and I'm not that I'm trying to rush it because of time. I want to do the right thing by the city and by this community and by what these guys are trying to do. So I am at a loss for this one. To our chairman, I'll be honest with you. If they want to operate this at a 10-person house, and we've already denied their parking variance, they actually can't operate it, so that the denial would have to be the motion no matter what, in its current status, in its current state.
Okay,
That's
go
not a
back-
motion. That's just a discussion, I guess. I don't know.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Jones. Then I'm going to go to Commissioner Beth.
Yeah, Gunnar, I had,
Oh, go to him first. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Beth.
I don't-
Commissioner Jones has already had the floor. Go ahead.
so the denial doesn't stop the operation of the house, right, Gunnar?
The parking denial?
No, the denial of the special use permit, it actually just limits the number they have to half of what they have now. So it's not putting them out of business. Right?
If this was denied, they could sell the property, turn it into a long-term rental,
But I mean, they can
seek an
still
SUP for a
operate.
short-term rental, or reduce the number of people who are unrelated and living in the dwelling unit down to
A
5.
denial would only change the number of people they had there if they continued to operate. It would just mean instead of 10, they could operate on 5, right?
Without a special use permit, yes.
And my view of this is totally different than the Avery House, which I remember when that was brought up before, because that wasn't a house. It was actually a nursing home that was being converted. So that there wasn't an issue of close neighbors, and it's all actually a locked facility where the people, once they go in there, can't go out, and it's heavily monitored. So it's really apples and oranges compared to what we're doing now. And in this neighborhood, we have to look at the effect of the neighborhood and take the neighbors into consideration. And in good faith of fitting into the neighborhood, I would think that would be the best looking, best maintained house in the neighborhood if you want to participate in that. And I'm guessing they've rectified all the things that were checked here in the inspection, the water in the basement, the things that they failed.
Those are conditions of approval to fix, correct?
Okay, but they're not corrected now.
We mentioned them, we had them get the report, and they were working towards fixing them, yes. Are they
But that's
complete?
been the condition for the past several years that they've been in operation, correct?
No, it's only.
That's
been a
because this just came
condition
up.
But yeah,
since the
but I mean,
special
some of these things were consistent with the condition of the house, probably since it was bought, like ground fault plugs and things like
We
that.
would have no way of knowing that.
Right,
We would have no way of knowing that until the inspection was done.
Correct.
right. Okay.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Jones.
Only if are we ready for a motion, or is there any additional discussion?
I'll take whatever you guys want to send this way.
Okay, well, if we're done with discussion, I'm ready to make a motion. I think,
So
given
questions
the,
for Director Hand. Let's ask for that. All right,
okay, I'm
seeing
sorry.
none- Seeing none, I will accept a motion when ready.
Okay, given the totality of the situation, I'm going to have to say that I make a motion to deny this case based on with what they're asking right now, based on what we did in the Boza with the parking. I don't think we can totally move forward with it anyway. And so denial of special use permit case 2023-041. And I hope that the parties still perhaps can go back later and work some things out.
All right, motion is made for denial.
We need a reason for the denial, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Jones, can you just restate the motion for denial, the reasons for the denial for the record?
Based on some of the statutory requirements, compatibility with the neighborhood. I know we're not supposed to just do it on neighborhood opposition alone, so I'm going to just stick with the statutory requirements, like the parking.
The requirements of compatibility with the neighborhood. All right. All right. Is there a second? Motion is seconded by Commissioner Beth. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Bowler,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this application due to the denial of the parking variance earlier this evening and the incompatibility with the neighborhood passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Okay. This will be heard once again on October 26th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. I want to thank everybody, both sides, for your testimony. It was passionate for both sides and it was very compelling to hear from both sides. So thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is special use permit SP 2023-042. Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries Incorporated. Special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind the commission that this application had a full public hearing last month. It went to the Board of Commissioners, had another full hearing before them, and was referred back to the Planning Commission by the Board of Commissioners in order to gather additional community input by the applicant.
For additional what, Janet?
Community input by the applicant was supposed to work with the community during this time, but it was just heard like on the 28th of this month. So basically 10 days ago.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Thomas, go ahead and give us your name and address again and tell us where you're at since the Board of Commissioners meeting with this one.
Matt Thomas, 12714. And I forgot my address. It's been a long night. 76th Street, Shawnee. We've been talking to the community. We did some research. I would venture to say a lot of, and honestly, I'm sorry for all that. I'm sorry for how that went. I apologize for any.
No. It was good testimony to hear. It was compelling for both of us. I think, yeah, it was a difficult night.
So there's a lot of differences between what we do. So the house that is on 5th Street is different. That is more of a transitional living environment. We have leadership that is up on 1723 Quindaro. So we have men that live upstairs that serve in the church down below. So there's a church on the first floor. We actually bought the building and renovated the whole inside of the building and are actually working on renovating the outside also to put a deck on top of the garage and trying to be the community, which I think they're filing for all this stuff to do that, but trying to be part of the community by providing a safe place with the church and leadership development for the men that are upstairs. And our pastor Abe is here, and that's what we're doing. The closest neighbor is I think Pastor Bernard and his wife own the property next to us, and I think that there's a thing in here that says they're backing what we do, and so there's some good support. And obviously, it's only been 10 days, and we've had other stuff going on with Fifth Street, so that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Questions for the applicant on this case? Commissioner Jones.
Just want to ask Mr. Thomas if he feels he needs more time since it's been not that long.
I mean, to be honest, like, I don't know, honestly, I don't know what garnering more support looks like. Like, there's people that want us, that respect what we do. There's people that love what we do. And then there's a couple, and not very many over there, but there's a couple that don't really like what we do. And it's because of the fact that we work with men that have sex offenses. And so really that's been this nail in this deal the whole time. And I think that's honestly the situation. We have a great relationship with Village Initiative. We work with Village Initiative. Chanel McKinley's an amazing friend of mine. And my guy, Chad, who's our intake guy, actually volunteers over there. And we take guys that they don't take. And so we have great working relationships in the neighborhood. Mr. Wilson that runs Wilson's Pizza is a friend of mine. He's talked with Abe. Like we have good relationships. The comment came out in the meeting that it's an oversaturation of the problem, but in truth, like we shared earlier, it's really not, because of how many people are paroling to Wyandotte County. And so I think that it comes to the concern of the type of people that we work with to some people.
Anything additional, Karen? You're muted.
She's muted.
Sorry. I have another question. Where is Village Initiative located?
27th and Quindaro. Like where Quindaro T's into J's, right? It's right next to that.
Did we hear from them tonight? I don't.
No, they aren't here.
No.
Okay, and the reason I say that is because one of the things that with this process, what is really compelling, and that was a word too that I agree with that Chairman Carson used, is that, getting you, I asked the question because perhaps if it's hard to hit the undo button. Some damage has been done with, how it got started off, perhaps in some ways in the mind of some of the neighbors and organizational leaders off on the wrong foot. And maybe if there's some effort to repair that and get them on your side, because I don't think that that's impossible. And so that's why I ask about more time, because people that live, here's the thing, that the testimony I've heard, the people that don't live in the community are not going to feel disrespected like I'm hearing, and that's my word based on their testimony. They feel like they got started off on the wrong foot, not knowing, not just for a little while, but for years. And there's this level of disrespect that they're feeling. And I think that can be possibly, don't have a crystal ball, but possibly repaired. And that's my main hope, because I am hearing some things about certainly that neighborhood believes in reducing the recidivism rate, which is a word I think I probably first brought up, or people are redeemable if they choose to be. And so I encourage you to take a step back. The emotion here tonight, and then we got this case right after the other one, not to belabor things, but that would be my strong recommendation, to reconnect, try to start over, try to hit the undo button a little bit to see if that can perhaps be successful.
No, and I appreciate that. And really, we planted the church in that building this last August. And I think we only started putting people into the beginning of the year. And as soon as we found out about the special use permit, it was like, man, we better do both of these. And so this hasn't been around for 5 years. We bought the property off of Pastor and Mrs. Bailey back in 2021 and spent the whole time redoing the inside of the building, which in reflection too, I didn't get the chance to say this, but for the Fifth Street, we've rebuilt the whole inside of that too, like new plumbing, new electrical. And I just checked the emails. They fixed the basement and a lot of the other stuff, put a railing up. So this work's being done. And that's what took so long with the Quindaro building. So we haven't been in operation for 5 years with this like that. So that's the situation.
All right. But in the last 10 days, have you really had the time to do any additional
No,
reaching out?
I've asked a couple people and that's about all I've been able to do.
Okay.
So,
All right. Anything else you want to add before we open it up? Okay.
No.
Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Now, if you want to just raise your hand in support based on your testimony before, we'll count you and we'll count your testimony from before. If you want to say something different, but if it's, as long as it's different. And then I'm going to ask for those hands back up because I'm going to count them here in a minute. Okay. Go ahead and name and address
Yep.
again.
Chad Phillips, 1723 North Quindaro Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas, 66104. Earlier, I spoke in my position as the intake coordinator for Foundation. Now I want to speak as a resident at the 1723 Quindaro building. As many shared, one of the great things about this ministry is not only do they empower us, but for those of us who are making good progress and are committed to the ministry, they offer us employment and they offer us the ability to continue to help others. So I reside, while I am an employee from Foundations, I'm a resident at this location. I've known Matt Thomas for 10 years. I know his heart for guys. When the pandemic, I originally was from Topeka, Kansas, when the pandemic hit and I lost a lot of my support system, I fell back into old habits and old addictions. And it's because of Matt's commitment to believing in the rehabilitation of people. I was able to avoid prison by coming to this location and being a part of this program. What I've done since being at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard is become a member of the leadership team for the church that meets down below. I've had a chance to continue preaching the word of God to the men and women who come to our services there. I participated in handing out food to the neighborhood in our partnership with the Renew Hope Mobile Food Pantry when we have a bus full of produce and milk and meat and other staples that pulls up every other Monday from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. to hand out food to the neighborhood. I've met the pastor who runs the barbershop next door. I've talked to Mr. Wilson, and I volunteered at the Village Initiative handing out food at their food pantry on Wednesdays and putting the food bags together on Tuesdays, building relationships with the other volunteers there who have continued to support me as I continue to reestablish and reconnect with a positive support system and accountability system. All of this because of the program that's run at 1723 Quindaro. When they ask us to get more community support, I don't know how you get more than that. We're involved in the community. We are serving the community. We are loving on our neighbors. Personally, I don't see how much more community support you could ask for in that neighborhood. If you look at the block we're on, there's not a lot of residential neighbors next to us. It's empty buildings except for the barbershop next door and Wilson's Pizza down below. Otherwise, except to, I don't know how many directions, I think it would be the south of us is a neighborhood. And we actually have spent time as our church, walking through that neighborhood on certain nights, knocking on their doors, sharing about our church, inviting them to our church, sharing about the food pantry bus that comes and when they can come and use it, asking if we can pray for them for anything. That's what we do in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Isles.
So how many people live at 1723 Quindaro?
So right now there's 4 of us. We have the possibility to have 7. So literally what we're asking for is 2 extra beds with this special use permit, because 7 is our maximum number of beds that we have at the location. So it's a difference between whether we can have 5 or whether we can have 7. And I don't really think that's anything that needs to be sent back and talked about again. We're talking about 2 more guys. And this is our leadership house. So this isn't just, these are guys who've gone through the Freedom Initiative program, an 18-month program inside the walls, who are saying, yes, I want to be involved in ministry. I want to be involved in the church. I feel that this is what God's calling me to do. These are the leaders within our program or guys from other houses who have developed, said, hey, I feel a calling and I want to go into leadership, who are coming to this house. So it's not like Mike said, this is not, Matt said, this is not a transitional house as more of it's a leadership training house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, you're very well spoken.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I work in an industry where I hear lots of speakers. You're extremely well spoken, so. And we want to do those, one more, okay. Commissioner Strauss, I have not forgotten you.
Joe, once again, my name is Abraham Orr, 2044 North 32nd Street. I am the pastor of 1723 Quindaro. When it comes to like building relationships, so a little fact, my grandmother, man, she stayed right off First Street, like 4 blocks from the Fifth Street house. I remember just as a kid, I'm from Topeka, Kansas, and I've come down every summer, man, like in the early 80s. So, you know, that's really thick in those days, right? From age like 80, 88, 89, maybe probably, till she moved to off 11th and Kimball. And so my parents, for the last 25 years, for the first 15 to 17 years, they stayed off 17th and Quindaro. My sister stays off like 11th, 12th and Garfield Avenue. So we our family like really embedded in this neighborhood. And so, but when it comes to like building relationships, my father is really in tune because he's been here for such a long time. Built a lot of good relationships, and through him and Pastor Matt, I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Wilson and Pastor Bernard, mainly because they had a relationship with my father. And one of the things I expressed to, especially with Mr. Wilson, is building that relationship between him and I, not based on my father's relationship, but us. And one of the things interesting he told me was he wanted to see what we were going to do first, right? You can talk all day what you're going to do until he wanted to see what we're going to do. And I stressed this before. I wasn't here the last time they was here previously before. But, you know, when it comes to like the food pantry, come to like really just, had a judge come down when it comes to like care act, just providing information for our communities and things like that. And when it comes to even giving away furniture, just a lot of stuff that we do within the community. Tonight is no shadow of doubt. There's a lot of work to be done. A lot of work could be made. And like I said, it's heartbreaking because you know,
Let's forget about that one. Let's work on this. So what else you got for me?
So we really wanted to really see positive change, man. That house upstairs is really important for the ministry, and it is really purposeful. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Now I want to see those hands. Okay. Sure. You're gonna be my last one, and then we're gonna do hands.
My name is Brandy Potter. I'm obviously not a man, but I attend.
That's all right. What's your address?
I live in my Mitsubishi right now.
Okay, so you're on the move.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and pull that microphone down a little bit closer. There we go.
I attend the Freedom Initiative group on Monday nights for leadership. And I have known broken men my whole life. And I just wanted to say that I guarantee it is much more of an amazing thing to see men that are healing and working towards a goal than the ones that are stuck in a life that they can't get out of, even if they choose to, because of their brokenness. They make mistakes at different places and do different things, which is what I'm sure a lot of people are worried about. But you can have that brokenness running around your community, living in the bushes, or you can have that brokenness trying to find healing among other people. And I've found friendship, and I found kindness from men, and things that I needed healing from, because, you know, broken men, I've been through whatever, you know, so I just, thanks for letting me share.
Well, thank you. We wish the best for you. Okay, now let's see those hands. All those of you that are in favor of this project. So we got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that what you have? All right, we're gonna say 12. 13. I'm sorry, what?
13 in support on the previous case.
Okay, all right. Janet, we have 12 in the audience tonight in favor of this application. Okay, I've got one lady got her hand up online, Ms. Caldwell. Janet, looks like we've got to promote her. Oh, she went away, but I've got Candy Leonard Caldwell. Let's do that one. Candy Leonard Caldwell. Go ahead. There
Yes,
you
I'm
go.
here. Good evening. I'm
Good
here
evening.
in opposition, so is this my time to speak?
Yes, it is. And go ahead and give me your name, please. I got your name.
Okay.
It's Candy Leonard Caldwell.
Yes, my name is Candy Leonard Caldwell. And for safety reasons, I work in the public and I wish to not disclose my home address. If necessary, I can give you the post office box for our organization.
All right, we're going to leave it at that for now. Go ahead and give me your testimony.
Okay, as I said, I'm Candy Leonard Caldwell of the Organization for Community Preservation, OCP President. I'm here again opposing Foundation Ministries Transitional Living House, operating at 1723 Quindera Boulevard without a special use permit and opposing a special use permit be granted. I know that there is village initiative that has been mentioned previously. I believe that the services are being duplicated. I'm also aware that village initiative is possibly building 2 transitional houses for females and men. The transitional living house is centered within OCP boundaries. My first area of concern is that the transitional house could possibly house sexual offenders at any given time. And what assurances do we have that there will not be sexual offenders being housed? In addition to this, is Foundation Ministries a member or affiliated with the state of Kansas Homeless Coalition, and who governs the Foundation Ministries and their transitional housing? I keep hearing about bleeding hearts and hearts broken. My heart is broken to the possibility of our children being potential at risk by these sexual offenders. Where are their triggers? My heart breaks for the homeless children in the community. My heart breaks for the families, the mothers that did not put themselves in this predicament to be homeless. Again, my heart breaks for the children that are at risk in our community. Second, the location of the transitional living house. It's within a mile of an elementary school. My concern is the transitional living house, it doesn't align with the vision of the future of our OCP community. OCP's vision for our community is one to attract potential developers to our area, building new affordable housing and small businesses, and children and youth facilities. Again, my heart breaks for the children within our community that may be potential risk. Lastly, I would like to say, by ending and posing this question to the commissioners, would you want a transitional living house that at any given time house sexual offenders in your neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I have another Ms. Caldwell. Is that the same one? Okay, I have Susan Norwood. Susan.
No,
I'm sorry.
that's a different that's Miss Caldwell. I'm
Okay.
Mrs. Leonard Caldwell. That's a different Caldwell.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go to Susan Norwood first, then we'll go back to Ms. Caldwell. Susan Norwood. Susan Norwood, just unmute yourself. You're queued up, ready to speak. Okay, I'm going to go on to Ms. Caldwell. Janet, we have to promote her to panelist. Did that move her over? Yep. Nope. Lost her again. Each time I try to remote her,
Can you hear me okay?
okay, hang on, Miss Norwood. We're trying to find somebody else, but
Okay, I'm sorry.
that's all right. But hang on, don't change anything.
I
Okay, go
can't
ahead.
find her.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Norwood. Name and
Okay,
address, please.
My name is Susan Norwood. I live at 6354 Roland Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. I will tell you, as an individual who lived at 3128 Canaan Valley Drive in Kansas City, Kansas, in the Piper High School area community, we had a transitional housing / halfway house that moved in 2 doors down from my home. And I will tell you that when that first came about, there was nobody in the neighborhood that came and spoke with us. There was nobody in the neighborhood that talked to us about the men that were going to be there. And when we all found out, there was a lot of, again, concern and questions. But I, being the type of person, am going to not judge an individual by the character in which that they have been labeled with, engaged in conversation with these individuals and found out that, you know what, they're human beings with feelings just like me. They have had struggles and trials in their life. They have made some poor decisions, but they are trying to make change. Now, there's a big difference of in the area where, you know, those houses right now are about $350,000, $400,000 on the market. But I will tell you that the concerns that I had were at rest when I got to know these individuals. And I am for this transitional housing because it does very much change the lives of individuals that are there. I am also Matt Thomas's mother-in-law. And I will tell you that I have seen, I have witnessed the individuals, not only in that house, but in others. I have seen the changes that these individuals have gone through, and I'm a very judgmental individual. I'll be honest. Again, I bring this, pardon me?
Your daughter's nodding her head.
No, I will tell you that there was genuine concern, and my heart goes out to the people that are concerned about, you know, their house, their neighborhood, and the things that go on. And I can speak with honesty that and be honest that, yeah, that was a concern of mine. But I would just ask everyone to reach out. And it sounds like some people have. They've reached out to the individuals that live in this house. There was favor shown with some of these people in this house. I don't think there's a question here as to what we are doing and the positive influence it makes. It seems to me that there's more of the transition of how it went about. And if we could go back in time and start it all over, I assure you that my son-in-law, Matt Thomas, would do that, but we can't. But from a safety aspect in that neighborhood, I can tell you too, I have 17 grandchildren, and all 17 of these grandchildren that I would have no issues going to the church. I would have no issues around these individuals because these people are lovers of Christ. These are people that want change. These are people that are being mentored on a daily basis. And the reality of it is, you know, we all fall short. We all have made bad decisions in our lives. And if we can do something positive in the neighborhood, and I would like to see that in this transitional housing in the neighborhoods, that young men and women that could see change. Forgiveness is a beautiful thing to be able to teach our children. And in today's society, that's a lot of what this transitional housing does, is showing the forgiveness that you can make a mistake, but you can move forward with that mistake. And if you can, and you can be a productive individual, then you know what? So be it. Why shouldn't we support that? So I just thank you for the time, and I am in favor of this. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norwood. Okay, I'm going to try one more time to get Ms. Caldwell. Once again, she went away. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was remanded back from the Board of Commissioners at their meeting this past September. This is a special use permit for a group home. This is also in the Northeast Area Plan. Staff has received support, opposition, and the more recent notices of violation related to this property had all been rectified, including with this hearing. I think it's important to understand that context is everything. I would also note that this property had previously in 2011 been approved for a group home and also approved for a parking variance. So we see a corner lot of a mixed-use building in a commercial zone on a commercial corridor. Staff still recommends approval for 2 years.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Strauss.
All right, I'm going to raise my hand because I have two things to say here. And I don't know where our authority or my authority or what lies where in this situation, but I don't feel like the reason this was kicked back to us in the first place from pretty much our bosses who put us on this commission was the fact that they wanted more community input. And I've heard these guys say, we've got the community input, but I don't see it. I don't see any letters. I don't see Bernard Crawford, who I know very well. I don't see Mr. Wilson's Pizza. I don't see anything from them. And I don't think that they have had time to fulfill exactly what the commissioners have asked us to get from them in 10 days, other than saying we talked to them and they know us. I know those guys too. And if they support this project, which are the direct neighbors of this particular project, and that's what the commissioners want, I believe that that's where we should be directing them to go get. Secondly, I feel like and this is just a personal thing, I feel like that they've got the houses switched. I think that the other house actually fits in this area better than, I think the leadership fits on Fifth Street better than here, but that's a personal account. But my initial thing is, I don't think in 10 days that they've been able to do what the commissioners have asked them to do, to bring back to us, to present to us, so that we can make a good decision and to send it back to the Board of Commissioners, because there was essentially, I would say, nothing done because I don't see anything. And that's not a knock on these guys, what they're saying, but the commissioners are looking for tangible community buy-in.
Mr. Jones.
I'm just going to say that I concur with Commissioner Strauss. This case was basically remanded on that premise. And so, but I think I heard Mr. Thomas say, dealing with the other situation, I know he wanted to offer some things. It's not that we're trying to belabor it, but I'd agree. The reason for the remand, that bar probably has not been met as they intended.
Anyone else? Mr. Ernst?
I'm simply going to agree. We passed this once, and there's probably no reason we shouldn't pass it again. But if the commissioner sent it back so that he could get some more information, that's really what we need to do. And I would make a motion to hold it over for 30 days.
A motion's been made for a holdover for 30 days to allow the applicant time to get the community support that was requested by the Board of Commissioners so that they can be successful when they come back to us and go back to the Board of Commissioners. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's exactly what I said, Jeff.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones, your hand is up. Is that a second?
I wholeheartedly concur, and yes, that's a second.
All right, discussion. Commissioner Beth, did you have a comment? No. All right, and I know that you're frustrated with this process. You have to be. I think I'm a little bit frustrated with the process as well. I think we want you to be successful, and I think we need to give you the time to be successful, as frustrating as it may be. I think you've heard, get those letters, get those things to bring to us, because then we can send it right. I think we want to do it anyway, but I think we want it to do it in a format that will get you successful. So I'm making comment when I should be asking for additional discussion. Is there any additional discussion other than me flapping? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please. Motion is for a 30-day holdover.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application until the November 13th meeting passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, we'll see you in 30 days. We have all your testimony. And so if you want to show up and raise those hands, I'm going to count you. And we're going to remember what you said this time, and we're going to try to get you to a place. All right. Thank you all very much.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-062. Rachel Mills, special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 612 North Fifth Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Mills, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project.
Rachel Mills, address 501 Beach Street, Edwardsville, Kansas, 66111. I have an application for a special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at the address of 612 North Fifth Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101, which used to be Sarah's on the Hill and Shinte's on the Hill.
Okay, and you're not going to have any type of entertainment there, correct?
No, I'm using it basically just for a very low-key establishment for people to come wind down, maybe watch sports, things like that.
Okay, after a long night, we're ready to wind down here, so I understand.
Same, same.
All right, questions for this applicant? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? Yes, ma'am. Okay, go ahead and give us your name and address
I'm
first.
sorry, Nancy Chartrand, 417 North Fifth Street. So
Okay.
I live on Fifth Street. I'm curious, and now we're at a very informal stage, but
That's all
when
right.
when we hear drinking establishment, I have learned living on the Hill for the last 2.5 years, and now as a homeowner, that means a lot of different things. So I guess my first question to Ms. Mills is, how late is this drinking establishment open? I mean, Sarah's on the Hill was primarily a restaurant, actually served alcohol and things like that, but that's a place that usually wrapped up about 9-10 o'clock at night. So,
Okay, we'll get you an answer to that. Go ahead and address the questions to me and I'll get you the answers.
okay, so that's my first question.
Okay.
And my other concern, basically, and I think we've learned here tonight, is that when we don't listen to residents about their neighborhoods, we end up with problems. And in this previous case, decades and decades of problems. Right now, I just purchased a home on the Hill and I have 10 bars within 0.8 miles of my house. So my big concern is the tenor of turning the fabric of our neighborhood to a bar district. And I think that's the concern that's shared by some other residents in the area. So that's my primary concern. Traffic too, as well. Being a new homeowner, I now live further down the hill, closer to the drinking establishments. Got Brits across the street from me. I got Hillsiders, got a new restaurant down the street that quote unquote is a restaurant, but people are there till 11 and 12 o'clock at night outside drinking. Hillsiders has been pretty good, but again, since they moved in as just a bar, they've opened a big back patio that now has live entertainment almost weekly. And I'm not certain that that's something that we signed on as neighbors when they went through their permitting process. So I'm just here to find out more. And also parking's a huge problem.
Okay, we'll ask some questions for you.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this case? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Mills, Question for you. How late are you planning on being open with this new?
I initially, I'm gonna only be open 4 or 5 days a week. I will not be open 7 days a week. I did initially put 1 a.m. However, I do want to take into consideration of the neighborhood. I don't want it to be where, it's going to cause any kind of issues with the neighborhood. However, I'm not going to have any outside drinking, no outside music, nothing will be outside of that. And I will also, on the weekends especially, I'll be open in the evenings from like 5 to maybe 1 a.m. That is what I want to do. But I will definitely have security in place as well to ensure that people aren't taking their drinks outside, and that if for any reason that something got out of control, which I do not want. I want it to be a very non-rowdy environment, very calm, more just, just for a social place to go, not for like parties or get-togethers or anything like that. That is not what I'm looking to do.
What's your occupancy there?
I'm not really quite sure of the occupancy. However, the seating that I have in there is for about 20 people. I can only seat about 20 people in there. And it's only about 650 square feet in the standing area, but that is including the seats as well. And I do not plan on having people just standing around and doing those things.
Okay. Well, since you're the only one here, I'm going to let you, I'm not taking anything away from you ladies, but
we started out in the original conversation here, it's just some place to have a break after work. But as this is progressing, it's open till 1 a.m. So often Saturday nights, you have to get to Rachel, I have no idea who you are. But as somebody who's invested in just bought a house in this neighborhood, traffic and parking is intolerable.
okay. And we've got those comments from the record. So, but there was nothing new as far as a question. I'm going to give you the leeway of asking one more, but you have to do it at the mic. Okay. Rachel, is that your plan right now? Because if that's the one you got, that's one we're going to go with, and we'll make our decision based on that plan. But right now, it's going to be a low-key bar with 20 people, 650 square feet, no live entertainment, no outdoor drinking. With regard to parking, we'll get that from Director Hand as far as parking goes. But anything else you want to add before I go to Director Hand?
No, everything that you said is absolutely correct.
All right. To close the public portion of the meeting, we're going to go to Director Hand and get his comment on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a drinking establishment that does not include live entertainment or events. This is in the central area plan. Before this evening, staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation associated with this property, none germane to this case. Staff does recommend approval for 2 years with some standard conditions as it relates to this type of drinking establishment. I will note that the property has an existing variance from a few years ago that only requires 2 parking spaces in the rear, both of which are reserved for the residential properties on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
All street parking.
Okay. And you think that's sufficient based on this use that what we're going to have down there?
They don't need to require any parking because of that variance.
Okay.
What is sufficient is irrelevant.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Isles.
So number 11 on page 10, you're talking about, it says it.
It's a standard condition.
Okay, so it really won't apply to them. Is that true?
It applies, but they have a variance to negate it. So yes, we probably shouldn't have included that standard condition.
I couldn't figure out which was right. Thank you.
Other questions for Director Hand?
If you want to change the hours of operation, it will require an amendment to condition number 1. Also, if you want to explicitly not allow outdoor seating or drinking, you would have to specifically cite that as a condition of approval. It is allowed by right under the Streets for People ordinance.
All right.
Do
Commissioner
they
Isles?
have any room for outdoor?
Sidewalk, yeah.
Oh, they can use that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well,
Okay. Any other questions for for Director Hand? If not, I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Isles, were you wanting to make one?
okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve special use permit SP 2023-062, following the conditions outlined by staff. I would like to amend the hours of operation to be closed at midnight and absolutely no outdoor activities.
Okay, motion is for approval with the amendment to restrict the time to close at midnight with the added stipulation that no outdoor activities at this location. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Beth. Discussion. Commissioner Miller.
I really just want to ask legal if we can close them at midnight without a live entertainment or anything piece when state statute says 2 a.m. That's my only question.
Mr. Conway says he does not know. He would have to look into that. So you're making a, what are you saying, Jake, again, that the statute says
So-
2 a.m.?
State statute says drinking establishments in Kansas can be open till 2 a.m. I'm not saying whether or not I'm for or against the added stipulation, but we're looking at a potential equal protection issue when we're now treating this bar that they gotta close at midnight when every other bar in KCK or really in Kansas gets the ability to close at 2. Now, when there's live entertainment, we tell them they've got to end live entertainment at midnight because that's part of the special use permit. But I don't know if it's in our purview or whether we're allowed to close an establishment prior to the statutory closing time when every other bar gets to stay at that time. That's my only, I just don't want us to get into a legal issue on that.
Neither do we.
I have the same concerns with the outdoor. If Gunner Hand says they can do it by right, I have the same concerns with that as well.
Well, the applicant has already said they're not going to do that. So
Okay.
that's not anything that they've already agreed to do in their application and their testimony tonight. And Mr. Conway, you don't know whether or not we can do that.
10 seconds notice.
All right, 10 seconds notice. Legal is not. So Gunner, how would we, well, I guess we could just deal with the motion and then what? What if we're incorrect? Applicant has requested a 1 o'clock time. It's been amended to midnight.
If it's an issue for the planning commission, I would recommend you hold over until we resolve it.
All right, if it's an issue we would have to hold over. Commissioner Miller, once again.
Well, what I was gonna say, to keep us moving so we don't have to, so we can keep going. We can move forward with the motion. I'll personally go on record saying that I'll vote no, though I'm in favor of the bar. But I can vote no, so it stays off consent agenda, and that'll give staff the appropriate amount of time before the Board of Commissioners to be able to know whether or not we can move forward with that and whether they need to remove that stipulation or not.
That sounds like that works. I mean, that would at least get it off consent, correct?
Yeah, if we get it off consent, again, I defer to legal counsel. I don't know how long it'll take them to do that research considering the existing workload.
Okay. All right, well, the motion on the floor is for a 10 o'clock close time, no outdoor activities. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that before we move to a vote? And if it doesn't pass, we can always midnight. I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said 10
Oh,
o'clock.
my gosh, no, sorry. Midnight, excuse me. Guess I'm looking at the clock and that's not even right. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Janet.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
No.
Moeller,
No.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Sherman, that motion to recommend approval for 2 years, subject to the revised conditions, passes 5 in favor and 2 opposed.
All right, this will be heard once again, 7 PM, October 26th, before the Board of Commissioners.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-063, Sumi Raby. Special use permit to operate an auto repair shop at 927 Kansas Avenue. SP 2020-097 expired on August 5th, 2023. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Raby, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name, address, and tell us about this project.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sami Rabi. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm actually overseas and I've been up throughout this whole meeting. It's 8:23 in the morning, so I have 22 hours of no sleep.
Very sorry.
You're fine. I'm just trying to make sure we get this all resolved so it doesn't get delayed. My address is the address that's listed as 927 Kansas Avenue. I don't know how we're proceeding, but as this project has been delayed due to family issues and COVID coming into a factor, we were supposed to do a new development on this property, on this certain parcel. The new construction isn't going to take any further place at the moment. I don't want to say I am in violation, but we have decided to upkeep and restore the historic building of the location and try to utilize it as best as we can based on the same square footage as it currently is, because it is a mixed use building. The only reason that I am speaking with you guys today is that I am just renewing my special use permit that was applied about 2.5 years ago for this use. And mostly what we're trying to do is utilizing it as an auto sales facility. We're not trying to do any kind of public services due to the square footage of the building, acknowledging that it just doesn't meet my requirements. So based on the comments and staffs, I've done as best as I could. We've had some miscommunications with Byron based on the utilizing the parcel. I do have privately owned vehicles that are parked in between two of the buildings. We do have majority of the block in Kansas Avenue owned by us. And we have always been pretty much very resourceful towards the community and the area. We've never had any complaints or issues. I haven't received any violations from Wyandotte County based on what I have been doing at the property, other than a stop work order because I was removing and replacing exterior doors that we've had break-ins at this building. It's just kind of damaged, and I have actually proof of that based on, evidence wise from our security cameras from a building we own right next to it. But, in all favors, I know how the city works, and I can't really have any resourceful of the police department trying to track who is the one that broke in, stole inventory. So that's why we came in and we're like, we're going to clean it up, try to reuse it, and move forward with it. And that's really the best option we can do to keep Kansas Avenue at a more updated, clean, habitated area, rather than leaving it and being staged as a broken down building. So that's what we're at. And I really don't know where I can go with this, because I feel like we're in a kind of a confusion of what's going on. But the reason of my conversation and being up at this time is just to clarify that my application for this permit that I did pay for is just to keep everything and what do you call it, compliance, and making sure everything is in right track. As I spoke with Ms. Parker and Mr. Molly, they said, you know, if you don't apply for this, you're going to have just more backup and more issues. So I said, that's fine. We'll just renew it, pay the fine to make sure that it's granted. And then we can, you know, deal with the scopes of what we're trying to do with the current building and utilize that under this permit.
Okay, so you're saying that all these vehicles we see in these photographs, these are personal vehicles of yours?
Right, and I have removed them because the issue is here, Commissioner. We just had one gentleman that is just down the street from me, and he has an auto body shop, and he is actually a friend of a friend, and SP 2023025. The gentleman here, you know, is utilizing a body shop. Now, when I'm being told that I have unoperable and op vehicles that are parked with plates or without plates, I'm not conducting any business out of that building, because first, there's no utilities, there's no, you know, there's no water turn on, there's no utilization at this location. I have a land that's a parcel that's based as a mixed use, and it's a commercial. I have my own vehicles that I park there. It changes, it varies, and it has, as you probably had an inspector go out there before the date. I was told that I have to have all these vehicles removed or my permit or application is going to be voided. And no disrespect, you know, I'm here all favor of making sure that we're in compliance. And I've never had an issue. I never had a violation. I've never been addressed. From the time that I have purchased this parcel, I've had cars of my own that was parked in between these two buildings. And it's a thing that I told Mr. Byron is that, you know, you can't see based off what you're assuming. His assumption was that the vehicles that are parked there, it belongs to my father that has a repair facility. And he's been in the Wyandotte County area for 45 years. And I told him, I said, it's not, because I have a strict tolerance with my father that I'm trying to have him adapt as an old school, respecting my elders. You know, I can't have what he has, that it doesn't benefit me to have something on my own property. So, you know, like I said, the gentleman down the street from us, he has an auto repair body shop. There's a lot of businesses in the area that are in code violations. We've actually gone through a lot of money spending at different locations when businesses were grandfathered in for this kind of industry, that we've gone ahead and went out our way without causing any kind of, you know, disrespect or anything. We just been told what to do, screen it, okay, pay for, you know, a fencing because the property has a different back set, offset. We've done everything you guys mentioned at different locations we have in Wyandotte County. But this one right here, it's kind of throwing me off, Commissioner, is that because it's my own personal vehicles. And if you have updated projected, you know, new pictures, it has changed. Like I said, it's the days that you come in, it's different. The days you go out, it's not. I do have construction vehicles parked on my property due to, we do just not have commercial lots in Wyandotte County. We have.
What about the debris and everything that's located on the property too?
Which debris was that? Sorry.
Well, I think it's too numerous to mention. Barrels. I mean, I'm looking at photos that don't describe the same property you're describing to me. You're describing a cleaned up property without any violations. I see nothing but some banged up cars, a bunch of barrels,
that's the thing.
Trash. I see
What
I see a lot of stuff.
We were cleaning out the property. The barrels and everything came out of 927. There is a truck that has a bunch of aluminum and everything in it. There were people that broke into it. They stole copper. They stole a lot of the electrical stuff out of it, conduit. And we were cleaning it out. And that's why we were going ahead, and our plan is to restore the building. The barrels and stuff came inside of the 927. The cars that you see, they were my personal cars that I bought from a tow lot auction, and they're not there any longer. I mean, I was told by a certain date to remove the cars, and I didn't get I receive violations within properties that are the rules that I see, that properties, if they're boarded, you get fined. If the property is vacant, you have to pay a fee. Well, these are things that I'm avoiding paying. And that's why I gone ahead and cleaned up the building, I have all the receipts for you. I have no problem illustrating. I have 7 containers of 40 yards by Crown, the company called Crown. I forgot their name, but I had 7 containers during the cleanup of this whole property. And, you know, it's not which based off what you see. I mean, it's a time of me trying to clean up. I can't make everything pretty at the time. So, I mean, it was just some bad timing, I can say, but it's like the way you see it now.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the public want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come to the mic. Seeing none there, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment on this case.
Gunner, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use. This would be the first special use permit renewal for auto repair and sales. As the applicant just noted, essentially, he never started the project. We did quite a bit of work with the applicant in the previous approval, making sure it met the commercial design guidelines and other stuff that we went through. So we have worked extensively with Mr. Baby. This is in the Armourdale area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There is a notices of violation currently on the property as we investigate those inoperable vehicles that were noted. And the applicant did also mention that he got a stop work order to do work on the property without building permits. As a matter of protocol, as this special use permit has not met any of its conditions of approval, staff is recommending denial. If this commission wanted to give the applicant more time to complete their project based on those delays, that is your prerogative.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Ernst.
Question for Gunner, which will get us where we want to go. How long a holdover would you recommend?
I don't think it is going to be Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Days. Holdover can only last for up to 120 days. I don't think Mr. Raby is going to pull a permit or start a project, as I can understand based on our interactions with him for this renewal in that amount of time. So if you wanted to take him at his word and see if he can start the project, I would recommend you give him another year, not another 2.
What does a motion for denial do?
There's no project.
Okay. Questions or a motion?
Question.
Question.
Mr. Raby speaking.
Go ahead. Mr.
Commissioner, we've gone ahead, and since we've sent this renewal, this is an understanding of the renewal wasn't for the construction. The renewal was just to keep based on the permit that we were trying to utilize. Now, I am in the process with my architect to get the scope and the layout of the current building and the usage to be sent out to I'm sorry, I'm barely on sleep right now. Just to get it sent out to you guys so you can get it going. Now, I'm not looking to, utilize this permit, have the auto business in 2 or 3 months. I'm about working. Mr. Gunner knows how I work. I'm a kind of guy on my word. There's questions and remarks that I've gone ahead and I sent out that I just do not have in front of me since I am out of town. But I have no problem if, since I am in the process of providing the plans and everything for the permit, because like I said, I was unaware that for commercial, removing and replacing a window and a door requires it. We didn't do anything on changes on the interior or anything on the inside. Like I said, we just want to go ahead and provide what it was requested, just to get a full site plan and make sure everything meets the requirement for the special use permit. And that's about it. I mean, like I said, we're not doing any kind of business, or I'm not utilizing it. I'm just, like I said, it's a property that it's a mixed use property that's commercial use, and I'm utilizing based on as what you see in this picture. I have my pickup truck, I have my utility truck, I have my trailer, that's my Mercedes, that's my
Okay,
call it
we got
rollback.
it. We got it.
Yeah.
They're
So
your neighbors. You've already explained that. I really
Yeah.
don't know what you just said. I really, you've said a lot, but you really didn't say anything. So I'm not really
that's
sure.
fine. That's fine. Well, whatever you guys decide on doing, because I've been working with you guys for long enough, and I don't know why I feel like this is just a permit I'm renewing. I'm not trying to say I've been utilizing it. You know, there's no construction that's been developed. Okay, well, now the plan has changed, and I've told this in this meeting that the plan is that since I already paid for my special use permit, I never received any violations. I never had any issues with the city. Now that these remarks are coming up towards me while I paid for the permit to be renewed, I am using this building for future by cleaning it up, providing the city the site plan, the architectural plans, everything, so we can utilize it with this permit. That is all. So.
Thank you. Talk about that in a minute. Do we, so, all right, so any other questions for Director Hand? Okay, what is your pleasure? Yeah, I'm asking the commission. I stand for a motion.
Commissioner Iles,
Go
I'll
ahead.
make a motion to deny special use permit 2023-063 based on failure of the applicant to complete previous special use permits
Conditions.
and conditions.
All right. Motion's been made for denial based on the fact that the applicant has not complied with the previous conditions of the previous, the previous conditions of approval to his prior special use permit. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
That is.
All right. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Was it 7 or 6? Do we get, is Miller, do we get Miller's vote?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. 7-0. All right, this will be heard once again on October 26th before the Board of Commissioners. Gunnar, do we need to take any type of vote to extend past midnight? We've got 3 more cases or 4 more cases left.
I don't think so.
All right, thank you. Janet, go ahead.
Our next special use permit is SP 2023-065, Frank's Motors Incorporated. Special use permit to operate an auto repair shop at 402 Osage Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application of their documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Sadov, are you in the audience? I don't see anyone representing this case. Janet, we'll go ahead and hold it to the end and go on to the next case.
He was online at one time.
Okay.
Okay. The next case is special use permit SP 2023-067, Megan Duma with MD Rental Homes LLC. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 2706 Esplanade Lane. SP 2021-028 expired August 5th, 2022. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Megan.
Good morning.
I have you queued up ready to speak.
Mr. Carson. Yes. The only thing I want to speak to is that I really thought this was a 2-year permit. I thought my first one was a 1 year and the second one I got was a 2-year. And
Megan, excuse me, could you please give your name and address for the record?
Yes, Miss Janet, I'm sorry. Megan Duma, 4520 West 65th Street, Prairie Village, Kansas. So yeah, sorry, I'm tired too.
That's all right. So you're wanting to operate this as a short-term rental and you thought it was a 2 year instead of a 1 year?
Yeah, so I've had two special use permits. But I thought the first one that I got was just for a year to see if I was any good. And the second one, then I didn't do anything bad, so they gave me 2 years. And for whatever reason, the city says it's reversed. But even Miss Janet in the email that I sent her said I was just expired on August 5th when I reached out to her on July 27th of this year. So I had no intention to operate illegally. That's the only portion of this I am confused about.
Okay, and so real quick, short-term rental at the location?
Yes, sir.
Is that what that's what you're
yes,
operating?
sir. Yeah, just a short-term rental. And I've had 2 other special use permits issued. Yep.
Okay. All right, any questions for this applicant? Commissioner Isles?
I have 2 questions. It looks like you allow pets at this location. Do you have a fenced yard?
I don't. And I did have one person that asked me about that. And I'm considering putting up, there's a little area off the deck where I could easily fence a place for them to go potty or whatever. But no, at the present I don't. But the acreage on the property is 1 acre. And yeah, I mean, and it's not very often I have pets, but I would consider that.
My second question is, I noticed when I was reading the neighborhood meeting notes that apparently you had a business operating on that property previously that didn't have a business license. Is that
No, that
correct?
was that was I bought the property for my then basically fiance, now husband. And he was moving from Lawrence to Kansas City to start a tree business. And the neighbors complained about him having his trucks there, which were graded under the required commercial grade. So they could be there just like a plumber or anybody else that was a trade. And so he, just like a plumber doesn't operate his plumbing business from his home, he operates it at a person's home. An arborist climbs people's trees in your backyard, not from a single man arborist who has, 1 employee at best. No, that wasn't he's shut that business down now, so it's no longer an issue.
And last question, do you have a business license?
I honestly, at this point, I know that I don't remember whether I got one or not. I know it's a very easy process, but I don't remember whether I have an active one or not. I know that would be a condition of having this approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Yes. To the 2 patient ladies in the back. Give us your name and address. And again, we apologize and thank you for your patience.
My name is Betty McGill. I live at 2762 Esplanade Lane.
And I must really love my neighborhood to be standing here. So I'm not opposed to having an Airbnb in our neighborhood at all. Usually when you have an Airbnb move into your neighborhood, they improve the neighborhood. Unfortunately, that's not the case here. I have pictures that anybody can see. This happens to be the property when Megan bought it. Very nice. It had, it was cared for by a 90-year-old man. It has a waterfall. It had fruit trees. It was very well maintained. Shortly after Megan bought the property, this is now the pictures of the property. I have tons of them. I have so many of these.
Can you pass those up to us, at least here at the,
Yes.
here in the chamber?
So pass them to who?
Want to give it to Mr. Hand, he'll get them to us. Thank you.
So this is the photos of what happened after Mrs. Duma took over the property. I know they say there was no evidence of a landscaping business operating there, and that's true because it was Tufts Tree Service. I also have plenty of proof and pictures of them. They didn't work there for a short period of time while he was moving in from Lawrence. We had people every single day coming to work there early in the morning, parking their cars, going out to work, and then bringing in things off of job sites and littering the property with them. I've got more pictures. This went on for a long, long time. And we were told at the very last time that she got a permit that this was not to be happening there. And Mrs. Townsend found plenty of documentation that TERFs did indeed use that address, 2706 Esplanade Lane. So after the last meeting, they ran a tree service for months. In fact, the red truck and the trailer that's with the tree service just recently moved within the last couple of months, probably about the time she applied for this application. So the neighbors were concerned with Megan Duman. It was brought to my attention after people looked at her Facebook page that she had commented about paramilitary training, refuge for the homeless, and claiming that it is secluded and she could put up yurts. It's not secluded. It's right on the main street. As you can see, there's no seclusion about this whatsoever. And since the last meeting, I was at the last meeting, and she very well knew she had a one-year permit. She had a huge, large event on a Sunday night, and the police were called, and it was very loud. I didn't call the police. I don't know who called the police. They just called, the neighbors called me and said, you better take a look at what's going on up here. So I drove up here, and there is a picture of all the cars lined up on the street and a big event going on. So she rented out for a big gathering on a Sunday night, extremely loud music. Police were called by the neighbors. So now we got an event space going on. So then she came and she claims that she has a garden. And that's how the pictures show the beginning of the garden. And since the garden, she has built probably the world's ugliest fence around this garden. Okay. And I don't think this is in compliance with any sort of gardening protocol. It's at least 6 foot or over. And of course, she decorated it with this wonderful little gnome here that flips us all off.
Okay, you want to go ahead and pass those photographs up too? Why don't you give us all the photographs in your possession? And
Okay. Then, so it is a garden of weeds. There was a garden there the very first year that she built it. And I think the only thing we seen growing there was green peppers. And nobody ever come and harvested them. Nobody ever come picked them. The cold weather came and then they just died. So until, like I said, until recently, they still had a red truck and a trailer sitting on the driveway and the grass, even though they were told they couldn't. And still every once in a while storing some equipment there behind the building that of course we see. Then here is where she has lots of overgrowth growing on the property. And on this particular overgrowth, when I come home from work at night, I have to go around it. It makes it a 1-lane street instead of a 2-lane street. And it's been that way all summer. And this is not the only one on her property. And this is actually this morning because she had guests staying there last night. So this is what we get every time guests stay here. That's all their trash. And when I come home from work tonight, it's still there. So we don't think that it's a very, oh, this is her Facebook page where she was talking about paramilitary training and yurts and homing the homeless. So there's that, because she claims that she never said that, but she did. That's her page. Okay, so the overgrowth and then the trash in the yard. And then 2 weeks ago, you ask about the dogs. Every once in a while we see dogs up there. But 2 weeks ago, and we had people that was going to be on, they probably are in bed. What is their name? Oh, Sutton. They came down to my house and they said, there are some dogs up at the bed and breakfast, and they're chasing our kids, trying to bite them on their bicycles. And the kids were really upset that they couldn't ride their bicycles on the street. Those dogs were there for a couple of days and they were never pinned up and they were never on a leash. So we're asking you not to issue a permit. It's just not a good fit for our neighborhood. And then I would also like to ask about that fence. Eventually we'll get to that fence, that horrible fence. I know people think that it's just me complaining about this. It's not just me complaining about it. It's all my neighbors. I have got pages where they have signed that they're also complaining about it. And I'm representing the whole neighborhood, or you can have 17 people come up here and talk to you. So I do have one lady with me here. And so I think I will let her speak. And I think pictures kind of tell the story.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Your name and address also, please.
My name is Cheryl Mendez. I live at 2556 Esplanade Lane. I've lived there for 45 years, and Esplanade Lane for a period of time went down a little bit, but all the homes have come really up in their care. New people moving in, which really brought up, but this one house has not. It is turned around for the worse. And I'm not going to speak too long because Betty covered it very well, but the cattle fencing in the front yard, that garden is in the front yard. That's not behind the house. That's front and center. And, you know, it's just a disregard for us as neighbors. She will speak that she cares about the neighbors. Hardly any of us have met her. I think one neighbor has, and of all the neighborhood meetings that she had, I think maybe one or two went to partake in that. We didn't even know anything about them. But I agree with Betty. I do hope that you do not issue the special permit, because there's one thing she's talking about. The 1-year special permit was given because it was supposed to be a 2-year permit. And Commissioner Townsend, while she was denying there was a business there, Commissioner Townsend was researching on the web and corrected her. She says, you do have a business there. It's listed on Facebook and the website with that address, and you don't have a license. And she again told her, well, that he just parks his truck there. She goes, my husband's a plumber. He drives the truck home, and I got told that if he fixed anybody's plumbing with that truck going anywhere, he had to get a business license, even though it's parked at our house. In the same regard, she told her, you have to have a license also. And so because of that violation, and she denied it, and the commissioner found the proof that there was a business being operated there. That's the way this whole thing has been going on. And she was told to move that stuff, and saying that she operated this for 14 months without a permit, goes right back. She did the same thing on the first permit. She says, oh, I forgot. I wasn't told it expired last month. This is her scenario. Every time she's brought up, she forgot, I don't know, golly wow. But that being said, as our commissioners, you know that the laws are the laws. Forgetting is okay. Sometimes if something comes up, but this is every meeting we've been to regarding this property. She never comes forward and tells us what's really going on. And this has been operating 14 months without a permit. And there have been cars, it's been rented out all these 14 months. And as Betty said, just a couple, 3 months ago, all this equipment was moved out. And it wasn't just a truck and a trailer. We had a full-blown limb shredder back there. And I mean, and then piles and piles of tree shavings, had logs stacked to the moon and back. And I mean, just desecrated that piece of property. It was so beautiful. So that's all I had to say. I think pictures, like she said, says it all.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else online? Janet, you have your hand up. Are you using your break?
Yes, I would like to clarify the expiration date on this special use permit. I went back and looked at the minutes, the approval notices, and the staff reports. And this application was approved for 2 years. It did just expire on August 5th, 2023.
Okay, so it was approved for 2 years and it has expired above the date. You
That
got
is
it in the report.
Yeah, it just expired in August.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this case? All right, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. Megan, would you like to come back up and address the concerns of the neighbors and the testimony that we got? A couple questions regarding the fencing, the garden, the party that was had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. The party was actually something that I held just for my own business, in my law practice and my real estate practice for some friends of mine. And it was, I did not rent it out. It was me personally there. And neither one of these women have come to any of the neighborhood meetings that I've held. They don't have the guts to show up and talk to me as a human being. They just want to show up at these meetings and they're women scorned, and I have no idea why, but everything they're talking about is 2 years ago. Chris shut his business down. He works with me now, and that's happened since we had our son, which was over a year ago. So, I mean, I can give you guys the certificate of sale on the trailer. It wasn't 3 months ago. It was at least 9 months ago. And so everything they're saying is pretty much false. And I'm happy to prove it with evidence. If I have to get the transcript from times past, I will, but Janet put it pretty perfectly. What I recall was correct, and what they recall is incorrect. What they recall about the woman talking about the plumber license was incorrect. What I recall is correct. So I'm sorry that they dislike me, and I would really like to restart with them. This is not how I work. I'm not a liar. And yeah, they're wrong. And that's just not, what they said wasn't correct. Pretty much zero of it. I have no paramilitary training experience. That was a joke about my uncle Bob saying something about, what are you going to do, fly troops in? And my dad saying, ha ha, yeah, that'd be funny. That's what Betty's talking about. Like, it's literally psychosis on Facebook. That's it. It's not anything that's true. So at this point, I don't even know. I don't even know how to react to that.
All right, can you address the fencing that?
Yeah, the fencing is actually really beautiful. It's I dug it, Chris and I dug it ourselves. It's hedgewood, which is a traditional Kansas fencing, which would go well for that property that was bought by a Native American woman from the federal government in 1906. Her name was Catherine Prophet. Betty probably doesn't know that. And hedgewood is a very traditional Kansas fence post for gardens. It almost doesn't rot, and it's perfect. We've already actually had codes people out about the fence when we were building the garden, and he knew exactly what we were doing and even complimented me when he called me about it. So it's hard to respond to her, but other than just what I've said.
Any additional questions from commissioners before we go to Director Hannah, get his comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, we have a special use permit for a short-term rental. As the application for the renewal came in after the expiration, we're under the new standards of the new ordinance, which require us to go back and look at this for just a one-year interval if we were to entertain a motion for approval. This is in the I would note there is also one other unpermitted short-term rental on this block of Aspen Lob. So if this were to be approved at the board, recommended for approval tonight and approved at the Board of Commissioners later this month, we would have to start an enforcement action on that other unpermitted short-term rental. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area, sort of in the Rosedale, Shawnee Heights neighborhood, just outside of the Rosedale area plan. Before this evening, we've received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, a maximum of 7 people, 3 cars off street.
Questions for staff? Commissioner Beth?
Question. That's zoned residential, right, Gunnar?
It is zoned R1, I believe.
And if I go back to my old police days, you
Yes.
can't store construction equipment, refuse, and commercial vehicles in a residential area. Is that right?
We did quite a bit of zoning enforcement work around this property during the last approval process. Again, zoning enforcement's a bit tricky. We can't use other people's pictures. We have to see it with our own eyes in order to enforce it. There is a small nuance. Previously, we were talking about a truck with a trailer. If the trailer is hitched, it's fine. If the trailer is unhitched, you are storing it. So all the times that zoning enforcement staff was present when this was an issue, it was hitched. And so therefore, that is why there are no notices of violation.
Is that is it hitched to a commercial truck?
Yeah.
Then you can't store commercial trucks in a residential area.
He wasn't storing, he was simply putting it there. And again, we went through this quite a bit with all of our zoning enforcement staff, legal counsel, ordinance, as well as cops. And so we did go through that and vetted it quite thoroughly.
Other questions for staff?
I have one, Chairman Carson.
Yes, Commissioner Jones.
So Gunnar, then given the other, the pending Airbnb application in the neighborhood, it's not an issue with this having expired over 2 months ago now?
That other unpermitted use has probably received a notice of violation from our sweep, but has not come in for a special use permit. So it is first come, first serve.
Gotcha. Okay.
Other questions? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready.
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Beth.
I move the Kansas City, Kansas Police Planning and Zoning deny petition SP 2023-067 as it's not in compliance with the city ordinances. It's not promote the health and safety of the welfare of the neighborhood. It's not consistent with the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, motion is made by Commissioner Beth for denial. Is there a second? Mr. Ernst, is that a second?
It is indeed, because I remember this case very vividly now from the last 2 times.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for denial, and the reasons were stated by the maker. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
No.
did you say no?
No.
Moeller,
No.
Strauss,
No.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
and Mr. Chairman, you, let's see. We have 8 people here. It takes 5 to pass a motion. And I guess, and right now I have 4-3.
If I vote no, we've got a tie, then what happens?
If we can't come up with another motion, then it would go to the Board of Commissioners with no recommendation. Which I believe is actually in essence a recommendation for approval, if I remember correctly. It's been years since we've had one of those.
All right, I'll vote no. So it goes with a 4-4.
Unless someone else wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Our motion has been made for approval by Commissioner Miller. Did we dispense with the other one since it's a tie? Yep. All right, so motion been made by Commissioner Miller for approval. Is that a second, Commissioner Mueller?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded for approval. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jones,
Nay.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Beth,
No.
Isles,
No.
Commissioner Ernst.
Nay.
It's still 4-4. Oh, I'm sorry. You need to vote.
Aye.
Okay, it's 4-4.
So it'll go on to the board with a recommendation, or no recommendation.
That's correct.
All right. This will be heard again on October 26th, 7 p.m. Thank you both ladies for your testimony.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-069 Neil Palmer. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 2520 North 131st Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
I do not see Mr. Palmer in the chambers. There's no one here now. I do not see him online. Is there anyone representing Mr. Palmer in this case? Okay, I do see Mr. Zerlin on the next case, so let's go ahead and get him on his way, and then we can come back. And if Gunnar wants to present on the other two to clean us up and get us out of here, we can do that. So let's go ahead and move on to the
Okay.
last, Janet.
Next one, special use permit SP 2023-071 Josh Zerlin with Cobalt Property Management, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 731 North 75th Terrace. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 9, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Zerlin, are you in the audience, or is Arlene, are you? There we are, Josh. Okay, go ahead, please. Give us your name and address.
My name is Josh Zerlin. Can you hear me?
Yes. go.
Okay, my name is Josh Zerlin. My address is 725 North 75th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas, 66112.
Tell us what you'd like to do, please.
I'm applying for the short-term rental permit. I purchased the unit next door at 731, which I'm applying for as an operating Airbnb. I wasn't aware that the license didn't follow the unit itself, or that one was even never applied for. So that it's been operating as an Airbnb for quite some time. When I purchased it from the previous owner as a turnkey unit, I've never had any incidents or anything, and I'm just trying to get in compliance.
All right, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Isles?
When did you say you bought this property?
I'll have to look at my records. It's been several years. I believe 2019.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll go to the audience. Anyone want to speak to this case? We'll start with Arlene.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Arlene Harris, 728 North 75th Terrace.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Josh has two Airbnbs here. I don't know when the other one closed, but I stay right across the street from it. And it's just not a good fit in the neighborhood. It's a private drive that comes down, and the narrowness of the driveway, he has private parking right in front of it. So even when we're backing out, it can be sometimes very hectic and trying to miss people. And in wintertime, you're scared of sliding. The biggest part that I have concern with is when emergency vehicles, the lady that stays next to me, she had called ambulances several times, UPS trucks trying to get down here and things like that. As far as the people that stay there, I don't know the capacity, but sometimes it could be too many people there, very distracting to the neighborhood. And as I said, it's a private drive. It's townhouses very close in proximity, and, as far as the driveway, you barely can get two cars down, and trying to get a third car down for us to get in our driveway can be very, a safety concern. But the Airbnb is just really not a good fit here.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Harris. I have Teresa Pruitt. Teresa Pruitt.
Hi.
Good evening or good morning.
Yes, I've been on the whole time.
All right,
My name is
thank you for your
Teresa.
patience.
My name's Teresa Pruitt. I live at 730 North 75th Terrace. I stay right across. I wouldn't even call it a street. It's more like a alley from both of the Airbnbs. We purchased our property in 2019, September. And within a week of us moving in, there were numerous cars over there. And I wish I had known I could have submitted pictures. When we first moved in, we didn't have access to our garage. We had to get a new garage door placed, and we had to park outside. And just as Arlene, which is my neighbor, stated, trying to back out, trying to maneuver our cars around other cars over there. The interim president at the time, I reached out to her. That was probably September 19th, within maybe a week and a half of us moving in. And it occurred probably every week to every 2 weeks. I was reaching out to her. She said she was going to try to get in touch with whoever owned it. She said she did not know it was an Airbnb. We did not know it was an Airbnb when we purchased the property. If we had have known, we would have never purchased the property. And I reached out to her numerous times. She said that she would try to get in touch with whoever it was. She told me to start taking pictures. I started taking pictures every time there were numerous cars there. This went on up until probably March of 2020 because I have all the text conversations with the interim president. I finally went online and found the Airbnb. She did some research. That's how she found out it was Josh's property. Josh never reached out to me. The interim president, she reached out to him to let him know. And he said that he told them that they could not park there. And it still went on. Like I said, I took pictures of everything, submitted pictures to her. He claims that he had security cameras out at the time and he did not have anybody on camera violating the parking. But like I said, I have pictures to prove it. Like I said, this went on up until about March of 2020 when I finally received his information because I'm pretty sure she probably got tired of me contacting her. Again, Josh never reached out to me. I had to reach out to him, and his response to me was, well, if they're blocking it, you have my permission to have them towed. The issue is we live here. I don't know who these people are that are there weekly having get-togethers, parties. I'm not going to put my life or my family's life in danger having someone's car towed when we live here. These people don't live here. Josh does not even live here. I have never met Josh in person. Josh later became president of our HOA and purchased the second Airbnb. So not only do we have cars at the one directly across, we have cars at the other one. There's a lot of people, I don't know if they're like contractors, but there's been like big, huge, like dually type trucks out there. There was one out there that was out there for a few days that had a trailer. As Arlene said, it's a very narrow driveway. It's hard for emergency vehicles to get through. It's hard for Amazon, UPS, etc. It's hard for us to get through, residents living here. They had a party there one time. My daughter's room faces the Airbnb. She woke me up in the middle of the night because the ambulance, fire truck, and police were out there. Don't know what was going on. It was numerous young people out there just congregating. I've had to call the police. I've pulled up at night. There's been cars blocking lengthwise my driveway, and I've had to put my own turn signal on just to be able to get in my driveway. Like I said, I've called the police. I told him I called the police. Like I said, parties over there, 4th of July, just this past 4th of July, they had a bounce house out there. Kids were shooting Roman candles and they were hitting, we could hear them tapping the house. It was a mess out there. They did clean up the majority of the mess, but the residue from the fireworks blew all over in our yard. Like I said, our house was getting hit with Roman candles. I had the kids on video shooting Roman candles at our house because they're having a Roman candle fight. And this is what we've been dealing with. And the only time that we haven't had cars back and forth is just this last maybe couple of weeks or month right before we got the notice that he was trying to apply for the special permit. And again, like I said, we've lived here since 2019 and just been going back and forth. And after he became president of the HOA and had the second Airbnb, it was no point reaching out to him anymore about the issues because now he's the president.
Okay.
So that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, I see Mr. Palmer's in the audience with his hand up, but we'll wait and call on him after we get done with this case. So, Mr. Zerlin, you want to address some of the concerns about parking at your property?
Yes. So this, we did have some issues in the beginning in 2020.